Steel Toe Morning Show.
Good morning, everybody, and welcome to the Steel Toe Morning Show. I'm Aaron. That's Johnny.
Hey, how you doing?
I'm very well. How are you, sir?
I'm good.
Got a full morning today. We got lots of stuff to update you about from the weekend. Some of it awesome, some of it not so awesome, and some of it very, very funny. Hopefully most of it. We got tons of things coming up. Somebody told me that this Portnoy thing I teased it yesterday. Somebody tried to tell me yesterday that it was fake, and I have since learned it is totally not fake. And I almost took that it's fake thing. This is why when I tell people, when they get into podcasting, they ask for any advice, I say, try not to read your chat too much. Have designated chat reading times. Because you get what Bubba calls a chat cancer. And by the way, whether you like Bubba or not, that's a great term, chat cancer. But you give yourself that chat cancer, and you start to second guess yourself. Like somebody yesterday said, oh, that Dave Portnoy thing you're going to do with that Dragon Pizza from last week, yeah, that's fake. And I looked it up this morning, and there's news stories about it. If it's fake, like Tucker got fooled. So
if it's fake, you're on the bus with everyone else.
Yeah, I don't think it's fake. We'll go over that today. We've also got some more. The Elisa Jordana people just keep sending me stuff. You and I did that news story from, I think it was Florida, where that guy admitted to like hundreds of child predator type things, like really nasty stuff. And then we found out that he was actually Elisa Jordana's like right-hand man and co-host.
Like a producer and shit, too.
Yeah, people are sending me a bunch of stuff now about how, that guy was admitting it on her streams, and she was just sitting there reading the chat, doing nothing. Like, I can't say mean enough things about Elisa Jordana. I mean, not only because of this, but like what she did to us, or what she allowed to be done to us and then supported it, and all that shit. And then, I always say she's vapid. She doesn't hear anything unless she's saying it. She's like the most self-absorbed person you've probably ever seen on video. And then people go, oh, maybe you're being too hard on her. And then I start thinking, maybe I'm being too hard on her. And then people keep sending me clips and clips and clips. I never have to go watch Elisa Jordana stuff, ever. I have mountains of it being sent to me on a daily basis. We went up by like 200 subs last week.
You watch her stuff for fun then?
I watch. No, I'll tell you this. It's work. It's 100% work. I mean, everybody sends me all these clips. I watch it, and I'm like, oh, my God. I feel like I'm studying for a trial.
Admit it, Aaron. You're a fan. You're a big fan of Elisa Jordana. You're a fan.
I'm a fan of Jordana. No, she is truly one of the worst people I've ever seen. Like, she's one of the worst people I've ever seen that doesn't have, like, the authority to bomb people. There's a difference between people who run entire countries and kill people and then the things she does. She's one of the most evil, non-powerful people I've ever seen, if that makes sense. She doesn't have any power, but she's still dastardly. That's my take on Elisa Jordana.
How does she make it work is my question. You have nothing to work with. How are you getting this? How is this sustainable?
I mean, you know the answer to that. It's 100% remarkably mentally ill people. I mean, these people are damaged.
I'm sure none of them are a bunch of. I'm sure none of them are a bunch of desperate men who just yearn for companionship.
I mean, quote unquote men, right? I mean, these are.
Well, I mean, I'm speaking in the biological side.
Yeah, biologically, yes, you are correct. They are men. Maybe in the hardened definition, perhaps not. But these are lost souls, man. That's the best word I can come up with them. And they worship her, and she feeds into the worship, and then, pedophile guy happens. So we've got that today. We've got Blueface might lose his kid because he's bringing him around strippers. Remember, we've been talking about the rapper Blueface, and it started out as we would watch his baby mama, Krishan Rock, and we're like, oh my God, she's insane. She's beating him outside of clubs and then filming it on Instagram Live, and then they're breaking up in jail that night, and then they're back together in each other's bed the next morning. And then we started digging around, and we're like, well, this Blueface is kind of a piece of shit too, because he's like filming his kid and asking him if he's gay. Meanwhile, the kid's like 6, and he's like, yo, you better not be gay. Yo, there's a bunch of booty shaking going on in the other room. You in here looking for Slim Jims. What are you, gay? And by the way, that's not me doing like a hyperbole. That's pretty much
literally, again, like, he's 6. He shouldn't be looking for booty shaking yet. Like, I get it, man. You want to keep your eye up, but how about you hold off?
Yeah, and he's just keeps asking his kid if he's gay. That's Blueface. But now he might lose his kid, and this time it's over allegations that I guess he's having strippers perform for his son. So he's like going full on gay exorcist to make sure his kid's straight. The power of puss compels you. And I guess now the kid.
Here's $250. I want you to go in there and just shake your titties all around the son's head.
I want you to shake him straight. I'm worried he might be a homo. No, don't. By the way, the 313s you might see in the chat today are for my our buddy and listener RedBeard. God did not hear me right when I kept yelling, "Take red bar, take red bar, take red bar," and then he took our buddy RedBeard, who's been a fan of this show. There's OGs who are from the radio days, and then there's OGs who came over right when Twitch started. He's one of the guys who came over with the Bubba people after we did Bubba the Love Sponges show. He's been an unbelievably loyal fan since, and he passed away on Friday after some organ failure. I think it started his liver problems, but it was just kind of all over problems. And unfortunately, we lost RedBeard. He was very active. Like, our show is very cool. We talked about this last night, where our community kind of runs itself. I'm not over their shoulder. I don't do Reddit or Discord or anything like that. And that kind of allows our audience to venture out and talk however they want, because they know nobody from the show's watching, so they can say whatever they'd like to. I kind of like that. And I don't have to hear it if it's really good. I don't have to hear it if it's really bad. My head doesn't get swelled or shrunk one way or the other, and they get to have, free run of the joint. And RedBeard was one of those guys who was very active in that community, made a lot of friends in the steel toe world, and was just a really good guy. And he passed away. He leaves behind a 15-year-old son, and they're raising money for him on GoFundMe. Balls, if you could put the link to that up again. They've raised over $3,000 so far for RedBeard, which is awesome. That's great. Half of everything we go over on the show this week, we're going to put in that GoFundMe on Friday. And then also on Friday, we're going to, one of the listeners came up with this idea, and I loved it. We're giving him his VIP back on Friday. So RedBeard was a VIP. We're going to give him the $250 back, plus half of anything we go over this week. Not only that, but I'm also going to his home, and I'm taking back the clothes. Look, I mean, if I'm going to give back the VIP, you got it.
Right. I mean, and plus, like, no offense, not to be rude, he ain't going to wear them anymore, right? All right? Like, no offense.
Yeah, He can either, the only way he's stopping me from coming back and collecting my clothes is if he wears them into the casket. That's it.
I mean, what are you gonna do? What you're gonna keep these all in a closet in his memory?
Yeah.
You want more shit to pack? We're doing you a favor.
Exactly.
Less stuff to put in a box.
What we're doing is we're trying to help, and everyone mourns in their own way. You can't tell us how. No, it's unfortunate. It's very sad. It sucked to hear. We knew last week. Well, we've known for a while that he wasn't doing well, but we knew last week that it had taken another turn.
And things.
Yeah, he was in hospice, and hospice being that ultimate roach motel a lot of the times where you check in and you don't. Well, you do check out, I guess.
They keep calling me, and I'm like, I don't know if I got time.
You're like, you know what? You keep telling him, like, you know what? I'll turn myself in. Just give me time. Give me time. I need to get my affairs together, and then I'll be there.
I'm just so lazy.
Yeah, guys, if you contribute to the show and we go over, it just means that half of that's going to go to RedBeard at the end of the week. So thank you very much. Streamlabs, PayPal. Trampling at the Zoo says you should pay interest on RedBeard's $250. Everybody's an accountant.
I mean, technically, we haven't heard the reading of his will. How do we know he didn't pass his VIP on to his son?
Right. What if we find out that or what if we go, we do one of those dirty medieval king things? We're like, oh, we found his will, and he's left it, the VIP to us. It looks like he really wanted us to have it. As it were. Yes, it's so yeah. If you can go, I think is the link in the chat. Does someone have the RedBeard GoFundMe? Well, I guess. Oh no, that was yesterday. We had that pinned to the top of the chat. Put that up there. The GoFundMe for RedBeard, and contribute a couple of bucks that way if you'd like to.
Just put it in there.
Oh, there you go. All right, Balls Deep has it in the YouTube chat. If somebody wants to copy and paste that to the Rumble chat, that would be cool as well. Omega Wolf says RedBeard fashioned his steel toe hoodie into a union suit. The hood is the butt flap. These are all allegations that are coming in last minute. We didn't have time to check out any of these. So yes, rest in peace, RedBeard. As the title of today's episode depicts, today's show is in loving memory of RedBeard, and if today's show sucks, I think he goes to hell. So we've kind of got to do a good one. So hit thumbs up, hit like, hit subscribe, share the show. We appreciate that. Starting today, $50 ahead, so $300 away from today's goal. If you'd like to contribute to the program, there's the links in the chat. Streamlabs, PayPal, Steel Toe Media Inc. on Venmo. Some Android users were telling me that in Rumble, you can't click on links in the chat. For you people in Rumble, the links are in the description down below. So in the link to the Rumble video, it's there. Or check it out on the on YouTube as well. The Loon says RedBeard is getting more love in death than Aaron will get in life. How'd Cousins do yesterday, you queer? Go to love you. Yeah, it sounds like Monday during a football season with this crowd. Yeah, the Vikings lost to the Bucs, and before you start thinking like, oh man, the Bucs, huh? They must be sneaky better than a lot of people thought they were going to be this year. No, the Bucs are terrible. The Bucs are going to be terrible. They're a bad team, and we lost to them at home in the first game of the season. It sucks a dick. It's not good. Cousins did turn
so much happier with how my Sunday went. Jesus.
Yeah. He's Cousins turned the ball over 3 times. Bad news. It's not good. 2 fumbles. An interception where our receiver had the ball and the defender literally just ripped it away from him. That was it. I mean, he had the catch for a brief second.
And then, ball.
Yeah, and then the defender just snatched it from him. I did see that the Browns upset the Bengals as well. I'm pretty sure when I went to bed yesterday, Dallas had that game well in hand. I'm guessing that they beat the Giants last night. Give me 1 second. Oh, my God, 40-0.
That was almost murder.
So the Giants, I guess you could say, off to a rough start? Question mark?
Hey, guys, here are your balls. Feel free to take them home with you.
Jesus Christ. So, yeah, the Vikings starting the year off 0-1. The Packers kicked the shit out of the Bears. Jordan Love looked good. That's bad if you're a Vikings fan. And then, hey, but don't worry. We're 0-1 to start the year, but things should be just fine. We go to Philadelphia to play the Eagles on a short week Thursday. This is kind of like one of those worst-case scenarios, keeps getting worse kind of things. Like, we lost our first game of the year. You know what happens. What are you going to do? Yeah, but we lost it to a bad team. Yeah, but I'm sure you'll bounce back next Sunday. Oh, no, we don't play next Sunday. We play on Thursday. We play a few days earlier. Oh, that's okay. I'm sure the NFL gave you kind of a soft touch. Yeah, we're playing the defending NFC champions. And they won yesterday.
So good luck with that.
Yeah, good luck. The good news is I was playing the game. I was looking on Ticketmaster before the game, and tickets for club seating for the home opener were like $130, $140, like 15 minutes before game time. So that's encouraging. If we start out 0-2 and I go with April and Gino and Keanu to that game on the 24th, and we're 0-2, we might get a nice club seating experience for under $100. I mean, mostly because the Vikings might not win the thing, but I mean, a cheap
and you're
seat
looking at all this the wrong way. I mean, it's not really that bad. By being 0-1 from here, you literally can only go up. You can't go down anymore.
I mean, you do know how more losses work, don't you? I mean, you can go 0-2.
Well, yeah, you have more losses. You have more losses, but I mean, you still have, like, overall, you can't be the worst team after you're the worst team. You can't be more than the worst team.
Thank you. You have no idea how not encouraging that is.
Silver lining. Call it the Cousins.
You have no idea how not helpful that is to me. Gino's Alcoholic Liver with $1.99 says Bolts need a new coach like I need a new liver. Oh, Gino's liver. The wrong day to bring up livers. Gino's liver.
I was going to say, man, it's a touch harsh.
It's a sore subject. Thank you for starting us off, though. If you want to throw in Streamlabs, PayPal, Super Chats, memberships, Rumble Rants, etc. It's a $300 goal today, so we're hoping we can knock that out, start off successful, and keep this show on the air, basically. Times are tough for everybody, so anybody who can chip in is more valuable than ever before. And by the way, we can keep saying that as the Biden administration continues. Pretty much every day, everybody who contributes to this program is more important than the day before. As we laugh through our tears here in the United States of America, every person with $1 in their pocket is more important than the day before. Congratulations. So yes, 0-1 for the Vikings. RedBeard passed away. The economy, not the greatest. But you know what? We're going to find some gems today. I promise you. Like on Rumble, like on YouTube. Pump those numbers up today. Let's have a good one. Let's get off to a good start. About 400 in here in the first 15 minutes. I want to keep this show growing and keep this show going. This is my love. This is my passion. I hope everybody else loves it. And
it's also kind of your day job.
It's also my day job. I just want to. I don't want to starve to death. I'm just kidding. My kids will starve first. They're tiny.
That's because you got a stupid small dog, man. Yeah. You got to get a bigger dog with more meat on their bones.
That's true. I often wonder.
That's why I have 4 cats. I know I don't have enough to go around with one. You got to have a couple, you know?
I understand. I have a hard time thinking about people who have large dogs. I just think to myself, I'm like, how do you feed those? Like, it's got to be remarkable. You get a little bag of food for Gordy, and it lasts like a month.
Yeah,
it's great.
He's a tiny little thing.
Yeah, people who have these giant labs, and they're like, I go through an industrial horse feed bag every 3 days. And you're like, stop it. Stop getting that kind of dog. He's eating you out of house and home, for God's sake.
I have 120-pound, freaking giant, what are those? I can't remember the name of them now. Wolfhounds, Mastiffs? There we go. Fucking, you get one of those big ass dogs. They're going to be feeding it like, I don't know, 40, 50 pounds of food a week. It's just like, Jesus, man, that thing. Like, eventually you're just like, all right, so like I could start feeding it my neighbors, right? Like,
Yeah, exactly. You got
He hasn't returned my grill. Get him.
You got to come up with organic solutions. Riding Dirty Llama with a good point says you won't starve. You have kids to eat. Although they'd stay alive longer eating me than I would stay alive eating them. Look, these are all things to think about as we head into the new economy. These are all things
Plus,
you should
they're
be
remarkably wiry. How are you going to prep them? You know, they're just going to be squirming the whole time.
These are all things we should be preparing for. These are all, what do you call them? Backup plans that we all need. These are all contingencies that we have to be prepping for as gas continues to rise and everyone continues to be broke, unfortunately. All right, let's get down to business with our first story of the day. This is actually local to Minnesota.
Okay.
We passed, the state of Minnesota passed a new law. Oh, by the way, I got my $17 billion Minnesota state government surplus. Congratulations for being married and having kids check from the government. $17 billion surplus for Minnesota. And I... one of the higher level recipients, because being married and having children,
Keep bragging, asshole.
A whopping, if I may use the word whopping, which is kind of racist, a whopping, remember, $17 billion. It's a record surplus. Minnesota has never even come close to that. We've probably got 2 million taxpayers in this whole state. And we had $17 billion in surplus. That's a lot of money you could kick around. We're talking maybe $6,000 a taxpayer. Well,
yeah.
And now you add the kids and the fact that I'm married in the mix, so that's 2 people rather than 1, plus a few more kids. I got, and I'm not trying to brag here, out of that $17 billion surplus, a whopping $780.
I got like $250, so I mean,
after looking at it and then considering, so basically it's like 390 because you got to remember there's 2 working adults in there. So you look at $17 billion in surplus, meaning they took $17 billion more in tax money
than they needed to.
Then they spent. And they decided we all get, as adults with a few kids, $390. It's the biggest butt fucking I've ever. Because if you think about it, here, let's take a quick look. Let's do the math on this. If you go 17 billion, which is a lot, 17 billion, and you divide it by 2.5 million taxpayers, that's $6,800 per taxpayer. And if you have kids, you got just a shade under 400, which means you overpaid in taxes still with the rebate by $6,400 this last year. And when you consider how things are, $6,400 would go a ways for a lot of people.
6,400 or 64,000?
6,400.
Okay,
per taxpayer.
I don't know. You did a lot of math there, and I am dumb, so I got lost.
I understand. $6,400 per taxpayer. Thank you, Sad Boy, for gifting a membership to Amy Staley. Yeah, everybody become a member. Everybody support the show however you can. It's we're hoping to knock this thing out today, and half of everything we go over is going to RedBeard and his GoFundMe. Rest in peace, RedBeard, at the end of the week. Mr. St. Caesar says, your house didn't burn down. You don't deserve $700. Oh, my God. Think about that. I got, for the state of Minnesota having a surplus, the same amount Maui's getting from the government for their fucking house burning down. Holy shit.
Seems like an awfully not accidental manner.
Right. Boy, it's just, as bad as it looks when you say it on its face, you can keep finding more examples of how screwed up things are to make it look even worse than that. Ed Bigot on socialist media says, I bet your politicians gave themselves a nice raise. No. They don't give themselves just straight up raises anymore. They do this thing where they give money to companies who helped them get there, and then those companies just kick on back.
Yeah, they start washing each other's hands, and it just becomes really nice and self-fulfilling for them.
Brother Baines is a 2-bit hustler, but one hand washes the other. Diesel Cat says you got $80 more. Technically, it was for 2 people. It was April and myself. So it's technically
so how much did
$3.90.
April get then?
Well, no, we're a married couple, so we got it. But I'm saying because
they give you all the money, like they just trust that you're the right person to give the money to.
It came in both our names. Both. Yeah, that both our names on it. And then it said repeal the 19th, and I was like, oh, fucking base checks. I like this. No, if you've lived in Minnesota for more than 5 minutes, you know that's not how they do business here in the Great White North. Now, another thing we did during this last session was we passed a new law that it confused the shit out of schools. This was a very government thing. We passed a rule about SROs, the school resource officers, the cops that you had in school when you were a kid. Correct me if I'm wrong, we started doing this after Columbine, right?
I believe so.
Yeah, we started having the cops.
I mostly remember it in high school, so yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah. So after Columbine, they started putting cops in the schools. And you can probably still name your school cop today from high school. And they made new rules now. Because as we see more fights in schools and as we see more kids just, 3-on-1ing each other in the hallways, the state of Minnesota decided, well, you know whose fault this is that all these kids are beating the shit out of each other? It's the school resource officer's fault. And not, I know what you're thinking, like, well, yeah, it could be their job is to keep the school safe and there's fighting going on. No, you don't understand. You see, our Democratic governor and our Democratic government decided the problem was those cops are there. And that's
why these children are fighting, is because there's the presence of authority.
Yeah.
If you take away all authority and restriction, they will behave like mature, responsible adults. They have nothing else to do.
Well, that's one of those things where, at the end of the day, as they decided it was the cops' fault for being there, they basically defund the police movement at the Minnesota schools. So but they didn't tell the cops to leave. They didn't tell the cops to get out. Basically, what they told the school was they passed this law that was so indecipherable. All of the schools were saying, can I get some guidance on this? Because it sounded to the schools like it said the school resource officer can't put its hands on any kids. Can't restrain them, can't touch them, can't. Well, then the police departments went, well, I'm not looking to get my guys sued. I'm not looking to get my guys arrested. I'm not looking for my officers to, end up in jail over this shitty new law. So the school resource officers in a lot of schools in Minnesota now have been pulled. Because if you have a cop in your school, but he can't put his hands on anyone, there's no real point of being a cop in school anymore.
Right.
There's nothing you can do.
And let me guess, since they pulled out the cops, surprisingly, all the violence has stopped.
Well, you would think that. But it turns out
they got rid of the problem.
Kids are just beating the living shit out of each other now in schools. There's one video. I don't know if I can play this. I can tell you guys the story, but I don't know if I can play the video because I know, YouTube's rule on like showing people getting the shit beat out of them.
Yeah.
Like they got weird rules about that. I can walk you through this in a play-by-play, but Mankato East High School, Mankato's about an hour or so south of the cities, the Twin Cities, Minneapolis, St. Paul. Not quite to the Iowa border, but getting close. Mankato East High School went on lockdown for about 30 minutes Friday morning as police responded to a huge fight on campus. Now, this is the funny part about this new law that the governor signed. We don't want the cops being rough with people in school. We don't want the cops putting hands on kids, which is funny because if you would have asked me, I would have said we need the school resource officers to be more proactive in physically stopping kids from doing this stuff. Well, now you get rid of the school resource officers by light of this new rule, and now you have like mountains of police showing up at your school to try and stop shit. It's the irony of all ironies. They responded to a huge fight on campus Friday. This comes as a new state law restricting the types of restraints that can be used on students who are acting illegally prompted numerous police agencies to remove their school resource officers from districts across the state, including the Mankato Department of Public Safety. Police say the ambiguous language in the law could open them up to legal ramifications. Yeah, I mean, you know how sue-happy people are now anyway. Now you give them this law that, bans officers from restraining kids a certain way. That's just a recipe for your department to get sued. I mean, you're exposed as all hell.
Yeah, and especially right now where the state government has literally like billions of dollars that they can just write a payoff check. Like, I'm sure now is never a good time to be like, you know what? How about we sue them?
Yeah, right. I mean, the government. I mean, you saw what happened with the George Floyd thing. They did all right on.
But I feel like that had nothing to do with a surplus. That was a bunch of people going right there going, oh, we feel so bad. We feel so guilty. We are just going to give you millions and millions of dollars.
It was also the city of Minneapolis, which, I don't know if they've been very
Which
good.
is so weird for such a, a Republican district, a Republican to see them be like, you know what we're going to do? We're going to give a bunch of money to the poor and disenfranchised. I've never seen that before.
Michael B says, so what do they do? Direct traffic at the gang fight? That's just it. Like, what do you do? Like, hey, guys, break it up. Hey, no, guys, I mean it. Like, do you find one of those cops who can do the finger whistle? Yeah, I can't do it, obviously.
I'm going to tell you what most of them are going to do. They're going to lock the door to their office and pull up Pornhub on their phone because they've got nothing to fucking do all day. That's why.
And they have to do it on their phone because the damn school can't afford laptops for these guys anymore. Unfortunately, poor guys. Yes. You got to do it on the small screen. Mankato area public school superintendent Paul Peterson told families in a September 1st email that SROs will not be physically located at Mankato schools, but will be available on an on-call basis to assist school staff. I mean, let's forget for a second the Overton window shift of needing police officers on call at schools and how much of a defeat that is in and of itself. We're long past that. Now the fact that you can't even have them in the school because you're worried if, one kid's beating the shit out of another kid and the officer tackles him the wrong way, well, now the officer's the asshole. Because when it comes to school safety and you've got 2 or 3 kids beating the living dick out of another kid, the real thing you need to be concerned with is whether or not the officer is stopping it correctly.
Yeah, I feel like a lot of this comes down to people being afraid of oh, this is automatic. Is this racial? Because the 2 people fighting aren't of the same color. Like the cop isn't this. And that's another problem too. We get so caught up over the shades of the people involved in the altercation that we completely forget any of the facts about it. Like, oh, well, this guy's a cop and he's trying to stop this situation from happening. Yes, but that person is a person of color and he used too much force. Like, he wouldn't have been there if they would have stopped punching each other. Okay.
Right. Exactly. They're like, hey, what about that headlock that kid put on that guy? How about the fact that guy just curb stomped a kid 5 seconds ago? Are we not worried about this? No, we have to make sure the cops don't do the wrong thing. I can't imagine why schools are not doing as well as they were a generation ago. I wish we had some kind of...
I bet, too, the resource officers now probably don't wear plain clothes anymore. I bet they're fully tacticaled out with their vests and shit.
Yeah. They're just, they're there in SWAT gear just when they come to work. They've got the shield. Because I remember,
back in the day, the school resource officer came in uniform on, the first and last day, I think it was, or whatever. Or after big breaks or whatever, or something like that. But either way, for the most part, the school resource officer, it was the first day he wore the outfit, so he stood out, so you knew that's the guy, especially for new people. But then, the rest of the year, he was just wearing, khakis and a sport coat like any other teacher. Just fucking.
Really?
I mean, yeah, he had a gun and a vest on, but he.
And that's really the only message that needs to be sent.
Yeah. You knew he had a gun, and you were well aware he had pepper spray, which he had used once in our school.
So now we're talking about 2000 to 2005. That's what the cops look like now. If they ever let them back in the schools, you're basically they're going to dress up like the Spartans and just do a phalanx in schools. You're just going to have shields and batons, and they're going to be marching forward.
This is junior high.
This is So now they passed this law, and people have been looking to the governor, and they've been going, hey, the cops are gone. There's huge fights. This is basically Afghanistan or Vietnam at this point. What are we going to do? They've been asking the governor about this. They're like, it seems like you signed a law, or it sounds like you signed a bill into law, and you didn't know what the fuck it did when you signed it. And his response the last few weeks has been, well, we're gonna give you clarification on this in the coming days and weeks. I'm like, yeah, you know what? Don't rush. It's only the school year. Kids are already getting, somebody already said it in the chat. Why aren't you stomping Private Pyle's guts out? We're already in Full Metal Jacket at this point. Don't rush on the clarification on what can be done. According to the report, the governor claimed police agencies have received enough clarity from the Attorney General's office, insurance providers, and the League of Minnesota Cities to begin renewing their contracts with districts for SRO services. It's funny. They pass these laws, they pass these bills, and then as soon as you go, hey, this is kind of fucking up our shit, could you explain to us how this works? They're like, no, you've got it from here.
You're good.
Yeah, we're like, well, no, we don't. We don't have it from here.
Hey, at least this is the only law in the state that they've done that with recently, even.
Yeah, we've done a real good job of explaining ourselves. So we need you to clarify for us because we're not really sure what we can and can't do. Oh, no, you're good. We've explained it well enough. No. I'm here today telling you haven't done that because I still don't know. Well, we've got it taken care of. No, but you don't. Yeah, no, we're good. I guess
you're fine.
I guess that's one way to close the book on an issue is just pretend it's not existing anymore. That's pretty much
the only people it's harming are the constituents of the state. So who really cares?
Walls is doing his impression on this issue as Biden is with the recession issue. Just say it's not one. Say you've done enough. Say it's going great, and then we don't have to do anything anymore.
They're both just sticking their proverbial heads in the sand on the issue.
Yeah. We do have the clip of the fight at Mankato East High School. I'll play a real short snippet of this. It's not good. It's a 2 or 3 on 1.
Oh wow.
Yeah. That's that's all I'll play. Viewer discretion advised and all that. YouTube gets fucky on things like that. It's only a 7-second video anyway. And then there's a part 2 to it that's 7 seconds long. Surprise, surprise. It's just more of them kicking and beating the young man about the head. That's where they end up.
See, like, I don't know, man. I feel like having a cop willing to come in and, like, spear one of those 3 kids to the ground would send a very clear message to the other 2.
Right. Like,
maybe this ain't the right thing to do, or at least, a little more decorum, perhaps, in how you behave at school.
Yeah, they keep doing this weird thing where they like try to treat the kids like they're UN diplomats. It's like, no, some of them just need to be tackled out of their shoes and be removed. Like, they think that everyone's redeemable. Like, we'll be able to, the cop will sit these kids down and they'll have like a Dog the Bounty Hunter in the back seat of the car with the criminal speech, and then the guy will turn his life around. That didn't even happen in Dog the Bounty Hunter. If you probably went and looked those guys up, they were reoffending 2 weeks later. So this idea that like, oh, all kids can be saved. No, some of these kids need to be removed so that the other kids, it's like pulling weeds or trimming branches. Some of these need to be removed so that we don't get a snarl or a tangle and the other plants can be allowed to grow. Right. Sometimes these schools want these kids in class more than the kids want to be in class. And
overall, let's be honest, the kids aren't exactly trying in class because they don't want to be there. Overall, they're going to end up in the same spot. The trajectory is almost preset at this point. Yeah. It doesn't really matter if they're in the school or not. They're going to get to the same point either way.
Right. Greasy N-word with $5 says, Mandingo High is my alma mater. Are you telling me that when you get a bunch of, well, I can't read that can't read or write at an adult level in government, you get incomprehensible laws? You could certainly draw some lines if you wanted to, Greasy, but I'll leave that up to you. $20 from the Loon as things get started this morning.
Thank you.
Says this is for Kirk Cousins' moving costs or for you to buy the next bum Vikings jersey. That's not very nice, sir. I still have hope for my team. It's a lot less than I had before the game started yesterday, but I still have hope.
Yeah, I mean, we're only one game in. Give us like a couple more weeks. I feel like 3 or 4 more losses and reality will finally settle in. Aaron will be black-pilled on again. Like, whatever, we suck.
The thing about football is this. Sometimes you pull off the upset and things get right back on track. You need to win 10 or 11, probably 10 games to make the playoffs. And you look through the schedule at the beginning of the year and you find your 10. And then you lose one of those. And you're like, well, now all we have to do is we have to win one of the games that weren't one of the 10. And we'll be okay.
We'll just do this huge upset this Thursday and bang, we're back in it.
That's exactly how I believe. Quit mocking my belief system.
I will mock it thoroughly on Monday.
That's my belief. My belief system is that if we pull it off against the Eagles, hey, we're 1-1, and I expected to be 1-1 at this point in the year. Doesn't matter how we got there, we got there. But I don't think we're going to beat the Eagles. I think that could get very, very ugly very, very quickly. Balls Deep, thank you for gifting a membership. Oh my goodness, a little rally here for the Steel Toe. Sandboy with $9.99 says for the goal. Yes, for the goal. 275 away. You guys are already under 300 by the end of we're not even to the end of the first hour yet. And you guys are 275 away. Thank you guys very much. Hobo Chili Recipe says loser coping. No. It's not loser coping. It's PR spin. There's a difference. PR spin is totally different. If the season
loser coping involves more alcohol.
Yeah, and more losing. We got to lose a lot more before that happens. Right now, I'm just adjusting. Week. Yeah, give me on Friday. I'll let you know. Hobo Chili says the Eagles are going to destroy you guys, and I can't stand the Eagles. Yeah, I hate the Eagles too. I hate their fans.
America's bird, man. How dare you?
I hate their city. I hate the people who like them. Oh, they really are just vermin. Yule Gibbons says, I just hope all the teams have fun. Johnny, when I was a kid, they used to tell us, if you had fun, you have won. And now our generation is starting to run cities and states. And it's working out awesome.
Love those participation trophies. Going great.
John McClain's sign says, less coping, more doping. Yeah, let's get these guys shot up with some roids. They're not looking.
Actually, yeah, I kind of actually believe that should be the rule. Like, if your team is playing like dog shit, you should be allowed to dope. But then you'd see like the best teams in the league fucking tank their season all year long so they can just fucking roid the hell out and then steamroll.
I think if you're under 500, your team should get to do roids. That's the rule. Baseball, basketball, football, doesn't matter. You get to do roids. The Loon says, oh, Hobo, until you get a... Oh, Jesus, I got to read these in advance. Sometimes the...
sometimes
the listeners talk to each other, and I step in the middle of something I had no idea about, and it derails the entire program. So, but hey, you two have fun with your argument.
You get a little too Ron Burgundy sometimes when you go to the chat.
Yes.
I'm just going to read this. I'm like, proofreading may be relevant.
I want to make sure I'm caught up with the chat. I want to make sure everyone gets their voice heard, and then I go to do that, and I realize, you know what? Radio has it right. Yeah, radio has it right. Not everyone deserves to have their voice heard. Some people just want to accuse people of the R word in the chat, which, look.
Wow.
You guys do what you want. I don't have to be a part of it. I've been seeing this a lot lately. I guess a lot of celebrities are kind of like, I don't know if this is just a normal thing to do after somebody gets convicted and is going to prison for a heinous crime. But a lot of people in Hollywood are talking about Danny Masterson now. A lot of them are talking about the potential cover-up that Scientology engaged in. A lot of people are talking about, a lot of people are doing their victory laps like, oh, yeah, I knew this guy was a fucking creep. And I'm like, Never thought to tell any of us, though.
Yeah.
Never.
A lot of people are pointing out stuff that's been out for a while. But see, it was known back then. It's like, no. It wasn't known. That was a clip out of context that now looks very suspicious in hindsight. Go hold them.
Like they're trying to throw out this clip of Ashton Kutcher with Mila Kunis. And like he's trying to kiss her, and she's
yesterday,
and she's underage, and then they ended up being married. So I guess
which I said more creepier stuff about Hollywood overall. That it's like, hey, we have a 14-year-old actress and a 19-year-old actor. We want you guys to pretend like your relationship. Go ahead and kiss each other. That's fine.
Yeah, that's odd. And then also, the way they sexualize people in Hollywood, like you're 19 and 14, and they're like, let's make them fuck, and you're like, guys, you're weird. You're odd. You're strange. You're immoral. You're demons. You're devils. You're awful. And then you have a guy like Danny Masterson who actually becomes a sex pest, to say the very least. And now I don't know if this is Scientology or like Danny Masterson's in case of incarceration break glass. But yeah, they started releasing these videos of Ashton Kutcher talking about, Hillary Duff's 15 and everyone's waiting for her to turn 18 and all this other stuff. And I'm just kind of sitting there watching it going, now, wait a minute. You guys do understand that Danny Masterson is not going to prison for 30 years for saying weird shit about a 15-year-old. He's going to jail for actual rape. Like, he's not. I love this idea. They're like, oh, man, see this, the Ashton Kutcher, he likes to be on his high horse. Look what he said about Hillary Duff. Yeah, he said a lot of guys are waiting till she turns 18. That's a lot. Guess what? He's still on. If Danny Masterson is out in the middle of Creep Ocean, Ashton Kutcher's still on the shore.
Yeah, he's still. That's a little creepy, but also at the same rate. How old was he when he said that? Like, again, this is one of the other things where I'm like, see how creepy this was with him betting Kutcher to kiss her when she was 40. I'm like, yeah, it is creepy. It is weird. It is fucked up. But he is also 19. Like, he's not like 20 or 25 or whatever. Well, I suppose 20 is only another year older. Yeah. But at either rate, he is like still relatively like just became an adult. So it's not okay, but it's not like he's really creeping on her. And the whole idea of like, oh man, this idea that Danny did this or that or said this or that back in the day proves that no, it just again proves that they're being creepy and weird, but it's not really like inadvertent evidence, especially of what's happened now. The weird part is people defending him now. That's the fun part.
Are there still people defending him now?
Well, Ashton Kutcher and Mila Kunis made character letters that they wrote to the judge, and that
I have those,
an apology letter.
Yeah, I have those. I haven't read them yet. I got
They made an apology video after that. Like, we didn't mean to hurt the victims. That's not at all. These were just letters about the person that we knew that his family asked us to write. It's one of those we're going to cover our ass and still say we care about the victims.
Toastmaster says maybe Corey Feldman will finally tell his whole story. Yeah. No, you know what Corey Feldman's really good at? Telling you he's about to tell you the full story and then getting some money for something like a nice 5-figure amount and then not saying anything. He's like, hey, he's kind of like a Bitcoin scammer in a way where he's like, if you give me this much money, I'll tell you this person's name. And then you give him like 50 grand and he's like, he wore a blue hat. Hey, wait a minute. You told me you were going to tell me who it was. You're getting there. Fucking
dude, I think honestly either A, nothing happened or not nothing. Either A, he has nothing, or B, the thing I think is also a very likely possibility. Somebody's paying him not to say anything, and he keeps doing this baiting thing to get a paycheck like behind the scenes.
Yeah, that's what I think too. I think what's happening with Corey Feldman is that he does, I believe him, he knows names. I believe he threatens to tell them, and then those names cut him a check, and he gets to, live his lifestyle a little bit longer, and then he goes back underground. It's a nice little extortion racket that he's got going.
All at the expense of his friend.
Hobo Chili Recipe with $2 says, I hope Kirk Cousins goes down to Kensington and gets a fentanyl fajita. Let's get this garbage quarterback on the fast track to bum status. Let's beat Ryan Leaf's record. It's hurtful.
Wow, Hobo.
Ace with $5 says, I used to be a classical liberal, but what the fuck is going on? I tend to agree with you, Johnny, and April parroting your takes these days. Oh, you're parroting our takes these days.
Oh.
Well, look, Ace, I told you. This show fucking grows on people. Everybody starts out like, oh, it show sucks, and I want more blood and drama and this and that. And we're like, I don't know, how about we do a talk show and we say funny things and we bring up interesting stories so that even if the funny things fall flat, we're still talking about interesting topics that you can dig into. And now look at you, Ace. Now you're a poisoned cult member. Run, Ace. Run as fast as you can. But we will be taking that $5.
And just remember, it's like I said, handicapped people aren't to be trusted.
No, or women. Or Jews.
They're
like
almost
me.
as bad.
Thank you to Mike's Tool and Nail for $20 over on PayPal. Says, fuck it. We'll do it live. Thank you very much, Mike. $250. Wow, hey, thanks, guys. $250 away from today's goal. In the words of a very famous comedian, we're doing it. We're doing it. We're doing it. And by the way, under 300, not even at the end of the hour yet. Keep going. Thank you guys very much.
That's amazing. Thank you so much.
There's all the links in the chat, and thank you. Ace says, I always liked the show. I know. I just mean people in general. You were saying I used to be this. Now I find myself agreeing with this. I'm saying, the shit grows. It just kind of festers, if you will. MSO is putting Blueface, to give you an idea of where Blueface, or MSO is, not Blueface. To give you an idea of where MSO is right now, he's putting a chilled face emoji in the chat, so he's very nervous about you guys being at 250. So I guess keep it going, because anything we go over today, we keep tallies. Half of it goes to RedBeard's GoFundMe. We lost RedBeard, of course, over the weekend, if you didn't hear. And half of everything we go over this week is going to go to his family. And then we're going to give back his VIP at the end of the week as well, which seems a little morbid, I guess, but somebody brought it up and I loved the idea. So,
again, like, he's not going to use it anymore. So, I mean, you can have that back.
What if when we do shows, we start getting RedBeard ticket requests and you're like, hey, you cheater, pumpkin eater. But it's like, it's his kid. And I'm like, hey, we gave you back your VIP, you little fuck. And he's like, oh, but my dad died. And you'll be like, shit. You know what? Gotta give it to him. Gotta give it to him.
The VIP thing and the tickets are how we uncover the fact that the whole death was faked. It's some sort of insurance scam. Nobody would have caught on if it wasn't for that goddamn steel toe show.
I think in the chat yesterday during the members only show, which become a member, you get extra shows and extra content. And tonight we'll be launching the locals community. That's pretty fun. We got approved on Friday, I think.
Coming swingers finally, huh? Interesting.
Yes.
Locals community. That sounds, dude. Seriously, we're launching the locals community. That sounds very much like a all right. So put on a mask, drop your keys in a bowl, and let's have a good time.
Yeah, it's going to be a 24-hour chat. We're going to put stuff in there early. Like when I'm prepping the show the night before, I'm going to put links into like some stuff we'll be doing the next day, and it'll be kind of a more immersive experience over there on locals. So we'll get it going tonight, and we'll launch it during the evening show. Scarface says, and then there are the ROTC fans that became Steel Toe fans who are already clown-pilled as fuck. Thank God. BYB Podcast did say earlier, the Quadfather did say, I agree, Johnny, don't trust cripples.
Yeah.
There you go.
We're too determined.
BYB Podcast with 199 also says, if I die, can I have my super chat money back? Yes, but don't make me sign anything. Yeah, sure, absolutely.
You got receipts, right? Like, we're gonna need receipts.
You have to keep your receipts, otherwise how do I know you've actually donated, or if you're trying to run the scam on me? I don't know these. I'm a simple butcher's boy.
Can't understand that voice. I don't know why you do.
Oh God, you piece of shit. Mr. Nagel says, can we use the Minnesota surplus to cover the goals this week? They kept it all. They kept it and gave us nothing. All right, let's go into these Topher Grace, Ashton Kutcher, Danny Masterson reactions. People accuse Hollywood celebrities of being vapid and, self-unaware and trying to make everything about themselves. And I think that's really unfair. And these...
That's just Elisa Jordana.
Yeah, well, right. That's IP2 streamers. But, Ashton Kutcher and Mila Kunis had some letters, some apologies that apparently people didn't like. So they wanted to make sure, even though Danny Masterson, clearly the bad guy and is going to prison for 30 years, Ashton and Mila couldn't help but go, hey, excuse me, we have something to say about this. And then I guess Topher Grace, I don't know if he's doing it or if people are doing it on his behalf, but there's a lot of Topher Grace I told you so's going out there. Like, imagine, I'm guessing it's fans, because imagine if Topher Grace came out publicly, because I don't think he's been acting. I think he hated the business and he left. But
He stopped or something a while ago. We haven't seen him forever.
Yeah, I'm thinking somebody, might have tried to get into his butthole once and he said, not worth it. But like a lot of people now, because he isolated himself during that 70s show and didn't want to get, kind of mixed up in whatever they were doing. So now a lot of people are going, see, Topher Grace had it right. You got to keep your distance. Topher Grace told you so. And it's like, yeah, I'm not sure that's what Danny Masterson's victims need to hear right now. Is that Topher Grace was right, bro. They didn't. I mean, I don't think they were in the same position as Topher. And also, I don't know if Topher was Danny's taste.
I hate that name.
Topher. Yeah, it sounds like bad vegan food. It really does. But
I'm eating imitation golfer. It's called Topher.
Yeah. Perfect right there. Topher Grace was once labeled an outsider on the set of That 70s Show. But after Danny Masterson's imprisonment this week, many are saying he was right to steer clear. I don't think Topher Grace ever said, oh boy, I better isolate myself on the set or Danny Masterson will butt fuck me. I think he just saw a lot of young kids potentially getting in trouble and a lot of the trappings of Hollywood life. And he decided that he would kind of stick to himself and not get himself in any trouble.
They're not socialized with all these people, lest one actually be a raper.
Yeah. It's not like Topher Grace was sitting there, and he'd go home and his parents would go, hey, Topher, I was filming. He's, I kind of stuck to myself and, didn't really talk to anybody. And I kind of stayed away from everything. Oh, why? Because you're worried one of the castmates will rape you? And you're like, no, that's not it at all. I just don't want to get caught up in anything that could get me in. Jesus, mom and dad. No. And then 30 years later, or 20 years later, whatever it is, his parents call him, hi, Topher. You saw about your friend Danny? Yeah, we told you what would happen. He's like, that's not why I did it. Click. Laura Prepon was not, well, we don't know. She's a Scientologist too. They're all keeping quiet. Oh my God, it all makes sense now. There have been a lot of reactions in the wake of Masterson getting sentenced to 30 years behind bars. This was after he was convicted of R-wording to when, God, I hate YouTube. I hate when YouTube just makes me talk like a toddler. R-ing
because
two
they
women.
Can't handle words, right?
Right, exactly. Well, we got to be worried about people who have triggers. No, those people need to stay away from media. The rest of the world needs to be able to talk open and honestly like adults about these issues. We can't, if we slow it down for everybody who can't handle it. I'm sorry, guys, this is going to send me on another rant. If we slow it down for people who can't handle it, it doesn't make all of us better. It slows all of us down. So if you're mentally crippled, and rightfully so, because something traumatic happened to you, the rest of us mentally crippling ourselves is not helpful. That's just, now we're all in wheelchairs. No offense, quad father. Now we're all
You're
just
making my point for me without even trying. Like, hey, by bringing it down to their level, we're all doing worse. Like, see what I mean?
Right?
Just stay away from.
I mean, so this whole idea of like, well, we can't say that word on YouTube because it might trigger. No. Then the problem is the rest of us don't need to talk like kids because we have emotional trauma, which is very unfortunate. The people who have that emotional trauma need to stay away from things that might upset them, because these people you're telling to dumb down their language, they've done nothing wrong. They should be allowed to speak however they want to. The people who have the trauma should protect themselves from any potential triggers, which is a good thing.
I should be allowed to say that he had a few good goddamn ideas.
No, different guy.
Oh,
different guy. I don't think you feel that way
Whoops.
about Danny Masterson. No. Ironically, always late to trains, historically. There have been a lot of reactions after the conviction, and one of those is a re-examination of Topher Grace's reputation as a cast member on their sitcom. It was well documented at the time, especially on E's True Hollywood Story. It was known that Topher simply wasn't all that close to the boys in the cast, with Ashton Kutcher, Wilmer Valderrama, and by the way, I don't know how to say I think I can say it this way. They should have been keeping an eye on that Wilder Valderrama, because you understand that his relationship with Demi Lovato conveniently began the day she turned 18. They said, oh, they're dating. Oh, just randomly today on her 18th birthday, they haven't been dating or fucking or anything like that before she was 18. Oh, no, they've just been really good friends for a few years now. Okay, Hollywood actor, cute singer. They've just been friends for a few years, and then magically, on the same day that happened to be her 18th birthday, they decided they should date. Yeah, I'm sorry, but to quote Super Troopers, do we look like the two dumbest guys in the world to you?
Actually, yes, we do.
Yeah. So Topher Grace, so you got Ashton Kutcher, who's with, I almost said Demi Moore, Mila Kunis, he was with Demi Moore, significantly younger, and when he met her was underage. Wilder Valderrama with Demi Lovato, who was very underage when he met her. And then Danny Masterson, who's going to jail for 30 years. Yeah, I'd say Topher Grace was pretty smart. But again, I don't know if Topher Grace did that because he's like, oh, these three guys are creeps, or if he's just like, in general, I want to keep my nose clean.
Yeah, I think it's probably a lot more of the second one, because especially in the beginning of all this, like Danny Masterson, Topher Grace, all of them, they don't know where the show is going to go. They don't know the heights it's going to reach or anything like that. And from like a professional standpoint, not tying yourself down with that group of people gives you a lot of mobility in terms of like leaving the show, doing other projects, whatever. If you suddenly have like relationships and things like that with people, and then it all gets a lot more complicated. It's a job. Treat it like a job.
Right. And that's exactly what he did. And then, you know,
they're not your friends.
And then, yeah, then they insult him for it and they act like he's a piece of shit. And then, unfortunately, with these, that's the thing about taking these stances where you see things that other people don't, is that you have to wait sometimes 2, 3, 4, 20 years before you can go, see, I told her so. I told her so. And then by the time it comes, you're like, oh, that was... By the time the vindication comes, you're already second-guessing yourself, like, was it really worth waiting this long? Jesus Christ. Jim Ward Nichols says Leah Remini will never talk about her past fucking David Miscavige and other high-ranking members of the church to get where she is. She got out, though. Like, Leah Remini got out, and she's been ratting people out. I don't know. I don't think she's afraid of David Miscavige. She basically accused David of murdering his wife with no evidence. I mean, that's pretty ballsy. Robinson says Ashton found his girlfriend after she was murdered. Found his girlfriend's body after she was murdered by a serial killer, then called Danny instead of 911. I didn't know that. Robinson also with a great point, Johnny. Hey, Wilder Valderrama may have probably dated her before she was of age and then announced it on her 18th birthday. But as Robinson says, at least Demi Lovato turned out fine.
Yeah, she's not damaged at all.
No, she's doing great. Well, if anything, you know, he did a mitzvah for her. She was, notice once she left Wilder Valderrama, all the shit.
Yeah, and I'm sure all of her, if she has any mental damage or baggage, I'm sure it all came from him. I'm sure she had none of it going in from anything else she's done in the industry.
You know, being famous since you were 15.
Wasn't she one of the Mickey Mouse people?
She was it Mickey Mouse Club? I know she was a Disney Channel
I thought she was a Disney person overall.
She was a Disney kid. She did Camp Rock. Don't ask. I was not not into Camp Rock. I just, you know, I may or may not have watched a Demi Lovato documentary once on YouTube. Mm-hmm. I think it was between heroin ODs.
Half a bottle of hand lotion.
It was between ODs. So it was, her first OD was done and she was on the path to recovery, but this wasn't the New Year's OD. from a few years ago that she, came back fat and vegan, which is weird that you would be able to come back those two things. She came back fat, vegan, and trans, and now she's a little skinnier, eating meat, and likes dick
Straight-ish.
again. Yeah, and is a woman. So,
Well, you said she was eating meat, so
Yeah.
of course she likes dick.
so, hey, that's her journey. That's her journey. If she wants to be an immature little bitch and blow everybody, hey, that's her journey. That's her journey.
Like Mitt Romney, the hot dog is her favorite meat.
Yes. Erock says, Barney. Demi was on Barney.
All right, there
That's
we go.
where she got her start. Hey, kids. Would you like to shoot some black tar heroin and give me a hand job?
I love you, you love me. The producer stuck it in my D.
Oh, how you stick it in someone's D?
In their dick, the urethra. I
So
thought Barney was a dude. If he's singing the song,
Oh, see, I thought you fucked up an ad lib and are now embarrassingly covering for it.
no. I'm saying if you're dominating a dinosaur, you gotta get creative.
You have to engage in what they call urethral sounding.
Yeah,
In order,
it's
to,
rough.
All right,
You ever self-cath? This is worse.
Okay. So I'm sorry, we got off on a Demi Lovato tangent. I wanted to get to the Ashton Kutcher. I keep almost saying Demi Moore, Mila Kunis letters. They wrote a letter as Danny was being sentenced to prison that a lot of people took as supporting him,
Yup.
which I don't get that level of support. I don't get that level of like getting people's back. This is what makes me think that all these people in Hollywood know all the terrible, dastardly things that all of them have done, because there's no other explanation for writing letters that defend a guy like Danny Masterson. It's kind of like these women who defend Woody Allen amidst the things he's been accused of. These women who still work with Roman Polanski, who's a piece of monkey shit. And there were even women who were like kind of given the benefit of the doubt to old Weinstein. And it only makes me think that all of these people who have done shady shit know about the shady shit all these other people have done. And so these other people whose, skeletons have not come out of their closet make sure that they talk nice about the guy who just art a bunch of chicks.
Yeah. And the worst part for this is like with the part that weirds me out is like, you guys, he was already convicted and found guilty, and now you decide to wade in publicly. Like now you decide to like, hey, we're going to write a letter. We're going to say something because he's been publicly found guilty of this. I feel like no matter what you think or feel about the dude, publicly found guilty. Whoa, time to distance myself. How about I stay over here?
Yeah.
It's been a while since that show.
Right. But if that guy knows something and he's going to prison, he's got no reason to keep quiet unless, you say something nice about him? I don't know. The celebrity couple,
Danny, it'd be horrible if you slipped or something on the way in. You know what I'm saying? Just to take care of yourself.
The celebrity couple who both starred with Danny on that 70s show have been getting crucified online after it came out. They each wrote letters to the judge in DMs in Danny Masterson's sentencing hearing, in which they said he was of good character and deserved mercy. Oh, no. Of course, a lot of people didn't take too kindly to that. And it seems Ashton and Mila are fully aware of it because they just posted an apology video online.
Do you want to see this video?
I would love to see this video. They do not have this video.
You didn't have it
it's
up?
right
Oh,
here.
man.
Here it is. It's on
I was
TMZ.
saying, I might still have my sheet from yesterday.
Let's check out the apology. So they wrote a letter to the judge. See, I believe the letter to the judge more than I believe the apology, because the letter to the judge doesn't seem like something they'd be sure would get out.
Yeah, the letter to the judge wasn't supposed to be public.
Yeah.
And they say that in their video. They're like, oh, this was meant for the judge to read. And it's like, yeah, that's kind of the point.
Yeah. We weren't, that's you being the most honest you can be, is writing that letter to the judge. That's basically them saying, look, sorry that you guys saw us writing a thing that makes us look like a piece of shit, but you weren't supposed to see us being a piece of shit, so now we're going to apologize for being the pieces of shit that we didn't want you to know that we were. Good talk. Salam alaikum. Never forget 9/11. Peace be unto you. Goodbye.
We are.
Let's see how close I got.
aware of the pain that has been caused by the character letters that we wrote on behalf of Danny Masterson.
We support victims. We have done.
It's actually the opposite of what you did.
We support victims. We just feel like this time Danny's the victim.
Yeah, we support victims, just not when our friend does it to them. That's kind of the sticky wicket. That would be funny if their apology was, hey, guys, you know who you're not thinking about? And I know you're thinking about the victims, but you're really not thinking about what this is doing to us. And I feel like your accusations online are really hurtful and actually re-traumatizing Mila and I. And I really wish you would be a little more careful with your words before you spoke them.
We're aware of the damage that the letters we've written have caused, and we just want you to know that we're hurting too.
You know, Danny was a good friend, and when we wrote that letter to the judge, we were just trying to help our buddy out while sacrificing the people who were actually victimized by him and turning a blind eye to their cries of help. And again, you were not supposed to see that, so now imagine the stress we're under. And
I owe Danny a lot. If it wasn't for him daring me $20 to French kiss my future wife, who knows where things would have gone.
Right, exactly. Is that the one where she was 15?
No, that's the one. Yeah, the one where she is 14. They had that conversation on Rosie O'Donnell where and this is the weird part. On Rosie O'Donnell, Mila Kunis and Ashton Kutcher, this is back in the height of that 70s show, are talking about how when they were first on set together, Danny Masterson apparently dared Ashton Kutcher $20 in a kissing scene to go French kiss full tongue with Mila Kunis, knowing that she's 14 and he's 19. Now, That's not the weirdest part to me. The part is they share this story on the Rosie O'Donnell show, which that one took me back. And he like flippantly is just sitting there defending no, I French kissed her. She's going, no, I didn't let him do it. It didn't happen. I blocked with my teeth, whatever. And he's insisting that he scored a French kiss with tongue. And I'm like, dude, you realize you're bragging that you technically pulled off a crime. Even Rosie O'Donnell's like, and then were you surprised when the cops showed up the next day? He's like, oh, they should have, ha, ha, ha. And I'm like, yeah, dude, that's not a joke, man. You shouldn't. And again, I wouldn't sit here later when over $20. I really feel like you don't need, even if you lied to Danny or you did score the kiss, either way, say it didn't happen. Just let it go. The fighting to defend your honor over kissing a 14-year-old girl, really odd, man. Strange hill to die on.
I just imagine him standing there with his lawyer at a trial, and they're like, how does the defendant plead? And the lawyer goes, not guilty. And Ashton goes, yeah, but I Frenched the shit out of her, Your Honor. And the lawyer's like, shut the fuck up right now. Oh, I put my tongue halfway down her mouth. And then she's the plaintiff, and she's like, no, he actually didn't do that. I blocked it with my teeth. Shut up, you lying whore. You loved it. Anyway, and then after that, she was on her bike, and she was going to go ride it around the block in between scenes. And I said, how about a banana seat for that bike? And I pulled out my penis. And like, Ashton, shut the fuck up. He pleads not guilty, Your Honor. Yeah, not guilty of having a small dick. Look at the size of this hog. Would somebody stop him, please? It's getting out of hand.
We almost had to stop filming because I split her in half.
They call me the Mall. Ashton, shut the fuck up. Nobody calls you that. Yeah, well, they should. And then I sodomized her, Your Honor. Would you shut the fuck up? None of this is helping. Yo, I just don't want people thinking I'm a queer. It's like, all right. Nobody does.
Producers knew we had chemistry when we met behind the scenes for our first reading, and I went, hey, you want to meet the stump buster? That's what I call my dick.
I call it the wood chipper. That doesn't make any sense. So your client pleads not guilty? I guess. I guess he pleads not guilty. You ever raw dog a middle schooler, Your Honor? Fucking rock and roll. Ashton, stop it. This is not helpful. What? I never said I was the one who did it. I just asked if he did.
You know, they say grass on the field play ball, but you know when you don't have to worry about that? When the lights are off. Oh, couldn't see anything.
Hey, when there's grass on the field, play ball. But what if I'm in the backyard in the mud pit? Am I right, Your Honor? Ashton, shut up. Oh, man. I hope my rapist friend gets the letter I wrote for him. See, that one's actually true. All right, I'm sorry. Continue on, you two. Something about, I'm sorry, you were saying something about the best intentions?
Caring about victims?
Yeah.
We support victims.
Oh.
We have done this historically through our work and will continue to do so in the future.
A couple months ago, Danny's family reached out to us and they asked us to write character letters to represent the person that we knew for 25 years so that the judge could take that.
So Ashton Kutcher did his Steve Jobs impression from the movie, and he's like, no, not characters that you've done. We mean, will you tell people that Danny Masterson's not a terrible, horrible R-wordist? Like,
have you seen the clips that are available online? I mean, I feel like now we're all just going, whoops.
Yeah, right. It was right there. We just didn't think you'd be that brazen a piece of shit.
Into full consideration relative to the sentencing.
The letters were not written to question the legitimacy of the judicial system or the validity of the jury's ruling.
Right. We were just trying to get our friend a little bit lesser sentence and not have to take quite as much responsibility for the heinous shit he did.
Yeah, they weren't written to do that, but boy, howdy did they.
It's like if Brian Wilson of the Beach Boys showed up at Charlie Manson's sentencing and just went, you know, Your Honor, he can write the shit out of a song. Yeah, but he ordered mentally damaged people to kill others. He's like the male Elisa Jordana.
They were intended for the judge to read and not to undermine the testimony of the victims or re-traumatize them in any way. We would never.
So, wait a minute. You're right. They do literally say in the video, hey, you guys weren't supposed to see that shit.
Yeah, that was meant for the judge. That wasn't really meant for you guys. I mean, we're really sorry that these got out and you guys saw them. Yeah. Oops.
Why are you still here?
Hey, Ashton, you'll remember this one.
I already fired you!
Never want to do that. And we're sorry if that has taken place.
Our heart goes out to every single person who's ever been a victim of sexual assault, sexual abuse, or rape.
Really? Hey, my
except the ones that Danny might have harmed.
Yeah. Hey, my victimizer, he actually he needs a letter written for him for the judge. You think you could take care of that for him? And by the way, did they actually give Tom Sawyer marbles so that they could whitewash this here fence? And when are they going to get to work? Because
I have no idea.
Fence could use some work.
Well, they don't want to look like they're enjoying a ritzy, lavish lifestyle. They're trying to look like, you know, just everyday schmoes of the people.
I believe I believe they call them yeomen. They're trying to look like yeomen at the moment. You want to watch the clips you were talking about of him and Mila Kunis?
Yep. That'll be fun.
These are going to be bad. Well, at any rate, guys, hit like, hit subscribe. If you feel like chipping in, the links are in the chat. We are doing pretty well goal-wise. Let's keep knocking it down. I'd be grateful for under 200 by the end of this hour, and there's still about 45 minutes left in that. We did lose a dear listener, RedBeard. Half of everything we go over this week is going to his GoFundMe. Contribute to that as well if you can. All right, Masterson accuser resurfaces icky clips. I love the word icky. Showing Ashton Kutcher and Mila Kunis. Here we go.
Hilary Duff is in Lizzie McGuire. She also has an album out. She's going to be in a movie called Cheaper by the Dozen. And she's one of the girls that we're all waiting for to turn 18.
Okay, now I don't want to use the word defend, but I'll back that one up as like when you're he was 19 years old, I think, when this happened.
Yep.
And when you're 19, you say shit like that. Like I can count, I might not be able to count on both hands the amount of people, like when we were in high school and college, there were like hot actresses or whatever. The first one I remember is when I was a kid, actually, and older guys were talking about the girl who played the chick in Harry Potter. Emily, no, is it Emily? The fuck is her name? I've never watched
I know who you're talking about.
I've never watched the Harry Potter movie. Emma Watson?
Emma Watson sounds right.
Yeah, we'll go with Emma Watson. She was the first one where they're like, oh man, when she turns 18, this and that. Hayden Panettiere was another one that people were.
I was around for that one.
Yeah, I was the same age as her, so I was like, I remember rooting for that when I was like 15 or 16. I was like, oh, I can't wait till Hayden Panettiere turns 18. because I didn't know what that meant, I think, at the time. So I'm like, hey, retard, you don't have to. She's
You
not
don't
gonna,
have to. It's like consensual at that point.
A,
as long as it's consensual.
she's not going to fuck you. And B, you can whack off to her now. You're 15 too. So it's totally, you're good, man. Don't worry about it.
Oh, that was about whacking off? I thought that was always about like, oh, I can finally try to date her.
That's what they're meaning. But also, let's be honest. You're you, not you. I mean, the royal you. You're you and she's her. I mean, you're talking about whacking off and not feeling
Yeah,
guilty.
but I mean, at that point, I'm sorry. I have trouble believing any of these people waited on that. I seriously, I can't wait till she's 18. I'm sure when you're by yourself, you really like, well, I'd love to continue on this little mental foray towards personal enjoyment, but it's illegal, and that's I don't want to be a bad guy.
I'm sorry. Let's continue on with Ashton saying creepy shit. See, this is why you don't. This is why the phrase "no comment" was invented. I know people think that no comment is a pussy way out, but look what's happening to Ashton Kutcher and Mila Kunis now. They wrote a letter to the judge, and now there's all this shit from 20, 30 years ago coming out that didn't need to come out, and they're having to explain themselves all over because their friend committed a felony, and he's going to prison, and they decided to stick their fat faces in it when all you had to do was say, yeah, I worked with the guy on a TV show a couple of times. No comment. We're good. That's it. I know it's not sexy. I know it's not the most honest way to handle it, but it stops shit like this from happening.
Well, this is one of the first generations of people that have been like, as they became celebrities or whatever, became more and more social, became more and more available because they kind of became celebrities in the day and age of like the cell phones, the Instagram stuff. So again, this is just kind of a tale for everybody. We're like, this stuff doesn't go away. It gets recorded and it sticks around. Maybe you should think about that.
If I would have been a cast member of that 70s show, which a lot of people were pushing for it, but I just, I didn't get there. What are you going to do? These opportunities come and go. But I was great in The Office, I've heard people say. So if I were on that...
the casting couch.
If I were on the 70s show and they were asking me these questions, my publicist and I have worked out one response. When they say, hey, what do you think of all this Danny Masterson stuff? You worked with him for 10 years. What do you think? I just walk by, I have my head down, I go, rape is bad. There. And we're good. That's your only comment. It's true. It's accurate. It's hopefully how you feel. And you don't have to say anything else. And then they don't dig up a bunch of videos of you being a creepy, weird teenager.
Turn 18, along with the Olsen twins. Any 15-year-old.
Ended up getting the job, and I didn't
Working
know.
with me?
Yeah, and she was as hot as she was. Come on, this one.
14.
14, she was even hotter. But I'm not allowed to say that. She was 14.
Okay, well, the nice thing about being Danny Masterson now at this point, though, is that doesn't shock anybody.
On brand.
Yeah, you're like, you know what? That's Danny Masterson, though. Like, he's a rapist. So, that's... if someone goes, I'm going to cut your heart out and I'm going to eat it in front of you, you're like, oh, my God, what's wrong with you? But if Ed Gein says it, you're like, well, yeah, you should keep your distance.
Kind of what he does.
Yeah, it's his thing.
When we started the show, I was...
Yeah, if someone says, I'm going to serenade you after dinner and sing One Night in Bangkok, and you're like, that's kind of a fucked up thing to do. But if Murray Head says it to you, you're like, oh, well, that's Murray Head's song. That makes all the sense in the world that they would. What else would they sing? Tiptoe Through the Tulips? It would be weird.
When we started the show, I was like 19, right?
Right.
And they're like, okay, you guys are going to be making out in this scene. And I'm like thinking like, wait, this is like slightly illegal,
that's
right?
probably your first kiss ever, right?
It was my first kiss. Why don't you tell what bet you made with Danny about our first kiss?
No.
Oh, God. See, this is where women get guys in trouble. Because they don't understand the whole, yeah, that was between us. That was like funny, haha, to just those of us. And women just go, talk show, haha, funny story, go. And they're not thinking of the nuts and bolts of the actual story. So now
I don't know if she's thinking funny story, go, or if at this point she's like trying to embarrass him a bit. Because back then she was probably a little bit more used to the grosser, pervier side of Hollywood, so maybe she just wanted to show it off him because they weren't together back at this point. This is
right. He hadn't even married Demi Moore yet at this point.
Yeah, is it weird that that's the thing I'm most like? You didn't deserve that.
Like, who didn't deserve what?
He didn't deserve Demi Moore. That's not fair.
I mean, she was, but as past her prime Demi Moore. You know,
Yeah, I don't give a shit. That's
it's
not
like
fair.
It's like when Haku tag teamed with Andre the Giant. It was Andre the Giant with back problems and he could barely move and shit. Like, you know, he got.
I'm sorry, man. I past her prime. Demi Moore is still a pretty damn good Demi Moore.
Ashton Kutcher got the Demi Moore equivalent of Andre the Giant at WrestleMania 6. That's what Ashton Kutcher got. She was still good, but you know, Bloom was
still
off
got the belt, brother.
Anybody want a peanut? So this clip comes out, and you know the other thing I was thinking here is they said she had her first kiss like on
screen
on
with
set.
Ashton Kutcher.
Yeah, and I'm like, well, no wonder these kids end up all fucked up. Like the really basic shit of life is
They
like
do as an entertainment piece for an audience.
Yeah,
and like think about this part. They didn't do just one kiss, cut, done, take over.
right.
All right, reset, do it again. All right, reset, do it again. Like there's no emotion in it. There's no meaning in it. You're faking something and you're doing it over and over until you get it right.
Right.
And then we all just pretend it didn't happen and move on.
Most actors and actresses say that, unless they're like cheating on their spouses, I guess, then you have to say it. But they say that about love scenes. They're like, yeah, it's not fun. It's not sexy. It's not like, oh, yeah, I'm going to fuck them. You got some guy like with a camera right in your face going, oh, yeah, now move your hand down here. Okay, now do this. All right, don't do that. All right, now look this way. And you're like, trying to bang this broad, Henry.
It wasn't the first kiss. It was like the second
Sparks.
or third kiss.
It was like the first week.
No, it was not the first week.
Whatever. Let me tell you what happened.
You were 15, not 14. Come on, give me some credit here. You were 14 and a half. God. Lying
It was
bitches.
not the first week. I'm a gentleman.
No, let me tell you what happened.
No, okay, so I never kissed a guy. So I was so, I mean, you know, Ash was attractive, and I was a 14-year-old little girl, and I was extremely scared for my life. Sure. And then he was very nice about it. He was like, oh, don't worry. So I was like, okay. Then Danny goes and goes, dude, I'll give you $10 if you French kiss her. What do you?
Dude, this is a victim impact statement. This isn't a talk show.
Yeah. This really seems like someone kind of with a little bit of an axe to grind coming out being like, oh, and by the way, you were a total pervo. Let's just point that out.
Yeah.
And like I said, it doesn't age well for anyone. The only saving grace in this is like, well, they ended up getting married. It's like, yeah, sure, that makes it. So what is this, grooming? What
right.
Is,
it kind of feels that way. There's a grooming
Just a touch.
tinge. Yeah.
Stick your tongue in my mouth or some
What? No.
for $10.
You're making it sound like it was like really. Okay, Dan, we had a little side bet going. Like,
Which was?
It wasn't very
as to whether or not, you're kissing on the show or boyfriend and girlfriend.
Yeah.
You would use tongue, right, Rosie? I mean, you would. I mean,
From that 70 show, and you're watching In the Crease TV.
Hi, I'm Ashton Kutcher, and I'm from That 70 Show TV. No, That 70 Show
Yeah,
too.
yeah.
And the reason I'm doing this is not because I think In the Crease is good, but because Jock told me Mina would sit on my lap and like, and it feels good.
Oh,
that one's new. I just had
humping
the
a
Rosie O'Donnell interview.
But he's humping a teenager in that one.
Yeah.
No. I have an idea. Let's stop doing things like that. Let's go ahead and do the opposite of what you were doing. You know what? Get that motherfucker to a monastery. Or wherever.
I don't know where anyone gets this weird idea that Hollywood is fucked up and full of pervy people. I have no idea where this comes from.
I really can't understand where people think Hollywood is just a den of pedophiles. It seems like such an unfair classification. Lemmy says he should be prosecuted for that. It's fucked up. And then I think him marrying her actually makes it weirder.
Seeing all of that and seeing how they ended up getting married. Yeah, again, it kind of feels like not that it was because they both went their separate ways first, but quasi-groomery in the way it turns out.
And again, you could have avoided all of this if you just wouldn't have written a letter to the judge defending the guy who just got convicted of R-wording a woman.
And again, in my personal opinion, looks really, really bad that you chose to write that letter after the conviction part. Like, I feel
Right.
if it was before the conviction, there's at least like a, hey, we believe in the justice system and we think he's innocent and we'll see how it turns out. But after the conviction, like, hey, we know he's guilty, but he's a good guy. Like,
Yeah.
I mean,
what happened is they needed to have John Malkovich on the set and go, do you fly, Ashton? No. Good, you remember that, because the next time your tongue pops out of your mouth, you fly out of this plane. It's like, we're not on a plane. I'm sorry. I'm filming Con Air. I'm a method actor. I can't help it. Greasy N-word with $2 says, you do know the only reason why Masterson was convicted is because he wouldn't apologize. Every time Scientology got the girls and him together, he would revel in their pain and humiliation. I mean, dude, I'm apologizing for shit I didn't do if you can get me to not do 30 years in prison. Like, I'm like, remember when Ned Stark thought that he was going to the wall if he would just admit to his treason that he didn't commit?
mm-hmm.
And he could go hang out with Jon Snow until he died? And then they cut his head off anyway? Like, I would be Ned Stark if they were like, hey, if you admit that you did this to these chicks and you say you're sorry, you'll never serve a day in prison again. Or you'll never serve a day in prison. If you don't say you're sorry for something you didn't do, you're getting 30 years. I'd be like, oh, yeah, I held him down. There was spit, sweat, and blood and cum everywhere. I mean, it was a terrible scene. Am I good now? Can I go home? Okay. I mean, 30 years in prison does not sound like something you want to fuck around with. So I have a hard time believing that it was all because he wouldn't apologize.
I wouldn't be surprised if that was a big part of it. Because if he thinks he's going to get away with it or whatever, they're like, hey, if you just apologize to chicks, I'm not apologizing to shit. I didn't do anything. Like, you keep the myth going or whatever. But I don't know. If you can get him sent to jail for 30 years, I feel like if you did something worth of 30 years of jail time, I feel like somehow not an I'm sorry just doesn't wash that under the bridge.
Oh, man. Hey, man, not only did you not acquit this dude of rape, but you done made best friends with Cyrus the damn virus. I just want Cyrus the virus Grissom in every one of these situations. Lemmy says, when was the last time you saw a man go to prison for 30 years for R? He did that shit. Yeah, that's the first time I've heard from everybody. Or that's the first time I've heard from anybody that he got convicted because he wouldn't apologize. I was kind of under the impression that he got sentenced to 30 years because he did it. And I'm going to stick with that one. Thank you to Yeti Flyer with $5. Says, happy 9/11, everyone, even if a plane never really hit the Pentagon where specific documents were. You know what, though? You're wrong about that, Yeti Flyer, because as you know, on 9/11, they found one of the hijackers' passports that day. So that's really fortunate. I
actually, literally knew people that were at the Pentagon on the 9/11 thing. So
what do they say?
Oh, they didn't say whether it was a plane or not, but they were both Marines at the time, and so they said literally that they were walking down a hallway. There was a huge like the whole building shook, and then they turned around and booked it towards where all the carnage was happening.
Shit, that sounds rather frightening, if I may. Every year that it gets closer to 9/11, they're like, never forget 9/11, and I just say the same thing every year. I'm like, oh shit, I forgot it was 9/11. And then I feel even shittier because they told me not to forget. And I've been forgetting for 10 years, I think, now. Although, if you live in the real world, it's kind of hard not to remember 9/11 because every shitty thing that our government has done to us, they've done under the guise of 9/11.
Well, not everything. They had a lot of shitty things before that, too. Don't sell them.
Well, no, I said since. Everything that they've done shitty since 9/11.
I'm sorry. I guess I wasn't listening enough.
Reading your emails, listening to phone calls, reading your text messages, gathering all kinds of data and keeping it in a facility in Utah, all because they want to make sure you don't blow up a building. Meanwhile, still sucking Saudi dick. So all of us who did nothing wrong and didn't do anything to destroy the towers other than watch our CIA, FBI, and foreign policy put us in a position where people wanted to do that, we get our texts read and our emails read and everything else. And then the people who actually had something to do with it they're getting holy shit wealthy on oil money that we give them. While they choke off the supply and jack up the prices and hurt the rest of us, it's almost like they were all in on it. And it's, as Carlin said, it's one big group and we're not in it.
You know who is in it, though? My friends, the 5 dancing Israelis.
My friends, the 5. We're playing that whole song uninterrupted during overtime if we hit overtime today. In honor of 9/11. We'll play the Irrational Times tribute song to, what's his name? Randy Newman. We'll play his tribute. 2:45 away from today's goal. Half of anything we go over goes to the late, great RedBeard. We'll be contributing to him at the end of the week. Thank you, guys. Streamlabs, PayPal, Steel Toe Media Inc. on Venmo, Super Chats, Rumble Rants. If you're on Rumble on an Android, all the links are in the description. Mad Comics says, I know a guy at the Pentagon, too. He had to argue with a general to allow them to use the fire exit. Trucker 18 Wheeler says, 9/11, some people did something. It's true.
It's the belief of one of our state. Interesting enough, completely random topic. Ilhan Omar gets awfully vocal on was it Al Jazeera News or whatever? She literally said at one point, because the people did some stuff thing is a stupid one to say, but she at one point says, we need to stop white men in America. Yeah. White men are a danger and they're a threat. And she's talking about how dangerous and everything they are. It's just like, yeah, but if you look in any of even like the FBI statistics, that really math doesn't add
It doesn't track, right. I've been waiting for Ilhan Omar for years now. I wait around corners waiting to go, booga, 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 booga. I don't know.
It's just weird. I feel like if she was a white lady saying that about, people of color, regardless of whether or not statistics bared out what she said, it would just be viewed as a horribly racist thing and something incredibly insensitive to say. It's weird how she gets to do that.
Yeah. I always wonder, people like Ilhan Omar, they say all these terrible things about us white people. And then I look in the mirror, Johnny, and I go, the skin is so light and inviting, though. Like, it's literally attractive and it brings you in and you feel warmth and, it's hurtful is all I'm saying.
I'm dangerous. That's why I sparkle in the daylight. Everything about me is designed to draw you in.
I'm fucking shiny like a diamond over here.
Goddamn Twilight, I hate you.
God damn you guys. Just saying I'm a threat. Does Ilhan Omar and other politicians, do they ever think how that makes us feel to say that about us white people? That hurts our feelings,
Yeah, but then they get voted back in office because our guilt apparently makes them. Because she says this, she has white people in her district, and they'll all be like, you know what? We are a threat. We're a danger.
White people are terrible and awful. All we try to do throughout history is give savages toilets and running water, and they yell at us.
We're just trying to help.
We just want to give you a place to shit where you don't get sick when you drink the water, and then of course, also rape your land of its natural resources like we were Danny Masterson at a grad party. But you get the toilets. You weren't getting the oil out of the ground.
Look, we're going to give you indoor plumbing, and you're going to need it because we're also going to give you several diseases in this blanket. Here you go.
Oopsie daisy.
You're about to experience some real nasty shitting.
Thank you, Richard Kristofsky. He says, remember the 5 dancing Israelis, of course, sir. And Scarface with $5 over on PayPal. Thank you guys very much for your support. 225 away from nailing it today.
Thank you.
Anything we go over goes to RedBeard and his family. We're doing half of that at the end of the week. Okay, we've seen it all, says Ilhan Omar, quote, give it to me, brother. No, her literal brother. Her literal brother. All right, can we... Look,
that wasn't even the point of this one. We got off track.
Can we get this show back on track for the love of Christ? Everyone on Rumble hit thumbs up. We're lagging a little on Rumble today. Doing great on YouTube. Lagging a little on Rumble. Hit thumbs up. It helps the algorithm. Hit the like button on YouTube. Subscribe to all those channels. We do appreciate it. BYB Podcast says, that's a really long straw for that milkshake, right, Aaron? I drink your milkshake, Native American. People are really appreciating that. Give it to me, brother. submission. Thank you, Seen It All. That's very kind of you. Okay, guys, let's move on to something new. This Dave Portnoy thing I'm really excited to do today. About a week ago, Dave Portnoy did one of his pizza reviews. And by the way, I like Dave Portnoy a lot more now.
That he's not tethered down?
Right, that he doesn't have to now play lackey for some corporation.
He can just kind of do what he wants to and like he'll take his consequences and everything, but he doesn't have to run it up the flagpole.
Exactly. And now he just gets to be himself. He got his company back for $1, which, by the way, is the coup of the century. Do you realize he sold his company off twice?
Yeah.
And got tens of millions of dollars each time it happened and still has Penn stock. And Penn is now selling to ESPN, so that stock is probably going to do pretty well. And he got his company back for $1.
Yeah, they literally said, hey, man, we need to sell this back to you. And he said,
I'd buy that for $1.
So that was it.
I believe that was a quote.
That was a quote, actually.
Stallion Man with a great point. I can't let this go before I move on here. He says, constantly repeating TV and movie quotes is a big sign of autism. Do you think so? Do you think so? Maybe a touch, maybe a tinge. Possibly. Is weighing yourself every morning butt-ass naked, hoping for a lower number every day, is that a sign of autism too? How about if you're playing, how about downloading the Realm of Thrones mod for Bannerlord because you're obsessed with Game of Thrones? Is that a sign of autism? Because I can't wait to play before we pick the kids up from school today. Just making sure. We're not going for signs here. We're going, Stallion Man, we're going for box checking. Is what we're doing. All right, speaking of autism, let's get to this thing. So Dave Portnoy did one of his pizza reviews at a place in Somerville, Massachusetts.
Okay.
And he didn't like the pizza. He thought it was shit. But the problem is, not the problem, the reason it went viral is because, and somebody told me this was fake yesterday. How dare you? It was not fake. It turned out to be completely real. It was the most surreal video ever because it got away from Dave and then kept getting further away from him. Some black guy comes in the middle of the pizza review, tells Dave he's a big fan, like he's buttering him up.
Right.
Only to do a promotion. And Johnny, do you know what he was promoting?
His own shit?
Yeah, but what was his own shit? What did he need to plug? What did the black guy need to plug?
Weed?
No. I'll give you a hint. It's music related. He's a music.
Oh, God. He's
an artist.
SoundCloud?
So Dave Portnoy has this guy come in to tell him he's a big fan. It goes from that to this guy just plugging shit. And then the owner of the pizza shop comes out to yell at Dave Portnoy for not giving him an awesome pizza review outside. This is the most surreal fever dream, one of these pizza reviews I've ever seen. And I can understand where some people would go, oh, totally fake, totally fake. But we got a follow-up news story on this because this is like the biggest news in Somerville. Like big Dave Portnoy came to town and everybody started fighting each other. Let's take a look at the pizza first. It does not look good.
Yeah, just off the gate, it looks like they couldn't get the cheese everywhere.
Yeah.
The sausage. Is there anything but cheese on that? It's just a cheese pizza?
It's a cheese pizza. Not only, there's too much sauce. There's not enough cheese. And also, it's not
looks undone.
Yeah, it's not a thin crust pizza, but it's flattened out still. Looks like shit.
The crust hasn't looked like it's browned enough.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Let's see what Dave thinks of this one and then see where it goes from there.
So we'll see what we got. One bite, everyone knows the rules. It is very thin. I don't know if we fucked them, Austin, because this thing's super floppy. And you said this had 50 reviews and an 8, right? That's on the One Bite app. One Bite app rarely is off. I do smell the Parmesan. Let's see what we got.
Oh my God, that really does look like a piece of shit pizza.
It's falling apart. Your crust is nowhere near stiff enough to support it at all. It's just a messy pile of shit.
You know, I've noticed this in my 36 years of travels. East Coast people do the fold. They do the pinch fold. Midwesterners do the hand underneath.
Right.
Midwestern,
East Coasters are used to a thinner crust and usually generally less in the terms of toppings. They're going to go with cheese, usually pepperoni. Midwesterners usually are more of a thicker crust, heavier on the toppings. So you need the underhands because there's no amount of pinching that's going to make that work.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
We like
that
black olives, onions, Italian sausage, all kinds of shit.
Well, I'm just saying in general, like East Coast is where you get the thin crust, right? And then like Midwest is where you get the Chicago deep dish. And so in the Midwest in general, as general pizza, you've got kind of meeting in the middle there where it's a thicker crust, more toppings. And so it's just, again, underhand.
I prefer our method. I prefer the two-handed bite versus the pinch bite. Kill me.
It looks a little bit more, I would say, dignified.
Yeah, I think so. You guys look like monkeys when you pinch your pizza like that. No offense. Speaking of which, let's continue with the... No! That's not what I meant.
I didn't say anything.
Continue on with the review.
Floppy mess.
That looks like drunk pizza.
Strong Parmesan. Like the Parmesan is coming right through. People, it's the neck of the woods. What's going on there? We're really holding up traffic. People don't want to go. Strong Parmesan. This is an acquired taste. Like if you get this, know you're gonna get hit with a left, right in the face with Parmesan. I'm not the biggest Parm guy. Wow. I just don't love Parm, so I'm gonna go. How do you score that? Because if you like Parm, fine. If you don't, I don't. 6.4. I know it's way off.
Okay, so 6.4. That's not the worst score in the world. It's not great. But it's not the worst. I don't think I would have scored it a 6.4 just because of how soupy and floppy it was. I would have probably gone 4 or 5. But now remember that for later in this video. Because he gave it a 6.4, which is fine.
I feel like not bagging on the way. Am I wrong to say that thing looked a little undercooked? It just kind of falling apart in the box and...
Yeah. I mean, if you pick up a piece of pizza and there's just a cascading cheese continuously falling off it, that's a bad pizza, in my opinion. So Dave is going to give us his thoughts on the pizza here until he gets a visitor who's so brazen. And now, look, I host a tiny little show, so I've got some confidence in broadcasting and in front of the camera. Never in a million years would I see a guy, Dave Portnoy or just some guy from the Travel Channel, eating a pizza and clearly doing a shoot and just walk into it. Even if I was a huge fan, I'd wait till they were done and maybe try to say hello. This guy has just either giant balls or tiny brains or maybe both. They tend to go along with each other.
Yo, Dave, right?
Yeah.
What's good, man?
What's going on?
Nice to welcome to Boston, man.
Thank you. I appreciate it. Have I been where?
Somerville.
Yeah, I used to live in Davis Square, which we're currently in. Yeah, I spent years here.
My name is Dom of the Year.
Dom of the Year.
My name is Dom of the Year. I'm guessing, and this is just a guess. I know that, different cultural norms, as Joe Biden says, but I'm guessing his first legal name is not Dom, and his legal last name is not of the year.
No, I'm guessing it's a self-given title. I can't, I'm sorry, I have a problem with people that I'm naming myself the greatest on the basis of what? I'm the greatest. What do you do? Nothing.
Right.
All right. So,
as much as I think Charlemagne can be interesting, naming yourself Charlemagne the God is a little cringy. It's a little douchey.
Yeah, but at least in his case, that has accomplished some shit.
Yeah.
All right. He's doing that from a position of relative power, his own show. All right, maybe a little self-aggrandizing, but at least he's doing it from a soapbox you can. This is like, hey, I'm Dom of the Year. You look like homeless man of the year.
No, your name's Curtis, sir. Your name's Curtis. I would see it now. If I'm Dave, I make this guy tell me his fucking name. I'm like, stop. I'm not shaking your hand. First of all, it's full of parm, as I said before. But second of all, tell me what your real name is. All right, fine. It's Clifford. All right, thank you. Was that so hard? I'm Dom of the... Imagine going up to someone in public and saying, I'm Dom of the Year, and then expecting respect back.
Here?
My response would be
Okay.
I actually used to work at Dragon Pizza. How do you like it?
Too much parm.
Yeah.
I feel like you saw me and you were like plotting your move, how you're gonna come up. So what does Dom of the Year mean?
Yeah, so Dom, my name is Dom.
Yep.
Man of the Year. So it's like Dom of the Year. Every year I get better and better. So I am.
Like a vintage.
My name's Dom, right? And I'm the man of the year. So like every year I get better and better. So I'm Dom of the Year. Oh, well, yeah, that makes it way less retarded. Thank you. That's very, very helpful. Now,
so this is an improvement over last year, huh? This is an upgrade.
So this is decades of improvement we're talking about here.
Oh, wow.
He was actually he was born in the NICU, so this actually he's been slowly building up year after year. He's yo, my name is Dom of the Year, so like my name's Dom, and every year I get better. Yeah, that's great, Dom. But isn't that DoorDash order going to get cold if you don't get it to where it's supposed to be? I mean, you're on a bicycle with a basket. That's going to take a minute and a half. I mean,
Dom of the Year, every year I get better. So I'm guessing next year we're aiming for our own apartment.
Well, first I'm gonna beat the original Paperboy for NES. That's where I'm at right now. So like I'm getting there and shit. Do you know how hard Super Mario Brothers 2 is? That took me from like the age of 7 to 28. So now we gonna get through.
Like vintage, like Dom Perignon? No, unrelated. Right, but when you're like Dom of the Year, every year like a vintage. But no, you're just Dom, and every year it gets better.
Sir, what Dave Portnoy is trying to say is that your name is fucking stupid, and he's trying to be super, super nice about it.
He's giving you way more to work with than you're giving him.
Right.
Honestly, at this point, I'm starting to blame Dave because this thing feels like it keeps going because he's at this point, she'd be like, all right, well, that's all you got later. Like, just kind of wave him off, sir.
That's the other thing he hasn't explained yet in this video. He's like, yo, my name's Dom of the Year. And that's clearly a character name or a stage name. It's like, yeah, but for what? Why? Why are you Dom of the Year? Please tell me you don't just give yourself a nickname to walk around with all day.
Nothing to do with champagne. Name. But if you want to do that on champagne, that would actually work. Like a vintage.
I make music. Okay. I'm a chef as well.
Chef where?
I make music. I'm a chef as well. I can't wait to hear where he's a chef. I make music.
He said he used to work at this pizza place. Yeah. And we all know if you worked at a pizza parlor at any point in your life, that's the same as being a chef.
I was a chef at Domino's. Oh, wow. What's that? Hey, pizza place down the street. Are you trying to say you were you made pizzas at Domino's? You piece of shit.
I make music. Okay. I'm a chef as well.
Chef where?
I do private chef work now.
Oh, all right.
I used to work here.
What do you think?
I make SpaghettiOs for myself every morning. My mom says I'm the best at it.
I'm a private chef, yo. The last meal I made was, check this. I cooked some eggs, some bacon, and some waffles for myself this morning. That sounds pretty intense. Yeah, I put the waffles in the toaster. All right, hold on a minute.
Oh, man, them shits was so good. Like today, I made a sausage and cheese sandwich. You did? Yeah, for breakfast. Oh, did you really? Well, sort of. I ordered it from McDonald's, but I took the egg out myself. So that's like the same thing.
Yo, I made a big salad for myself before I came over here. Has some scrimps in it.
Yo, I'm going to go up to Dave Portnoy. I'm going to chat him up a little bit, and this is going to be good for my career. All right, let me go through my checklist of shits I got to tell him that I do. SoundCloud, and I'm a sandwich artist. Yeah, I think this is a smart move.
Look at this.
It used to be good. You said you just got it out the case?
Well, I thought it had a lot of parma. Yeah, take a slice. Go. Watch out. It's floppy, see? It's like a little bit. It may have been too long in the box. Yeah, it's not. What does Dom of the Year have on it? It may have been our fault because it may have been sitting for a bit.
I used to make these.
No way. Dom of the Year.
You worked at a pizza place and you made a pizza? Holy shit.
Dom of the Year used to make these. Yo, dem shits was way better when I was making them, yo. As a matter of fact, I'm getting motivation for a song. Hit up my SoundCloud, SoundCloud/Dom_of-the-Year24. There's other Dom of the Years, so I had to get them shits. And my new track which is called Delicious Pizza, be dropping soon.
So you said 6, right?
I saw it 6'4", which isn't great for me, no.
Yeah,
but
I'd
again,
say
it looked better in the case. It's like Best of Boston and all this stuff.
Okay, so now.
Oh, Jesus.
So now, here we go.
Fuck.
Dom of the Year and Dave Portnoy are commiserating about this pizza. This man walking out of the door right here is the owner of the pizza shop and apparently wants to know what's going on here with the pizza review.
Well, hey, maybe he just remembers.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Dave,
Yes.
enjoy your pizza as any customer, but I don't appreciate what you do coming in and judging a business with one bite.
Well, we do more. Is this your spot?
This is my spot.
Oh.
I hope you enjoy your pizza, but I don't appreciate what you do to small businesses.
Well, I help. The good news is
I
give
don't
you
see it that way.
Terrible school. That guy.
So, Dave Portnoy, who, by the way, has raised millions of dollars for small businesses during COVID, goes to pizza places nobody has ever heard of and gives them, like, if they're good, he gives them great reviews and it helps their business. Ironically, as much of a prick as this defensive asshole as this guy was, apparently business has been great for him. We've got a news story after this. People have been flocking to this place because of this pizza review. So,
Right.
I mean, should
So-
Dom of the Year get a cut is what I'm trying to say.
Yeah, and again, he could be he could be way worse on that pizza. Be like, look, it's floppy and messy as shit. Especially in a place where, again, we may have criticized it, however, but in a place that's known for pinch it with one hand, you can walk and eat. That's not what that pizza does, okay?
Well, Dom of the Year, can I ask you?
Yeah.
What was his problem? Like, I'm actually helped so many small businesses. This bit, now I can say peacefully, this pizza's trash.
All right, so now he says this pizza's trash, and that's going to bring the owner back out. We'll fast forward a little bit here. The owner comes back out. What?
So the owner is watching this review live or whatever.
I don't know if he's watching it live or he can hear or what the deal is, but he's not pleased with what Portnoy's doing, and he knows that Dave being out there this long can't mean anything good.
I've given in a long time, and then the owner came out was an asshole, so it actually worked out. I don't like floppy. I don't like hot.
Crispy.
Yeah.
Crispy.
Let me be a little clearer. Move on. Don't stand in front of my business.
Let me be clear. Fuck
Let
you.
me be clear.
I like non-corporate Dave. I like Dave with his business pack. Let me be clear. Fuck you.
Fuck you.
Attaboy, Dave. I don't know why he gets...
Hey, this pizza's like your dick. It's limp, all right? Fuck you.
Fuck you, Chewbacca boy. Go back in. Hey, fire up those ovens and maybe let those pizzas sit in there a little longer. Flames lower, longer cook. What do you say, asshole? I don't know why Dave Portnoy gets heat. I don't know why he gets shit. I understand why he got shit back in the day when he had to cover for Penn. He had to fire his buddy, and he was kind of playing yes man. But now that
he's being a stooge.
Yeah, now that he's on his own and he's not a stooge anymore, though, I don't understand how people can't like him. He's a dick. He's boisterous. That's awesome. I love dicks.
Start out that way. He was incredibly generous to a, honestly, in my opinion, just from seeing it through this video, a piece of shit pizza. Okay? I'm sorry. That is a dog shit slice of pizza. And he's being relatively nice and just be like, it's not all it's hyped up to be. But, if you like parm, then this is awesome. If you like parm, I don't like parm. And so he put it right there on a place where you could easily go, oh, well, I love parm, so I would enjoy this pizza.
Right.
And the guy comes out, hey, I don't like what you're doing. He's like, all right, now that he's being a dick, fuck this pizza. It's a piece of shit. I'm like, oh, no, this is awesome. I'd hang out with this guy. I'd have a beer with this man.
Yeah, I don't like parm.
It's gotta be crispy.
Has to be crispy.
Let me be a little clearer. Move on. Don't stand in front of my business.
Let me be clear. Fuck
Let
you.
me be clear.
Fuck
Get
you.
the fuck out of front of my business.
Fuck you.
Dom of
It's
the
a
Year.
public
Your whole
street, you
fucking
motherfucker.
Yeah, but
It's
this
a
is my
public
business.
street. This ain't your business.
Yeah, but this is my business. And if you stay here, I'm calling the fucking police.
He's right across the street. Go get him. What are you going to tattle me off for standing on a public street?
Just being a fucking bitch.
Your shirt's 6 sizes too small, fatso.
Just go fuck yourself and the whole fucking platform you're on.
Oh, you don't like the
my
platform?
God.
You're a joke to me, dude.
You know what? You're
Take
making
your
a joke.
fucking show and your fucking game and go somewhere else.
Blah, blah, blah. By the way, I've raised $50 million.
So this guy doesn't like Barstool. This guy doesn't like Dave. He already came out and said, I don't like that you take one bite and judge a pizza. I'm like, how many bites of a fucking pizza do I have to take before I can tell you it's shit?
Yeah, I'm sorry. Sir, have you heard the first impressions mean a lot?
Trust your
I'm
gut.
not going to keep eating dog shit food on the idea that, well, eventually this will get better if I just eat enough of it.
No, you don't understand. You have to take 3 bites of the dog shit. No. I tasted dog shit. I don't like that taste.
He went in for several bites, almost an entire slice.
Yeah.
$1 million for small business.
You're all talk, dude.
50 million? Was that all talk?
Yeah, kind of like that New York Times article.
Here we go. Here we go. Your shirt's 6 sizes too small.
I don't care.
This is where people are like, oh, it's a work. He wouldn't bring up the New York Times article, which was women accusing Dave of rape, basically, of sexual assault. He wouldn't bring that up in a work. Like, nobody in a work is be like, oh, yeah, bring up that I'm a accused R-wordist.
One of the most controversial things in my history. Yeah, bring that up because I love to have to deal with that being recirculated.
It's kind of a liberal, probably a more liberal to moderate pizza shop owner, and he thinks Dave's an asshole, which look, we find Dave to be an asshole. I like him. I like him better now that he owns his company again. And I'm just going to say that this guy's maybe a little sensitive to criticism. Thank God Gordon Ramsay doesn't do pizza reviews.
I work hard. You're a fucking joke.
You work hard?
Yeah, maybe.
My man.
You're so full of shit, dude.
How? Tell me how.
You're a fucking clown.
How?
I run a business. I work hard.
I sold my business twice. 100 million, 400 million, bought back for $1. That's a clown?
Everything since.
Got a good point.
Yeah, I'm sorry. He just gave him the Tony Stark thing where it's just like, he's like, I'm so much better than you. He's just like, I don't know. Take that suit away. What are you? Billionaire, business owner, entrepreneur.
Playboy philanthropist.
Playboy philanthropist.
Yeah.
And even Blackwood is like, yeah, that's all true. Pretty nice resume.
I got in this business that you represent is an embarrassment.
Like
to this
what?
business.
Like raising 50 million for small business?
Everything.
Name it.
Everything.
You haven't named one thing.
He just named 3 things, Dave, in fairness. He counted them off. Everything, and everything. So, I mean, you are kind of fucked there, Dave. He's got you there. By the way, when this is all going on, where'd our boy Dom of the Year go?
He popped in once just to go, Dom of the Year, and then backed out. And it's
Dom
just,
of the
I don't
Year.
know why he's not.
I'm a musician. Catch me on SoundCloud. Oh, shit, white people fighting. I'm going to get the fuck out of here.
You haven't named one thing.
I make pizza. It's great.
It sucks,
You're
actually.
a fucking joke.
Name one thing. Name one thing, asshole.
I've given up too much of my time.
All you've said is everything. Name one thing.
You're a fucking
Name
joke.
one thing. Clown.
I love $1 million worth of game.
The best.
Fucking Dom ain't going to... He's like, hey, motherfucker, you're taking up my promo time. Dom is back. Dom hung around for all that because he's like...
He's not walking away from this. He hasn't dropped his SoundCloud link yet. He's just staying out of... He knows when it's too much. He has enough taste to step back and let the situation be about something besides him.
I'm going to play this until he gets a new guest after Dom.
I like how Dom of the Year just slides right back in like mid-convo.
There you go.
It's great people.
This guy ain't great. You work for that clown? Did you know him? He's a piece of shit. This guy's a real fucking piece of shit. I am. I'm minding my own business doing a review.
This is me posting you, telling you to fuck.
Oh, you're posting me, buddy. Yeah, let's do it.
All right, there you go. And then he's just taking pictures and he's talking to people, and Dom of the Year's trying to get his SoundCloud link in there. If you're that guy, if you're the guy who owns the pizza place, it's kind of a fine line you're walking, isn't it? Where any publicity is good publicity, but if you look like too much of an asshole,
nobody's going to want to come eat your pizza.
Yeah. So like if you remember the not Bar Rescue, the Kitchen Nightmares episode of Amy's Baking Company?
Nope.
Oh my God. Amy's Baking Company is a classic. If you guys haven't seen it, check it out. He went to this place owned by this lunatic lady and her Israeli husband. And
I think I might remember it now.
Who has possible gang ties, mafia ties.
And her fucking recipes were all dog shit, but nobody would tell her.
It wasn't. Yeah. Like all of her food was shit, but her cakes were amazing. Like she made really good desserts.
Right.
But they took the tips from the servers. The servers didn't get tips. When her food was terrible, they just threw it away and they didn't tell her because she had temper tantrums. and just all kinds. Like, it was just a nightmare. And this woman went psychotic, and she would attack Gordon, and she was firing people left and right, yelling at customers, telling them to get the fuck out. They're going to call the cops. So then people started flocking to this place because they had to see it. She was such a nut that people had to come see this woman. And the problem was, once she started getting all these people, they weren't coming for the reason she wanted. They were coming for the experience, like a Dick's Last Resort kind of a thing. Mm-hmm. And she would yell at them and swear and cause a scene and make a ruckus. And now the company's dissolved, obviously. It closed down. But like, there's something to be said for what this guy is doing in the pizza review, where you can be an asshole. And if you're an asshole for a little bit, people will be like, oh, fuck that guy, he's an asshole. But if you lean into being a dick, people are like, I have to go see this personality.
Yeah. Like the soup Nazi.
Like this, right, like the soup Nazi, exactly. A couple of thank yous, then we'll go to the next part of this story, which is apparently this guy's business is doing great because of it. Scott and Rachel Galing becoming a baby boot. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. Curtis Versus becoming a member for his 16th month, says RIP RedBeard 313. Indeed. Remember, guys, anything you contribute to today's show, when we go over the goal, half of it goes to RedBeard's GoFundMe. And mods, please put RedBeard's GoFundMe up from time to time on today's show. So thank you for contributing to the program. We are 225 away from today's goal, only 225 away. So thank you guys very much. Let's keep chipping away at that number, knock that out, and then raise a little money for our buddy RedBeard after that. I have been getting a lot of Elisa Jordana stuff from James. He's been sending me a lot of things on this. Last week we talked about that guy who was her sidekick.
Right.
And head of like her IP streaming university or whatever. And this guy was, basically wrote a manifesto admitting to all kinds of horrific crimes with kids. And he's been sending me a lot of stuff this last week, and I've gathered some of it. Today, right after this next story, we'll be doing a collection of clips of Elisa Jordana knowing about this guy. Literally, Johnny, I have a clip of him admitting to his crimes in front of her on a stream. Nobody took it seriously. And then we finally have the admission from her about what her former co-host was. And what does she do? She
dismisses it and brings it all in on her.
Not only,
how she's got problems and it's all good. We just have to all give space.
Right.
Whatever.
She
blew it off.
She's a survivor. She's this amazing person. And then when he goes and admits all this stuff, she's staring at her chat. She's staring at her phone because she's the ultimate narcissist. She's not hearing a word this guy says. She's just waiting for her next moment. This piece of shit has been so desperate to be famous for so long. And as she gets older and older and uglier, and the outside starts to match the inside, the desperation gets more and more evident. I mean, now, fuck it, we're doing the Elisa Jordana thing now. I'm worked up.
Right,
now she's just basically gathered this group of mentally ill young men that think she's pretty or something, and they are obsessed with her. They go into her Discord. I mean, they've swatted us before, and then that guy got arrested. They swatted Bob Levy. They swatted Chrissy Mayer. All of this stuff. And now this piece of shit, every time something like this happens, because when you cater to mentally ill people, a lot of people in your fandom are going to get busted for fucked up shit. Because
they might be, I don't know, mentally fucked up.
Exactly. Well, in these clips we've got, I think the first one I have, yes, this is the clip of her admitting who this guy was. But not because she wanted to, but because someone on her stream told her she had to. Basically confronted her on it. This is Elisa Jordana. Again, this is a 40-year-old woman. I think older than 40, pushing 50. Going around town with a cell phone, letting people say horrific things about her. Letting people say horrific things about, the guy that got arrested, that turned himself in. And just basically doing anything. I think she got kicked out of the IP2 community, which
I have no idea. I don't follow her at all.
It's not, well, this James has been sending me some really good stuff, so I'm
Right,
pretty
right.
well caught up. The IP2 community is not like it's not a Benedictine order of monks. You know, these aren't good, decent people just trying to have clean streams. It's an adult IRL streaming organization that does weird, fucked up shit and will fuck with people from time to time, but she's too much and they kicked her out. But she tells these mentally ill boys, these lost boys with mental problems that are in her fandom, that she's always the victim. People are always doing things to her because they're jealous because she's pretty and all. Basically, take your most vapid, self-centered LA twat, give her a camera, give her video, give her a YouTube account, and then turn her loose without meds, and you're about a tenth of the way to Elisa Jordana. So here she is.
I'll say this before we get into it. Like, if I just met her at a bar or whatever and it was like a one-night thing, yeah, sure. But like, if I like came upon her as someone like literally filming herself being the person she is, if I actually got to know her for a split second, good God, no. Like, oh my God, no. That is a whole bunch of that. She might as well be a red flag.
Yeah. So here she is finally admitting about the guy we covered last week that wrote that manifesto, sent it to police, admitting to what he did to children. Here she is.
I had a pedophile. Tell them that. I had a pedophile. Tell them that, because the other day, you would not. All right. I had a pedophile as my co-host, and I'm still here.
Whoa! That's
I'm a survivor. I'm a work harder.
That's incredible. Are you okay, Elisa? Are you all right? That had to be a really traumatic time for you. You know, I seem to remember last week, what were you saying? Oh, yeah, he's just got some mental problems, and I really hope he gets better. And then the other rumor is, deny it if you want to, because I don't know what the truth is, that you're sending this fucking hump money? That this guy's giving you thousands of dollars? God knows how he got it. You don't care. And instead of giving it to his victims or giving it to any kind of foundation, you're stocking up this guy's commissary account, allegedly, is what we're hearing.
Ooh.
By the way, the years are starting to show. Not only that, I had a pedophile as a co-host, and I'm still here. Wow, way to set a low bar. You're not a pedophile. All right.
Or at least you just haven't gotten caught yet.
Yeah, I mean, he wasn't a pedophile until last week when he wrote his manifesto. We didn't know.
He was your co-host. It was just weird.
He was Elisa Jordana's co-host, which honestly, I think you should be punished harder in prison for that than the pedophilia.
She's offended that she wasn't victimized. She thinks, oh, wasn't it? Why wasn't? Because you're like 40, lady. No, I'm a beautiful young flower. He had to have seen me as a prepubescent teen. No. Good God, you got 4 decades under that belt.
You can't be this guy's victim. You're too old.
Too old.
You would not.
All right. I had a pedophile as my co-host, and I'm still here.
Tell them.
Show me somebody else that will
Tell
do that.
them.
A person with any kind of fucking dignity? That's who. Tell me anyone else who wouldn't be who would be here if they had a pedophile as a co-host. No one would still be here if they had a pedophile as a co-host, because if you enabled a pedophile for years and years, you would step down and fucking walk away in shame because the pedophile was your co-host. You would go, I resign, like a TV show. They would go, look, we're going to wrap it up. This is our last season, like House of Cards did. Because of Kevin Spacey, we're going to, put this thing to bed. We're finished now. This is embarrassing. That's what you would do. Wow, I had a pedophile as a co-host, and I still hit go live on my phone. So
that
brave.
says so much more about you in a way I don't think you realize is not flattering.
No, it's not flattering at all. But don't worry, you're a survivor. You still hit go live on your phone, and you have the audacity to keep streaming to people after enabling this guy.
Is she pitching the whole I had a pedophile as a co-host thing as somehow she's a victim for that?
She's always a victim.
So forget the actual victims that he created.
Yeah.
You're a victim because you associated with him?
Yeah, guys, you know who's really the most injured by all this? Elisa Jordana, of course.
All right.
Tell them that.
I had a pedophile as my co-host, but I'm still here.
Wow, good for you. I want to see how much further this goes.
I had a pedophile.
Tell them that.
I had a pedophile.
Tell them that.
I mean,
Elisa's hiring her new boss.
Someone send a song. Send that
HR
song.
department sent $5. She doesn't need coaching. Leo, if you're not into it, then don't do it. You aren't cut.
Oh, okay. Then they move on to something else. Okay. I mean, yeah. Why?
Okay.
Why dwell on that? It's very traumatic for her, Johnny. I mean,
she's she's suffered so much these past few days after everything that's happened. We really need to understand, out of everyone, the real victim is Elisa Jordana.
Fuck. It's remarkable. Then you have God damn, I'm trying to think because I got so many things bouncing around. You've got the fact that she had kids on her stream and this guy was doing the booking for her. So there's that as well. It's King James now. I just want to correct one thing. It's King James now. He says they just moved on with Sean Penn's wife on House of Cards. No, they were already filming that season when the Kevin Spacey
tried to, and they used it to wrap it up. It did not go well.
Yeah, they were already filming the last season when the Kevin Spacey stuff happened, so they were kind of stuck. They had to, so they just said, we're done after this season. We're finishing it up. One last season. We're going to wrap it up this way. That's it. If they weren't filming yet and they weren't writing and that Kevin Spacey thing happened, they probably just would have canceled the show.
Probably. But hey, at least Kevin Spacey went along with everything and didn't release a completely counter video where he continues to play his character, fight his charges, and insist that I will return. Like, oh my God, really?
It was so bad. But then, I mean, didn't he beat the charge?
He did beat the charges.
He did beat the charge. So Frank was right on that one. It was literally a Frank Underwood season where you're like, how the hell is he going to...
The video's called Let's Be Frank.
Yeah, and you're like, how the hell is Frank Underwood going to get out of this one? And he just bangs that ring on the table and not guilty. Hobo Chili Recipe says, do you want to be in the same hole that Andy Dick was in? No, thank you. Yeah, I mean, the things this pig woman has done to try and become relevant or famous outside of having talent, because she has no talent. She can't really sing. She can't really dance.
Not really funny, not really that attractive.
You look at the audience she attracts, a bunch of mentally ill, 20-somethings that want to see the pretty girl say hi to me. I mean, that's not really a marketable skill. So now the question is, did she know about this guy before he turned him in? Did she protect this pedophile before he turned himself in? And Johnny, funny I should ask that question because I do have an answer for you.
See, I would have said no, but go ahead.
This is from a July 7th stream. And again, thank you to James who got this for me, who sent me these. July 7th, this is a stream with Elisa. She has since deleted this stream, by the way. This stream does not exist as of last week. Here we go.
Can you also discuss his posture? Does he have any mental disorders? Okay, go ahead, Jimmy.
So there he is. There's the monster. There's the animal. There's the piece of shit.
Okay, I'm sorry. I know it's a Hawaiian shirt, but he is literally wearing a red flag.
Yeah, he's literally a walking red flag.
They're probably talking about the fact that I'm a sociopath, a serial killer, a kidnapper, and I've never been caught. Gotten away with everything.
Look at her. She's just staring at the chat, reading people's shit. She's not hearing a word of this.
I'll give a slight benefit of the doubt. There might be the ability to believe that he's being sarcastic. Now, certainly as we look back on it, probably not. But
have you ever heard the saying, when people tell you who they are, believe them? But I mean, this look and this speech, this is everyone. This is every one of her fans. Every one of her fans is just this weird, dead-eyed monster. I mean, if you want to open up a show's closet and find skeletons, I bet you no more bones pour out of any more closet than Elisa Jordana's. I mean, her fans, the people she associates with, and her herself, I'd shudder to think. There's probably literal corpses in a lot of those closets.
Oh.
But as far as this guy goes, I get it that you could argue that he's being sarcastic here.
No, you could, but I'm saying his delivery kills that. There's an I hate saying this. There's an art to it, I guess, about being sarcastic and over the top.
Right.
And this seems less like that and more like oh, well, it's because of this, that, and the other. And I'm like, again, it seems a lot more like an admission, which is hard for her to notice since she's not paying attention at all.
She doesn't pay attention. She's a narcissist. She waits for her turn to talk. You know, I always make that joke about myself, but I'm listening to people and I'm doing a show and I'm talking, but I always make the joke like, people say that I'm just waiting for my turn to talk. This woman is literally the embodiment of that. She's doing it. She's reading the chat. This guy might as well be doing the Charlie Brown teacher voice, just the while she's reading the chat.
Want to be on the distribution for my confession at some point? Because I'm going to mail out my confession to everybody at some point.
Guess what? A month later, this guy mailed out his confession.
This clip is going to air and just make us look so funny. There's a little bit of like a joke attitude there with I'm going to mail my confession out at some point. But again, nothing over here. She's not watching, paying attention, or listening, which would be really helpful.
She also doesn't do a comedy show. So him doing this is out of place.
It's out of place.
Yeah. Like even if you did this rant, I would talk to you after the show. And I would go, you might need some time off. Like you're getting a little.
Who are you now? My therapist and the people that have to check on me regularly? Go yourself.
I would have a conversation if you were doing this. But her, she's just looking up her next song she's going to 50-year-old dance to.
And just send Elisa or send me your email address if you want those details. I think we shouldn't go into any more details on this stream. But yeah, sociopath, psychotic, crazy, a nut, hiding things. You have no idea. You have no idea how much I'm hiding.
He even looked at her as if to go, you want to jump in here? Because I'm admitting all of my sins.
At any point, I'm being just a horrible person. And he's even checking to see, like, how is this washing on you? And he's really like, oh, you don't care.
Yeah.
You literally don't care.
If you're a nasty, terrible person, they say you can be next to evil and not know it, and you'll be totally comfortable. This creepy, obviously smelly dude is less than an inch away. He's touching her. And she's totally fine just reading her chat. So this is like evil and evil together.
Well, she's got to see if she's made any money and hear about how beautiful she looks today.
That's true, yes.
Everybody only gets to know 80%. That 20%, it's in here. Nobody else knows it. So when the other 20% comes out, I'd love to include you on the distribution.
Okay, see, this is where your whole where you were saying, oh, if you wanted to, you could try to give him the benefit of the doubt. No,
that's gone.
He's leaning into this distribution thing. He's clearly admitting to things.
And it's just, for it to be a bit, you have to be working with it.
Right.
There's a back and forth. There's no back and forth here. He's just admitting to being a piece of garbage. And it's
how much of this do you think she's heard?
I'd say maybe, if we're being generous, 5%.
I was going to say
she's heard him say a couple of the joking things, and most of the time she's been staring at her phone. I'd be lucky to believe she's heard more than him being like, oh, what? You mean they're talking about how I'm a horrible person? And she just went, all right, no.
Yeah. And then, maybe she heard 3 words. I'm going to go with not a word because I'm very biased against her.
Get me your email address. Just, I don't know where you are. Discord, Jim Delan, the 111 Experience on YouTube. Just send me it and I'll get you on the distro. So then you'll have all the details. Was that enough?
I don't know. So they're just asking.
I don't know. You know why she said I don't know? She didn't hear a fucking word.
Listening.
This is a bad person. Like I worry about everyone who watches her because we're not converting. Like right now, there are no Elisa Jordana fans in our chat that we're turning because they can't hear this shit. They shut it off. I shudder to think the mental capacity of people who watch her and like her. And then I shudder to think what they're doing to people on a daily basis. I shudder to think how they're victimizing people. Because the only 3 people I've ever had any knowledge of on the internet of people who are associated with Elisa, one of them is going to prison for pedophilia. One of them's going to prison for possession of child porn and swatting. And another one whips his dick out on streams randomly. I mean,
don't want to be one of those people, but dude, look how the screen looks where you paused it.
He looks like the devil.
Yeah, one of his eyes looks like it's freaking serpent-like.
He's lizardy.
All right,
He's turning into a lizard.
He's like literally like the demons right there. And she's just like, and how are my super chats?
Well, she stays warm from the heat of hell.
Oh,
so
actually, I heard a rumor that the devil is surprisingly cold. It's a misnomer. It's believed he burns hot, but actually runs.
The book says we lose. Sorry. Consider the source.
Some people don't know.
Do you need anything else? Do you need any other details? What are they saying? Anything else?
The DA is saying turn yourself in at 9 a.m. Boy, and not only that, she's a terrible host, too. Like, this is a lot of dead air.
Yeah, dude. This is one reason where, like, if you're going to rely on your chat so heavily, you have to have it up on the screen. But that's a double-edged sword because then anyone can see what people are writing. So you got to work with your chat better. You're just sitting there reading it. Why do people tune into this?
I don't know. Again, they want to see the pretty lady say nice things to them. I mean, she has less people. So we have YouTube and Rumble. So you have to combine our numbers to get our whole audience. So right now we're somewhere between 650 and 800, where we are every day at a time. In the evening shows, we're somewhere between 300 and 400. Right now, and those are our week show. The evening shows are our smaller show. She has 234 people watching right now. And I shudder to think what those 234 people are like, what they do to other people, the kind of things they think, the kind of things they dream. I mean, these are nasty individuals. There's been too many problems for us to believe that it's just a few bad apples with this Elisa.
Yeah, if you need anything else, just send me an email or reach out to me on Twitter. JLWN111 everywhere. Twitter, Gmail, Hotmail, Outlook. JLWN111 everywhere.
I will say this, she's so bad at this that at least he's hosting the show. Like,
is his hand on her shoulder? No, no, it's not.
Oh, it's not? Okay, it looked like it was. He may be a monster and a pedophile and absolute human garbage, but at least he's trying to, as we say in the business, keep the ball up in the air.
Yeah, dude, he's sadly, I hate to say, better on-screen talent than her.
Right. The star of the show went to prison for pedophilia, unfortunately.
Instagram, Twitter, Gmail.
How about the fact that this guy went to prison, but the bigger demon is still broadcasting? It's fascinating to me.
OL, Hotmail, Outlook. So there's every way to get in touch with me. If you want to be on the distribution list for my confession when it goes out, please send me an email. It's the best I can do right now.
That's nice.
That's nice.
After all that. That's nice.
She's had her face in the chat. She's had him going off right next to her.
The entire time.
Nice.
The entire time. Yeah.
At what point does this stuff not make you start looking like maybe we should be looking, like, no offense, if I'm arresting this guy and this video and stuff is out there, I at least feel like a talking to is in order.
Right. James, by the way, who's been sending me these, says the media sources, podcasters, and video creators covering the story of Jimmy without investigating Elisa would be like covering the Sharon Tate murders without mentioning Charles Manson. I think there is an enabling element to her and all of these people. I do. I think that I think she enables them. I think she gives them access to things they wouldn't have if it weren't for their access to her. So yeah, I mean, boy, is that fucked up. And then like I said, she wasn't listening to a word that guy said. At the end, she just goes, "Oh, okay.
That's nice.
Yeah, that's nice. That's it. Nothing more, nothing less. Just, that's nice." Concrete Pete says he could have been arrested right there, and she would have said, "That's nice."
Yeah.
Sean says, was this conversation used in court? I don't think there's going to be a trial.
Yeah, because he turned himself in. He admitted to stuff. It's not like they're going to, like, you know, have a trial. I mean, he because if you turn yourself in and admit to guilt, you're just guilty, right? Like, at that point, you just get sentenced, don't you?
Yeah. April says, I've never actually seen anything like this. She's like, again, I feel like when I yell and scream about her, I feel like I'm seeing a demon and no one else sees the demon, but I know I'm right and I know I've got this nailed. And this has been me since I entered the YouTube world in general. Everyone I've made
Keanu's wife in The Devil's Advocate.
Right? Everyone, I've been able to call everyone spot on, every situation spot on. I'm about 3 months ahead. So I get mocked for it at first. And then you give it 90 days and you're like, oh, I look like a dipshit. Aaron was right. I mean, it's the same curse, unfortunately, that Gino Bisconti has. Being right about everything. It's terrible. You have no idea the toll it takes on an individual. Thank you guys very much. Closing in on 700 people checking out the show at the moment. That's not counting Facebook and X. I don't know what that looks like. But hit thumbs up, hit subscribe. I appreciate your guys' support in the algorithm, but also monetarily, we do need to hit that goal every day. We run it, as the world continues to evolve, that budget gets ever tight, and we run things on a tight margin here. We just want to break even to be able to do our show every day for a living. So thank you very much to those of you who contribute. You do keep the show on the air, and we appreciate it. Becoming a member is a great way to do it. Become one of the members, whether it's YouTube or Rumble. Super chats, memberships, Rumble rants, the best way to support the show. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, $225 away from today's goal. $225 away. If you feel like contributing, please do. We do appreciate it, and it doesn't help keep this show on the air. It literally keeps this show on the air. So thank you very much. If you want to contribute, let's get a rally going. Let's get within striking distance before 9 o'clock. You guys went on a nice little rally there. It has snugged up for sure. Ro Jogan says one of your mods is out of control. Who? Balls Deep? I trust Balls Deep. If he's making calls, it's probably the right call. That's all. I like the guy. And plus, I saw that he fucked with one person. That person kept writing the same fucking thing in the chat over and over and over again. Like, if you do that, you're just kind of being creepy and weird.
Kind of spamming. It's kind of a dick move.
It's not only it's spamming. I didn't see it until after Balls Deep punished the guy, because I don't look at
you don't get chat can.
I don't look at the chat while I'm doing a story. I got a show to do. I'm not, if you live in the chat, you're not doing a show. You're just streaming on the internet, basically doing IRL shit. And I think when it comes to R.I.P. April, R.I.P. April, R.I.P. April. Here's my attitude towards it, and I back Balls Deep's play on this. We fucking got it. All right. Like, you're trying to make the whole thing about you. Like, we got it. You wrote R.I.P. April. Here's what I always say to people who are going, you're not reading my thing. I wrote it 15 times. Well, first of all, I'm not reading it because I'm doing a show. Second of all, if you wrote it 15 times and I still haven't read it, that means it's probably not worth reading, or I'm not reading it because you've written it 15 times. And then the other thing is, it's probably not that good, and you're trying to make this show about you. And I won't reward that. I'm sorry. Yeah, Fauci's Pangolin says, so you're not reading this. Not at all. Optic Nerve says, Aaron, don't read this. I wouldn't for $1 million at all. Coltrane says, gas is up, so goes the goal. The goal stays the same. We started at 300.
Yeah, the goal's kind of where it's at.
Yeah.
The goal has not inflated. Maybe we should.
Yeah, we will drown with that goal. This show will die with that goal in place.
Thanks, Biden.
225 away. If you guys want to go on a rally, I appreciate it. BYB Podcast with 199 says, read me 15 times. Mikey Two Milk says, if you read this, I'm leaving. Scarface, you're definitely not reading this. Nope, I'm not. See? I told you I'm not. I'm glad April is not dead. Oh, Aaron, don't read it, says the guy. Lemmy says, caution, do not read. Darbroach says, I've written 15 times. Balls Deep gifting 5 memberships. Thank you very much. That brings us down to 215 this morning. Balls Deep contributes a lot to this program. So let's get his back and match that up. Darb Roach, Optic Nerve, Concrete Pete, Geese Artel, and BYB Podcast, all getting memberships. Thanks. And by the way, if you guys are seeing the 313s in the chat, that's part of RedBeard's screen name. RedBeard 313. That's a little RIP to our buddy and longtime listener for probably about 3 years now at least, RedBeard, who passed away. Bigot on socialist media over on Rumble says complaining about mods should get you timed out. Oh, shit. See, I'm not even going that hard. But some people want a timeout. No, I complain about whatever the fuck you want to. Guy Sartell renewing his membership for 3 months says R.I.P. April. New boot goofing. Yes, of course. All right, that's why we go to the chat in between stories so we can get nice and sidetracked, and it doesn't matter. Thank you guys very much for your help today. All right, let's do this story of the New Mexico governor. I don't know if you guys saw this, but she made herself public enemy number one of any gun enthusiasts or gun rights activists. She just out of the blue, and I didn't know she could do this. In fact, I don't think she can. But she just suspended the right to carry in New Mexico. No, they didn't.
The governor?
Yeah, they didn't pass a law. They didn't.
She just came in and said, "I'm the governor. You don't get guns anymore."
Yeah, she said, "Yeah, your Second Amendment right is doesn't matter because the streets are dangerous." So she doesn't want people carrying. Because one thing we've learned about carrying is that when you stop allowing law-abiding citizens to carry, the ones who break the law also stop carrying because they don't want to get caught breaking the law.
Well, does this mean then they can automatically just assume anyone carrying a gun is a problem and the police can instantly act? Or would that be a problem because then maybe perhaps one particular group or community might get focused out more than another, and we might consider that, I don't know, somehow.
Right. Isn't that kind of what happened in New York?
Yeah.
And remember what Bloomberg said? I loved Bloomberg's autism on like race and crime statistics because they asked Bloomberg about the stop and frisk thing when they were doing it. He was a big proponent of stop and frisk because it got a lot of illegal guns off the street. And he said, they asked him, they said, "Are you worried that because you're, stopping and frisking like 58 or 60% black men and, 30 or 40% white people?" And Bloomberg, instead of being like, "Oh, I don't want to get in a racial controversy," he got really autistic about it and went, "Well, if you take a look at the crime statistics and what it's telling us about black people and the rate they carry guns and white people and the way they carry guns, you could argue that we're actually stopping too many white people." That is a Bloomberg line. In fact, I think that's probably something I could pull up right now. Bloomberg, too many white people stop and frisk. Why stop and frisk inflamed? Yeah, here it is from the Gothamist, 2013.
Wow, you didn't have to try that hard to find it. That is impressive.
No. Bloomberg thinks NYPD stops and frisks too many white people and not enough minorities. Oh, no, but I can't get the full article from the Gothamist because they want me to pay. I don't read the Gothamist. If I read the Gothamist on it, I pay, there's a couple websites that I use for prep, and I throw them a few bucks because, you can't be a show that lives on contributions of its fans and then not contribute to the shit that asks for money.
Right. It's a bit of a dick move.
Now, cut the police, leaves key parts out of this history, admits he was wrong. So he did turn on stop and frisk, but I think at 6 years after he left office, he turned on it. Yeah.
When there wasn't really any consequences because the people that came in after him, didn't they immediately repeal it?
Yeah. De Blasio got rid of it. So Mayor Bloomberg, this is back in 2013, claimed that people of color should be stopped and frisked more, not less, while whites are stopped too frequently. "I think we disproportionately stop whites too much and minorities too little. It's exactly the reverse of what they say," Bloomberg said. "I don't know where they went to school, but they certainly didn't take a math course or a logic course. I'll tell you, nothing gets you in a racial, sticky wicket quicker than using math and logic. That'll get you, oh boy, that'll get you good."
They do not like it when you use those.
No. The mayor was referring to statistics showing that a majority of serious crimes in the city are carried out by young men of color. But candidates vying to replace him wasted no time in denouncing the comments. Of course, they all found them offensive and they were terrible. 87% of all stops last year were for blacks and Latinos, who constituted 90% of murder suspects. So he's right. They're off by 3%. Only 9% of 9% of stops were for white people, who made up 7% of all murder suspects. So you were over searching white people by 2%. People say, well, you know, cops shouldn't be stopping so many of one group, Bloomberg said. The cop's job is to stop many of the groups fitting the description. It's society's job to make sure that no one group is disproportionately represented as potential predators.
So, is he saying we need more white people to commit crime or less black people and minorities?
I think he was willing to take either one at that point.
The point is, it's on you guys to balance it out, not me.
It's just watching him matter of fact. There's no counter argument to a guy like that because he says it so bluntly, and you're just like, what? But how could you? Why would you? How did you? He's just like, what? What are you saying? I'm saying that the blacks are committing all the crimes, so we have to frisk them.
And I'm asking Aaron, is he wrong?
And he's sitting there with a piece of paper. He's like, now, can you read, my young brother? Because here are the statistics.
All I'm saying is they got in after him. They repealed it. How's New York doing, by the way?
That's the argument, right? How are they doing since they undid all of evil Bloomberg's shit? Big Earn becoming a member for his 16th month. Thank you, buddy. Coltrane becoming a member for his 16th month. Says, thank you for not reading my super chat. New Mexico governor is going to get smacked in the courts. Fucking cunt. Yeah. We're definitely going to get to the New Mexico story, and that woman is, oh boy, is she begging for trouble. By the way, 2:15 away from today's goal. Thank you very much for contributing to the program. We do appreciate it. Let's keep that going and knock that goal out today. If we do 30 minutes of overtime, and we're going to play some of your favorites from 9/11.
Oh, boy.
People wanted the Irrational Times clip. There were a couple of... somebody wanted the Norm Macdonald blood and bone 9/11 joke. We'll play that. We've got a lot of 9/11 stuff coming up by your request. You know what? I tell you what. You throw in PayPal, Venmo, or anything else, and you put in a little 9/11 clip request. We'll play it during overtime. How's that? Thank you to Scarface for $5 over on PayPal. Says Scarface, don't fucking read this. Oh, we'll see. Now it's too late. I apologize. That's on me.
On Burgundy end.
Yes. 2:10 away from today's goal. Thank you very much. Keep her going. We do appreciate it. Greasy N-word with $2 over on Rumble says, you know that one guillotine song? It wasn't a joke. Yeah, that's we'll get to that story right about now. Hit like on YouTube, hit like on Rumble. Thank you very much for your time this morning. So here she is. This is the New Mexico governor just out of the blue suspending carry in the state.
Yes, all the examples you cited are crimes. Kids shooting at other kids, shooting from cars. So what's the value of the civil order? Why not just do better law enforcement?
Both. The value of the order is that it gives me three things. One, it says it's a statewide issue and it's a message to everyone to start leveraging their resources and arresting people.
I'm going to tell you right now, I bet you if you looked at the statistics of where the crime is happening in New Mexico, I bet you it's not a statewide issue.
Yeah, I bet you there's probably a pretty decent coalescence of just one area.
Yeah, I'm sure it's probably a higher population area because I can tell you this, the problems in Minnesota are not statewide problems. They're usually geography problems. You know, I don't think people in Minneapolis and St. Paul are as worried about drought as, say, a farmer in Hutchinson is.
And I think those people are less worried about, violence in town.
Right.
Two, the jurisdictions come at this, including with the DOJ restrictions, differently, without the leveraging and the additional resources, arresting, and where do they go? We got to make sure that everyone is bumping up their services. It's a message to the Metropolitan Detention Center. It's a message to the HMOs. You better figure out treatment. We have been...
Better better figure out the HMOs
for carrying a gun.
What are they supposed to do? You know what? If you get shot and you're committing a crime, we're not going to cover your treatment. I don't really understand what the HMOs are supposed to. Does she mean HMOs like insurance people?
I have no idea. What the fuck are people supposed? She's saying, what is this doing to help all of this? They need better treatment for what? Again, you're taking away gun ownership. The point that he was making is that I think he was putting too subtle of a point on it. The people that are committing these crimes aren't going to really be affected by these laws. How does this help?
Right. What he's saying is most of them are drive-bys and most of them are this, that, and the other things. And kids, like people who don't traditionally carry legally. What he's trying to say...
Or can't carry legally.
Yeah, what he's trying to say, Governor Numbnuts, is that this isn't being done by people exercising their right to carry. They're being done by criminals who are not affected by your new order at all, but at least you get to show off for your buddies next time you go to some anti-gun conference. Cool.
Sort of stalled out, to your point. This order basically says, stop stalling out, and to your point, just arrest everyone. Well, I also have to have the ability...
Mayor Bloomberg showed up and went, may I suggest arresting far more blacks than you do whites? It usually will bring down the problem significantly in my experience.
Can't arrest
and again, I'm sure the illegal people, the people illegally carrying firearms, I'm sure they will outwardly admit to having them and completely just let themselves get arrested at every turn.
Ah, shit, you caught me. Oh, man. Yep, I got a gun right here. Yeah, I got one on my ankle, too. Son of a...
Pulled you over for a broken tail light. Hey, man, I tell you, officer, I'm also holding a gun illegally under my shirt right now.
Yeah.
I also have to have the ability... I can't arrest everyone. There are literally too many people to arrest.
You know, that's usually the problem a lot of despots and tyrants have. Is that, oh, man, so many hours in a day and so many people I'd like to lock up that I don't like. It's a rough time being me, to be honest with you.
Can we talk about recidivism?
Yes, maybe speak about not just arresting them, but maybe holding them in jail once in a while. That'd be good.
If someone's got a concealed carry permit in Albuquerque walking down a public street, they're not going to get arrested.
I can make the point that they should be.
That's right. Grandma's carrying for her own protection because she can't run, but, maybe she should be arrested.
I went through the process to get a constitutional carry permit. Why, you can't arrest me. And her response is, maybe we should. I mean, you shouldn't be terrified of this woman because I think she'll get knocked down in courts and she should be dragged out of office one way or the other. Yeah. But I hate her, but I'm not afraid of her. Like, I feel like this is a fight you can win, and this is a fight you should definitely pick. This is a hill you should choose to die on. I hate her, but I don't fear her because I feel like she's beatable. But that is like, do these people, it's that old British sketch, with the Nazis wearing the skulls on their helmets.
Are we the baddies?
Are we the baddies? There's never that moment for a woman like this, even when she yells out the baddie thing.
And it also is contradictory. So you think grandma should be arrested for exercising her constitutional carry right and carrying concealed, which she has a permit for.
Right.
She should be arrested. But you don't have enough cops to arrest the bad people. We can't just arrest everyone, but let's arrest Granny for again, just having a concealed carry permit and a gun, which even if you're against, she's filed with the government to have it. So it's on paperwork like, hey, this lady has a firearm. You can look that up. Yeah, that's a really big problem with we know she's armed. Oh no.
Maybe if we weren't spending our time arresting Granny for carrying, we could use that time to arrest the criminals we're talking about. That's the other thing that's insane about this. All you're doing, you're saying that you want the police to use their resources smarter to stop violent criminals. And this speaks to that guy's question that he just asked a little bit ago. So now all you're doing is creating more criminals that the cops are going to have to spread their resources thinner with because you've created more lawbreakers.
And they don't see a problem or a contradiction in it.
None. And they don't think they sound evil or crazy when she goes, well, maybe we should take away their carry permit.
This is why I never trust women with dyed hair. Eventually that shit seeps into your brain, lady.
Really does just get in there. I think that's why you don't see Grecian 5 anymore. I think enough guys took it and it just kind of soaked in. And then we got Waco and Ruby Ridge, and they said, maybe we ought to pull this shit from the shelves. These guys are going crazy.
Got into our sperm.
They saw the inner city violence go up, and they go, it's either Grecian 5 or crack. I'm not really sure. But try to take both of them off the shelves.
This is the point. I'm willing to do anything and everything within a shred of evidence-based effort. Because if you're not horrified that on any street corner in too many cities in New Mexico, there is someone with a gun sticking out of their waist or their belt. And I'll tell you, if you're a young person, you're not allowed to have a handgun.
Right! That's our fucking point with what you're doing!
The people committing the crimes are not the ones affected by the law.
Right. So what you're doing is jacking yourself off so you can score, you know what? I hate to say it again, but just like the DAs who are letting people out without bail, I'd love to see who funded her campaign, and I'd love to see if you could tie her donations back to George Soros. I'd love to see if you could. Probably it wouldn't surprise me.
I'll tell you this, with someone open carrying a firearm, I don't feel better or worse when I see a firearm on someone's hip. When I see a firearm on someone's hip, I start assessing that person and how they're behaving.
Right.
But 9 times out of 10, if you're blazingly showing the fact that you have a firearm on you, you have a certain demeanor of, I don't know, just carrying yourself nicely. And I mean, I've seen people of color this way, whatever. It's when you seem suspect and it's like it's tucked in your waistband or you've got it hidden under a jacket or something. Now we've got a few more questions, but ultimately, like the guy said, the people committing the crimes will not be affected by the law.
Well, it's a crime already.
I got it, but we won't be able to arrest all of them. So imagine, just in a perfect world.
Oh, here we go.
Where we just arrest everyone who carries a gun.
It gives all of these police officers the ability to focus on the real criminals.
Last follow-up.
Yeah.
Do you think these cops are uncomfortable, or do you think they're cool with this? Do you think they like that? I never know how cops feel about the carry thing. Like, are they happy because they get to have more of a like authoritarian grasp on things, or are they like, oh shit, like it's going to be harder for us out there because you're going to have these constitutionalist people still carrying, and it's going to be a tense situation, and we're going to have to police it.
That, and I wonder, like, how do they feel about it? Because on the one hand, nobody's supposedly under her new fancy law allowed to carry a gun, but they are while they're on the job.
Right.
But then what about when they're off? I mean, don't most, I was under the impression that a lot of police officers still carry when they're off duty.
I always thought even without carry laws, I thought that off-duty cops were allowed to carry.
So again, that's a weird thing for me, where I don't like it where an off-duty cop's allowed to carry, but there's no avenue for a just general good citizen to secure the ability to carry. Because again, that's the whole reason the Second Amendment exists, is to protect yourself from a tyrannical government.
Yeah,
that's the whole idea.
And then she's going, well, there's all these kids. It's not. She made the argument against the thing she's doing. She went, oh, yeah, and then you got kids that are carrying guns, and they're not even allowed to legally carry guns. Like, yeah, no shit. This is why you shouldn't get rid of the carry thing.
The guy literally said, yeah, that's the point. It's already illegal.
Right.
And what is this going to do for that? And she made some weird extrapolated thing again about how it diverts resources or something.
Yeah.
And now the cops just arrest anyone carrying a gun.
So this story, it always comes back to this with me. Yeah, she's dumb. Yeah, she's stupid. Yeah, she's the worst. I got that part.
Who voted for her?
These people voted for her. I mean, the majority of the people in that state thought she'd be a good leader. So you guys have to bear some responsibility too.
Yeah, but was the majority the inner city, like large? Because we keep seeing this again now where these large states that have just metropolitan populaces and then huge swaths of rural areas start taking all of these metropolitan ideals and just planting the whole state with it. When it's like, no, that just really fits your little corner.
You look at like Minnesota and the map's all red except for these 2 dots of blue. And
Rocks and cows.
And then blue carries it. Yeah.
The point is is valid.
You took an oath to the Constitution. Isn't it unconstitutional to say you cannot
Get her.
exercise
Fuck her in the
your carry license?
With one exception, and that is if there's an emergency, and I've declared an emergency for a temporary amount of time, I can invoke additional powers. No.
Okay, cool. So remember that, boys and girls, because that's the next Overton window they're going to try and move. The Constitution is the Constitution until we think it's not safe anymore. Then there's no Constitution. No.
Yeah, I'd hate to say we've never seen this happen for months and months on end, even in our own state, where someone's like, I have emergency powers because I need them.
Oh, and thank you, Lincoln. Appreciate it. But at least then there was a civil war on when he was being a complete piece of shit. But this is like, oh, yeah, there's a Constitution. I swore to defend the Constitution. But if I think shit's really bad, then it doesn't matter anymore. Yeah, we need to throw anybody out who thinks like that. And I don't mean out of office. I mean like out of the country. It's just those are too toxic of ideas to stick around.
No constitutional right, in my view, including my oath, is intended to be absolute. There are
Yes, it is. That's why it's a constitution and not like a pledge. You know, like the difference between pledge and donate we heard about in the Johnny Depp trial with Amber Heard. Yeah, a constitution is absolute. We find
so the Constitution's not absolute, but you get to have power that is?
The Constitution, the Declaration of Independence starts with, we hold these truths to be self-evident, that life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. It's in our in one of our founding documents. Well, I guess that is the founding document, the Declaration of Independence. Yeah. Self-evident. That means universal, all encapsulating. Oh, yeah, I do have an oath to defend the Constitution. Unless a kid carries a gun, then I can just tell you all to go fuck yourselves. Oh, okay.
Restrictions on free speech. There are restrictions on my freedoms. In this emergency, this 11-year-old and all these parents who have lost all these children, they deserve my attention to have the debate about whether or not in an emergency we can create a safer environment.
I agree with you. They deserve your attention. Then why are you doing some bullshit that doesn't do that? Like suspending the carry right. Oh, I hope they take her to court. I hope she gets smacked down. I hope they vote her out. If she serves another term, the people of New Mexico get what they deserve.
I hate the ability of a governor or politician that can just declare anything an emergency. I'm sorry, is this happening like in your face right now, constantly, nonstop? No. This happens from time to time. Yeah. And again, we're not going to talk about the area or the people involved. Let's just ignore it.
They're going to do it for climate change, by the way.
But again, but that's my point. Emergency is kind of one of those weird things where it's just a broad term, and I don't like it, where it's like, trust the science. No. I want to know what science we're supposed to be trusting here. Can we have some facts?
What about their constitutional rights? I took an oath to uphold those too. And if we ignore this growing problem without being bold, I've said to every other New Mexican, your rights are subrogated to theirs. And they are not, in my view.
Wait a minute. Okay. You're talking about crimes. There are already laws against the crimes, so how are their rights?
But again, if I'm unsafe, who's standing up for that right?
There you go, guys. The Constitution only works when we feel safe. The Constitution isn't for when we don't feel safe. It's only for when we feel safe. Oh, this is just the most dangerous kind of... Now I am a little scared of her. Now that I see that she means it, she might not even be a water carrier. I think she actually means
I think she
shit.
believes it. Again, She said, if I don't feel safe, who's standing out for that right? Well, I think the person who's constitutionally carrying openly, who has a permit to own a firearm, I think that's the person who's looking out to make sure you feel safe. Because again, let's not forget, if someone who doesn't have the right to have a gun or shouldn't have a gun starts acting wily, it's probably going to take someone else with a gun to stop that person.
Right. And you taking away the concealed weapons permit because you don't feel safe ensures that the only person carrying a gun will be the one that doesn't make you feel safe. A lot of people carry firearms so you feel safer, cops included.
Oh, and one group you might have some, kinship with. Women. A lot of women carry concealed firearms because they can be physically overpowered by a man, but a man ain't overpowered by a bullet. Just bam, just hit him with it and he's done. Or he is. Fuck me.
If this climate is so out of control,
climate change,
somebody should do something. I'm doing as much as I know to do.
And that's the problem.
Yep. Do you really think that criminals are going to hear this message and not carry a gun in Albuquerque on the streets for 30 days?
No. But here's what I do think. It's a pretty resounding message.
That's the end of the clip. You fucking moron. No, I don't think the criminals are going to listen and not carry their guns. I don't think that's going to happen. But you know what it does is it sends a pretty good message. No, it doesn't. That's the
No, it does send. It sends a great message. Hey, you know that risk we've been taking this whole time that we might get in trouble? Yeah, now we're guaranteed that anyone that might stand up to us is also taking that risk.
Oh, my God. I'm sorry. If you live in New Mexico and you're watching this show, I'm really sorry. I'm really sorry about this. This is embarrassing for you. Ladies man
this
says,
is why I say there needs to be like certain limits on people reproducing. That lady's parents had to be too vivid to her to get to this. Like that's something like, I'm sorry, that's not just learned. That is genetic stupidity.
Yeah.
I feel like we should have cut that one off at the quick somewhere.
Mad Joe with $2.99. Thank you, buddy. Coltrane with $5. Excuse me. Says if this isn't shot down in courts, it sets a bad precedence. Blue states will copy this approach like they did with Trump's bump stock ban. I agree, but there's no way I can see this holding up. There's no way. By the way,
if it even does for a minute, I bet you Walls would have no problem throwing that up in here.
Oh, he'd do it immediately. And again, if you don't push back at some point, if you don't pick the hill to die on, and you don't pick the right hill, then they're just going to keep pushing forward. That's why I said this is a good hill to die on. This one right here. When it comes to gun rights and stuff like that, do this hill. This is the hill. By the way, thank you very much. It brings us down to 2:05 away from today's goal. We're at 9 o'clock, guys. We have an hour left. Let's get in there. Let's knock out the rest of this goal. Half of whatever we go over goes to RedBeard and his family. Rest in peace to our listener. RedBeard, we appreciate it. But we are a little over 200 away. And we have an hour left, so we will need to knock this thing out. So your contributions on especially Streamlabs, PayPal, and Venmo are very, very important this morning. Super Chats, memberships, Rumble rants, whatever you've got, it is very important because it does that goal basically breaks us even now at this point. The way things are going, that goal breaks us even, and we do appreciate it. You becoming a member keeps the goal down every month from 400 down to 350. We started at 300 today. We do appreciate it. Need Trump becoming a member for his 15th month says, let's go. Let's go indeed. Let's rally up. I believe we've done a good job of not really mentioning the goal at all today. Keeping
started out great, just hitting it, so it didn't seem like we'd need to.
Yeah, so thank you guys very much. It's one of those things where we try to balance it. You know, people say, well, what happens if you just don't mention it and you do a show? We'd probably be out of business by the end of the month, more than likely. But, we try to keep a good balance of keeping ourselves on the air, providing a really good product, but also reminding people, hey, the show don't run on love, if you will. Thank you very much to Mad Joe for $7.99. Said, God has not given me a spirit of fear. That lady is wicked. Thank you. And the ghost of RedBeard, it should be RedBeard, with $2 says, let's go, everyone. Hit the goal. Yeah, the ghost of RedBeard wants to knock this thing out. Thank you very much. 200 away from today's goal. So we're an even 200 away. Thank you very much. And Rumble, hit thumbs up. YouTube, hit thumbs up. We appreciate your guys' contributions. And my buddy Nicholas, my golfing buddy Nicholas with $5 over on PayPal. Thank you, buddy. 195 away from hitting. So now we're under that dreaded 200. That one in front looks a lot better. And also 2 digits looks better than 3 digits, of course. So thank you guys very much for that rally. Keep her going, and we can keep this show moving along. I really wanted to get to this Blueface story today, and I'm glad we're here. He's my favorite rapper, and I've, honest to Christ, Johnny, never heard one of his songs.
I have never heard any of his music, but I'm almost starting to think I need to with this kind of stuff. It's getting impressive.
There's a really weird dynamic between him and his baby mama, Krishan Rock, where they're both unfit to be parents, and they're both complete narcissistic crazy people. She's beaten the shit out of him outside clubs a lot. She's gotten in fights in public with other people, even while she was pregnant. And now there's this new thing that's been going around the internet the last couple months where Blueface is trying to make sure his son doesn't turn out gay. He keeps asking his son if he's gay. He keeps asking his son if his son likes pussy.
He's going to make his son turn gay out of spite.
Right? Exactly. His son's going to end up being gay just because he's like, look, man, I don't even like butthole, but my dad's a twat.
I've been throwing pussy and tits at me since I was like 6, man. At a certain point, I'm like, fuck it, I'll take a dick.
Like, let's say your favorite food is sloppy joes. If your dad shovels sloppy joes into your mouth until you're 18, you're going to switch to hot dogs by the time you're in college. It's a pretty good analogy, right?
Right.
I just wanted to make sure that, a lot of times on this show, we do our analogies to be funny rather than accurate. I wanted to be accurate that time.
Wouldn't it be a cheddar wurst? I mean, there is a filling.
Let's settle on Parmesan garlic.
I like parm.
I don't like palm. If you like palm, this isn't bad. As the cheese dripping off the pizza. By the way, Sean says spam the chat 313 for RedBeard. Yeah, go ahead, spam the shit out of the chat 313 for old RedBeard. He would like that. It would tickle his kidneys and his liver and all that shit. We miss RedBeard. 313s indeed. So Blueface is now having child services called on him. And child services is now investigating his relationship with his son over all the gay shit. So he's dating this new woman, Jaden Alexis. And I think Jaden Alexis is either an OnlyFans model or a stripper or both. And Blueface really likes her. He's smitten, some would say. The problem is he wants his son, who's I think 6, to really like pussy too. And some of us with 6-year-old sons believe that it's a little early to start pushing pussy on your 6-year-old son. Some would argue that a father should never push pussy on his son because, if I'm quoting here, it's fucking creepy.
It seems weird to me when you're that determined that you need to like this stuff as much as I do. Like, do you like it this much, or are you trying to project something? Is there something we're covering for?
Yeah, and not only that, Dad, I've seen the women you date. I don't know if I want to follow in your footsteps. That's all. Let's watch the 2 videos that had people a little concerned and calling CPS on Blueface. Here's the first one.
Casual day.
So the OnlyFans stripper girl decided to have her friends over and shake their asses in front of a TV, because who doesn't just do that for fun? Just get together, put something on the TV, and start shaking your butt cheeks.
You have a 6-year-old in this environment, like just seeing that environment, like, okay, no kids allowed. What?
Yeah, like, excuse me, what? So the son, by the way, is not in there at the moment. He's hiding in the closet looking for Slim Jims, which may in fact be a little less metaphorical and a little more literal as time goes on. Here we are.
Casual day with Jay Nasty.
So now Blueface is going to find his son who's in the pantry and, like a normal 6-year-old, just wants some snacks. And this is what
I can't imagine why nobody would be in that living room to that loud, like, no offense, but for a 6-year-old, I'm pretty sure they'd find that kind of annoying music. They don't really care.
Yeah, they would not like it.
Son, come here. There's booty cheeks out here. You in here looking for chips and Slim Jims and shit.
He's like, I love Slim Jims. This dad's trying to shame him. He's like, there's booty cheeks out here. You in here looking for chips and Slim Jims. And the kid, being a normal kid, just goes,
I love Slim Jims. They're delicious.
Which is the perfect counterpoint to that. Like, dude, I can see booty cheeks whenever I want. Fucking love Slim Jims. How about it? Your dad is a millionaire, like, and he's got a box of Slim Jims in the house for the kid.
The pantry looks remarkably bare for someone who's doing so well.
Right. That's the food thing. Well, did you ever watch MTV Cribs? Rappers always had like refrigerators that were full of water, Cristal, and energy drinks, and you couldn't find any food in the fucking house.
Any actual food. It's almost like they don't understand having, making, and cooking a meal. It's like it's all fast food and drive-through and takeout.
Yeah.
And in home, you keep the Cristal and the
water and the, you know, for the booze.
Gay is you?
Oh, sorry, I went back to
and Slim Jims and shit. You ain't gay, is you?
First of all, let's try to let's do this like a highlights magazine and see all the things wrong with this. You ain't gay, is you? We don't ask the kid if they're gay at 6 years old. And second of all, is you? You know what? We'll talk about that part later.
And Slim Jims and shit. You ain't gay, is you? Huh? Are you gay? You ain't gay, right? My man.
Pile of Slim Jims.
My dog.
Yeah, he's got a pile of Slim Jims. He's eating them in the closet. And you're asking him if he's not gay. Why don't you just violently shove him into doing a musical at this point? And by the way, I think if this kid is straight, he's the smartest straight guy there is. He doesn't want to be out there with a bunch of vapid hoes, you know, running around in their butt cheeks in his living room. It's like, I want a little peace and fucking quiet while I eat my Slim Jims, you stupid whores.
I don't want to associate with the people that are just going to take away from my inheritance, Dad.
Yeah, right. Sucking away all my money right through your dick hole, Pops. Well, then, I don't know if they were filming a music video or if they were filming some OnlyFans shit.
Oh, Jesus.
But apparently this was happening in front of the children.
Y'all sit right here.
Oh, look, there's a baby just kind of in the couch cushions. Just, you know, like...
That looks
like
that's... Oh, my God. Really?
Yeah, like spare change, just kind of sitting in the couch. There's a little baby.
Because you can't afford a bassinet or a cradle or something?
Dude, do you have any idea how much those rings and that watch cost? I mean, that's...
You could melt one of those down and get 7 bassinets, you son. Like, come on, dude.
Well, man, that man's on a Slim Jim budget.
What do you mean? What do you mean I helped encourage SIDS?
Yeah. There's just like something inherent. There's something just like you're a piece of shit person. If you've got that many rings and your kids only have Slim Jims to snack on and no food in the pantry. Like,
yeah,
I'm not trying to say your priorities are dog shit, but you might just be a garbage person if that's the case. Like, I put a couple of cushions between the baby so it doesn't roll off the couch and shit. Oh, here, kids, here's some Slim Jims. Now, if you'll excuse me, I lost my pinky ring. Fucking asshole.
Why is the
I'll go fondle with these young women for a little bit, all right? You in charge. You second in charge, all right? All right. All right.
Oh, God. Oh, it's a music video. So he's filming a music video with the girls dancing on the thing, and he's got the kids in the next room on the couch and the baby cushioned between. You know what, Johnny? I'm starting to realize that maybe the CPS thing was a warranted call.
For what? This seems like a good dad. He's got a couple of couch cushions watching his newest. He's got his oldest son second in charge. So, you know, obviously a good head on his shoulders because he trusts the lady, but only as far as his son can get. And then after that, he's just going to work. What's wrong with this?
Jesus.
Tell the bitch a lie, she's gonna believe it.
Oh, look, a bottle.
Jay in there directing shit. You directing shit?
Yeah. Song bump and yeah, we hella bump. Yeah.
And that's the girlfriend, by the way.
In here directing shit.
This is a girl who's creative director. Yeah, period.
We'll tell the host to dance then.
She said, give her
Oh, look, did you see that, Johnny? While they're making a video with all these trifling hoes, what's that on the stairs?
I believe that's a child.
I believe that's a baby crawling on the fucking steps. The hardwood steps.
The worst that could happen.
No banister, no nothing, just open steps, crawling around while the fat chick directs the video and the big booty hoes dance on the bed.
Again, like I say, what's the worst that could happen? It's not like most homes, have gates in front of stairways at both ends, or at least at some point to prevent the child from accessing the stairway. No. Around here, we just open them up. You know what I mean? Like, we started putting knives on all the corners. I actively trip my daughter just to remind her, head on a swivel, man. The world's dangerous.
I'd like to go out on a limb, and you don't have to go out on this limb with me. Feel free to save yourself. I'm going to go out on a limb here and say Blueface is a bad father.
I don't think so. It looks like he's got his priorities in order. He's got 2 extremely hot trifling hoes on his bed. He's got a relatively decent-looking trifling hoe in front of him, and it sounds like he's going to have less child support, or at least one less child to take care of pretty soon, by no fault of his own.
Maybe,
so,
maybe 2, because you got the baby on the couch, and then you got that one up on the stairs.
Well, I was just talking about the one on the steps making a very quick exit, if you know what I mean. But
that's what I mean. The other one could fall,
Oh, right, yeah.
See?
So now you're down to 2. And as long as you make sure your oldest isn't always eating meat in the closet, if you know what I mean, then we're good.
And that's his biggest concern right now. How about worry less about what your 6-year-old likes and worry about the child who's climbing on the stairs?
She said, give her my card. Right. Fuck, everybody get to it.
So, Janet.
Yeah, a lot. That's really how Scorsese acts when he's directing films too. He's like, "Yo, gang, get that shit." That's.
No one has noticed the child. I can't stop staring at it now. Now that I know she's there, it's just like, no, I really, she could be an assassin. She could kill everyone in this room.
And who's to say we wouldn't be better off if she just did?
Just say that. That is a ninja toddler.
She's right here.
A what?
A ninja toddler.
Oh, okay.
Sweet
Thank you.
Jesus, man.
Thank you. I'm sorry. I get confused. I hear things. I'm sorry. The Vikings are 0-1. I'm sorry.
Tell him Michael wants to see him dance.
Okay.
She's putting his shoes on.
There we go. Get my baby hairs right.
You good?
Oh, and there's an ass right in the background. Oh, and there's one in the foreground, too. There's a couple of asses.
Oh.
So I'm guessing that this investigation might take a minute or 2.
I'm not normally of this. I really hope he doesn't get those kids back.
I'm really hoping that maybe those go to a better home, perhaps. The no room in the fridge for food with all the old English 840 ounces, says Pass a Cold One. Mindy Lee becoming a steel toe bro. Thank you very much. Appreciate that. 190 away from today's goal, and it looks like we've got about a little less than 40 minutes until we have to rattle the offering plate and beg for our show to stay on the air and beg for that money and whatnot. And hopefully you guys feel like contributing. Streamlabs, PayPal, and Venmo are the best ways to do it. Super Chats, memberships, and Rumble Rants. Let's try to knock that out. We're a little bit of a ways away. We can all team up and do it together. MSO says, am I still allowed to say no goal, or will it offend your mods? MSO, you know that we love when you play the game, my friend. And I really hope that we can. We've had 2 weeks in a row now where we've missed a goal. That's not a good sign for where things are going for the old steel toe, that's for sure. So I really hope MSO doesn't get the victory. I hope we can knock that out. About 650 of you today checking out the show at the moment. In the past, that's always been enough to knock this thing out. So if you feel like contributing, please do. We would appreciate it. Getting down to nut cutting time, and we're still almost $200 away. So please, if you could, contribute a few bucks. Again, as we get closer to the offering plate shaking time, my dignity goes out the window. All right, let me open up these 7 o'clock hour stories. While I do, Stoney's Bar in downtown Rockville. They just had a great memorial ride at Stoney's Bar. Go check them out anytime, especially Thursday nights for bike night. While the weather's still warm and you can still make use of Stoney's Garage, the outdoor patio with the garage bar. It's really nice in there, very well decorated. It's an awesome indoor-outdoor kind of a feel at Stoney's Bar in downtown Rockville, Minnesota. Great Bloody Marys, awesome pizzas, and a great place to go watch football on Thursdays, Saturdays, Sundays, and Mondays. Do it tonight at Stoney's Bar in downtown Rockville. They also have live music every single weekend. Another one of our sponsors that keeps us on the air, All Care Towing, 320-253-5203 for All Care Towing of St. Cloud. Our friends at All Care will pick you up no matter what time of the day or night, in trucks and wreckers, big enough for motorcycles, all the way up to heavy-duty equipment, and All Care is there quicker than anyone. That's All Care Towing, 320-253-5203. Midland Armory in downtown Foley. Visit midlandarmory.com and find your favorite new firearm. Order it, have it sent to an FFL dealer near you, and get the best deal possible from our friends at Midland Armory, especially when you use the promo code SteelToe, and get a great discount. That's Midland Armory in downtown Foley, Minnesota, midlandarmory.com. Again, midlandarmory.com. And, of course, if you want your Steel Toe coffee, go to crescentmountcoffee.myshopify.com. Of course, crescentmountcoffee.myshopify.com. You've got April's Magic Bean. By the way, this is the bag art, so this is what you will see when you order. That's April's Magic Bean, whole bean or ground. And, of course, the Steel Toe Morning Show medium and dark roast whole bean or ground coffee in 12 ounce or 1 pound bags. Those prices you see include shipping. There is no extra fee for shipping with Steel Toe Coffee. It also helps support our show and keep it on the air. So if you please get your Steel Toe Coffee today, if you're a coffee drinker, we do appreciate it. All right, guys, 190 away from today's goal. Let's knock that out. No more falling behind for this show that, quite frankly, scares the living dog shit out of me. Okay, on we go. The migrant crisis continues at a lot of large cities in the United States.
There's a crisis?
Yeah, apparently there's a big migrant problem. Now, some would argue that there's been a migrant problem in the United States for decades, with people just coming across a porous border for most of our last 30 or 40 years. Thank you, Ronald
Yeah, if you're
Reagan.
racist.
And it didn't really start becoming a serious problem that the media said we need to do something about until they started getting bused to New York and Chicago and some other, Washington, D.C., some other larger cities here in the United States. Then their mayors and their governors started to say, hey, wait a minute. All of these illegals coming here with no job skills is really straining our public services and breaking our budgets. To which Florida and Texas said, right? Thanks.
Weird.
Yeah.
That thing we've been screaming for fucking years is we were always racist when we said that. Turns out, no, that's the thing.
Yeah. You know that thing that you've been calling us racist for, like, forever? Yeah, it turns out that we weren't being racist. That's just actually how it goes when a lot of people who can't contribute to the economy start needing things. Balls Deep, thank you for gifting a membership to SH. Let's start a rally and a run off of that. Thank you guys very much. Let's get in there. 190 away, half hour from rattling this here offering plate and making me beg to keep my job. Now Chicago's O'Hare Airport is becoming a housing place for illegals in Chicago.
Ooh, that's going to go over well.
As if O'Hare wasn't kind of a third world country in a lot of places as an airport. Now you just start throwing illegals with nowhere else to go in there. And by the way, ask New York how that's going. They've been giving them old prisons. They've been giving them hotels. And I think one of the hotels, it was Wyoming, gave homeless people in, I think it was Casper. They gave them a hotel and they removed 500 pounds of human feces.
Oh my God, gross.
Hotel.
Don't make me puke, man.
It's disgusting.
Dude, did you see the clip of Eric Adams saying these people are going to destroy the
Yeah.
Literally being the most base speech you've ever seen from a Democrat.
Actually, I believe you and I did that on Friday.
Oh, shit, that's right. We did.
Yeah. Mayor Adams was like, yo, we can't keep this shit going. We got to build a motherfucking wall or some shit.
They are going to destroy the community.
Yeah, he said they're going to destroy our city. So now Chicago leaders are facing backlash over hundreds of migrants being housed at O'Hare International Airport, one of the nation's busiest airports. More than 400 migrants are reportedly being housed in a section of the airport hidden from public view behind black curtains, up from 31 at the beginning of August. So all these liberals who are so accepting and tolerant and all these progressives who run Chicago, they have to hide the migrants behind black curtains as though they're some kind of shameful animal that will bite the children if they come by the kennel. And they have to shield them from public view. Boy, it's good that they're the party of caring.
People living like, what is it? Like Tom Hanks in that one airport movie where he didn't have a passport or whatever and he couldn't leave.
Yeah. What do they? They call that, the terminal. Yeah. The Chicago. Yeah. O'Hare is becoming the terminal. Only instead it's the United States and the movie should be called We're Terminal.
Yeah. And as opposed to one person trying to make do and find a way to live inside an airport, it's like a whole community of people. Can't imagine how that could go wrong.
It seems like it's going to be fine, right? I mean, I don't really see any reason for alarm. It's just, they've only gone up by tenfold the amount of people.
We've been busing them to an airport. I feel like we've gone halfway through their journey. They just need one more step.
As the kids say, straight bussing. Right through the, well.
Ow. Okay. I'm in pain now.
You can't. Hey, look, they're 190 away from today's goal. I'm on the verge. My business is on the verge of fucking tanking. I ain't concerned if they find my jokes corny or not at this point.
Fair enough.
The city concealed hundreds of migrants behind a black curtain at O'Hare Thursday night. And after speaking to media, they were told not to. So, all these cities keep telling us how to speak. They keep telling us how to talk about migrants, how to talk about illegal immigration. If we say we need to shut down the border or we need to stop this from happening, you're racist, you're bigoted, you're awful. But the second they get any of them, oh my God, the city's going to be devoured by this. Quick, hide them behind a curtain. Don't talk to the media about them. Nothing to see here, folks. It's like, wouldn't it be a lot easier to just try it our way? There's no black curtains. You don't have to hide the dirty foreigners from people in the airport. You don't have to put them up in hotel rooms where they drink and shit and piss. All you have to do is keep them on that side of the border to begin with. It seems a lot more humane than what you're doing.
We don't have the resources to take care of all these people. Right, which is why we're saying maybe we shouldn't let them come here in the first place. Because, again, we don't have the resources.
Let's try that one, if we could. Let's check this out. This is a group of people talking to the media about the migrants. Let's give it a look. Oh, yeah, there it is. There's the black tarp. So if you walk through O'Hare Airport, they put this up. This is honestly what they have at pro wrestling events that I've worked at, where you get changed and then you come out the entryway and everything. That's
look at you bragging. I'm a wrestler.
Well, what I'm saying is maybe just put luchador outfits on each one of them and have them come out to Rey Mysterio's music every 15 minutes to kind of entertain the flight goers.
Well, so there's certain sections of the area certainly smell like someone spilled their beer on some old nachos. It's just a really. Can we wash some of it down? Maybe.
How about this for an idea? Book them a flight. You're already.
Someone in the chat said. Yeah, already at the airport.
You're already at the airport, guys. We're like 3/4 of the way there. Just his bags are packed. He's got his plane ticket. Put him on the plane, Happy. Send him home.
My bags are packed. I'm ready to go. They'd send me away, but they don't know where I came from in the first place.
I'm leaving without a green card. Holy shit. Look at how far down that goes.
Oh my God. It doesn't end.
And
now my watch begins.
You know, if only we would have done this same thing on the border, maybe we would have been better off.
Guys, we can't put up walls or fences. It's hurtful. What's that? A divider.
Yeah. Guys, on the border, it's wrong and it's disgusting and it's dehumanizing to build a wall to keep illegals out. Instead, why don't we just bring them here and hide them behind a shame curtain like we're filming a porno? Doesn't seem.
What's the Arizona governor doing with all of those metal containers again? I thought he knew he couldn't build a border wall. It's not a border wall. It's a state divider is all it is. It's a divider.
It's totally different. You guys don't understand. So we're fucked in so many other words. Chicago is doing that. Now the ladies on The View. Everybody looks to The View when it comes time, you know, for what to do with all these migrants and whatnot. So the ladies on The View, you know, they're very liberal and tolerant and everything else. They've decided that while it is still liberal and tolerant to bring in illegals to the United States, you just can't keep them in big cities. It's just, you know, basically The View has now taken the view of not in my backyard. So illegal immigration, still good. You would think they would get a taste of it and they would go, holy shit, is this what you people have been dealing with for the last 3 decades on a much grander scale? Because remember, Texas has gotten millions of them. Chicago got 400 right. And they're closing down their sections of their airport. So
right.
You would think that these big city people would go, holy shit, this is what it's like. We should do something about the border. Nope. Instead, they're going, holy shit, this is what it's like. We should send them to someone else's house. Just pieces of
guys, it's fine
shit.
As long as it's not my neighborhood.
Yeah. Here we go. This is The View on immigration.
But frankly, you know, I think we need to find, and we've dealt with this before. I lived in Miami. I was an immigrant in Miami in the 80s. You'll remember when we had the Mariel boat lift. Yes. 125,000 Cubans came in a matter of 6 months.
And it was a fucking nightmare. Crime in Miami went insane.
Wasn't there a movie that involved some of that?
3 years later, they made a fucking movie about what it did in terms of drug trafficking and criminals and all the people that Castro was sending here. Castro emptied his jails and sent us his dregs.
Oh, by the way, there was a set number. It didn't just keep happening every day.
Yeah, and that was a set number. Yeah, it wasn't just a constant stream of people walking across.
It puts tremendous stress on a city, on a community, on the social services.
Yeah.
They need to be resettled elsewhere.
They need to spread out. We're this massive country.
Well, and it's only going to get worse with global warming and climate change because people can't live in certain parts of this world.
It is a retard's fever dream at that desk. It's just bad take after bad take after bad. Like, you can't even catch your breath from the previous bad take before they give you another shitty bad take. It's
Look,
remarkable.
I was part of this huge resettlement thing that we saw was a huge burden and had a lot of consequences. And all I'm saying is, as someone who benefited from all of that, not in my backyard, send them somewhere else.
It is remarkable, though, like Jericho says, that they get so many boxes checked during that one little portion. They check all the yeah, Jericho says they should end it with brought to you by Carl's Jr. Exactly. Yeah, Concrete Pete with a great idea. We can spread them out to more parts of the country. How about the White House lawn and Capitol Mall?
Yeah, there's plenty of places I feel like that we could spread them out to. How about some, like, you know, again, we tried like Martha's Vineyard and stuff. It's weird when you spread them out to some of these people who are very liberal and very open about their beliefs that we should just be accepting of these people. It's weird how they're like, yeah, but now I need the cops here to keep an eye on them.
Yeah, right. Oh, hey, guys, be careful what you wish for. You just might get it. And then when you do get it, you'll just take the completely wrong take on the whole thing. Rupert, thank you. 1999. That is desperately needed. I'm starting to get worried. Rupert with 1999 says the East and West Coast are the perfect example of not in my backyard. Also, RIP RedBeard. Do people like us doing the Rumble and YouTube thing? I know they do, but I'm about to consolidate it under one roof again and just bring all of the 700 people over to the YouTube, because I'm not a delusional guy. We've been, the audience has been going up, but we've been struggling the last few weeks. And a lot of that's the economy, but also people have told me on Rumble, they're like contributing to the shows a little harder, if you're on the Android and everything else. But if you guys want to go on a rally, please do. 175 away from today's goal. Thank you, Rupert, very much for helping us helping us a lot right there. We got about 20 minutes before we rattle the offering plate and knock this thing out. Thank you very much. People have also been telling me Rumble's been a little choppy today. That would explain why we've had a lot smaller audience on Rumble than we normally do. It's been a smaller audience than usual today. What are you gonna? I mean, it's been in the 650s, 670s. I mean, not too much smaller, but definitely a smaller audience today than usual. So we got the ladies on The View saying that no, we need to spread the migrants out more. They didn't have it. We didn't need to spread the migrants out more 10 years ago. That was not necessary. We only need to do it now. How bad do you wish, or how bad do you think Florida and Texas are wishing they would have started doing this shit sooner?
God, I think literally Florida and Texas are probably going, you know what? The minute that Biden got in and started repealing all the stuff Trump put in that was marginally helping this shit, we probably should have just started then.
Yeah.
Get it out going.
Lab Glass over on Rumble says it's not hard to donate if you have Venmo or PayPal. Yeah, all of those are great. We really appreciate all of your support. It's wonderful. Johnny, you talk to everyone about what you're going to be doing today, and we've got a story coming up next. I love these. I love these schools just getting dumber and dumber stories. We got a first grader suspended for pointing a finger gun.
Wait a minute, a finger gun?
Yeah, we're going to talk about that when I come right back. Johnny, let them know what you're up to the rest of the day. And guys, knock that goal out if you would, please. We appreciate it.
Well, I'll be going live at 2 p.m. on Just Kidding LLC on Twitch, YouTube, and Rumble. We'll have a whole bunch of news stories and things gathered literally the minute this show's over, so we'll find out some of the newest things happening around the world. I believe there's some issues with Kim Jong-un and Russia getting together. So, and we'll have a cat, because we always have a cat. So join us there on our show, where we have a whole bunch of fun with an open chat. We'll be doing a little, again, RIP to RedBeard, because I don't think he was I don't know how else to. Oh, yep, Friendo's not happy. Okay, we get it. You don't like it. Oh no, fuck off. Alrighty, so yeah, a bunch of you like Friendo won't tune in. So good, don't. Whatever. What's your cat's name? Well, the cat's name is Integra. Glad you've asked. So, yeah, the show will be going live. I can't tell you what's going to happen on it because I literally prep it after this one. So, there, we have that.
I hate it when I hurry as best I can from the bathroom, because then the rumors start that I didn't wash my hands properly. So I'm actually going to wash the remaining moisture from my hands on the air.
Okay.
There we go. I'm nervous about what people say about me. Scruffy D with $20, except if they call me dirty, filthy e-beggar. I have no problem with that one, because that's just 1,000% true. Scruffy D with $20 says R.I.P. RedBeard, brother. Yeah, it was sad to hear about RedBeard. Everything we go over this week, half of it is going to RedBeard's GoFundMe, and then also on Friday we're going to give his VIP back. Somebody suggested that, and I thought that was just a funny thing, or a fun thing to do. Not funny. It's not a funny fucking thing. Theodore Roosevelt says, "Piss on the hands." No, it's not my piss on my hands.
It's the
That's
water.
not what it is.
Right.
And then people going, lick them if they're so clean. I'm not going to lower myself to that. I'll shake an offering plate on the air, and I'll beg for money, and I'll try to avoid missing 3 goals in 3 weeks. But I will not lick my freshly washed hands. Thank you very much. Timothy with $50 says, "Here's for the cause. You know, the poor, Aaron." Thank you, Timothy. And 20 from AK. I'll say AK because I don't know if he wants his name. He didn't give anything, any other name. Thank you, AK, for the 20. He says, R.I.P. RedBeard. R.I.P. to RedBeard. Indeed. So that's going to, wow, we're at 95 now. All right, well inside of striking distance. Thank you, Timothy and AK. That was huge. Thank you very much. Steel Toe always finds a way to get there, and you guys are getting close. Still about 15 minutes left until we rattle the offering plate and knock out that last 95. If you want to be part of that last 95, there you go. Links are in the chat. If you're on Rumble, the links are in the description if you're using an Android. That's another thing I could use. People are saying don't get rid of Rumble. We won't. It's just, we're just always looking for ways to keep this show growing. And we had this problem on Twitch too, where you get your audience, you grab your audience, and then you kind of just sit there at that number for a while. I think we had been sitting kind of stagnant on Twitch for like a year before we got kicked off. It was just we gathered our audience. That's our audience. It's wonderful. It's great. You always want to grow, though. And I think with YouTube, we had kind of hit our peak. And then we were like, well, let's throw Rumble and X and Facebook in there. And then we got a little bump from that. That was nice. And now I think we've kind of settled in on that one.
We certainly haven't done anything on YouTube to make them throttle our reach at all.
Right, exactly. That's really great. Optic Nerve says 10.1K though. Yeah, we've had a lot of new subs the last couple of weeks. We really appreciate that, guys, and we'll keep putting good clips up, and hopefully people will keep finding the show. We do appreciate it. I'm a radio guy, and in radio world, you don't get happy with keeping the same number. You're just always looking like this more. So that's just kind of a bad habit I brought with me from the radio business. But thank you guys very much for that rally. Aaron the Nutless Wonder Boy says, come on. There we go. I wish I could donate more, but I've watched $20 be a lot to $50 starting to be a minimum for everything. Buddy, that's what we say to all of our listeners who say the same thing you do. Believe me, we all understand it. We all get it.
Except the Biden administration.
Fucking Biden. I mean, you hate to say that because it sounds so hacky, but it's 100% true.
They keep insisting that this economy is great. And I'm like, for who?
We used to have a budget for the week and a budget for the weekend. Well, we still have it, but we have a budget, how much we want to spend during the week, how much we want to spend during the weekend. And 3 years ago, it was a number where we would comfortably come in under it, and we're like, well, this is great. I mean, this, we'll set this. That way, if anything fucked up happens during the week or the weekend, it's covered, it's good, it's whatever. Now it's just becoming the minimum. Like, you're just, at the end of every weekend, you're like, motherfucker, I didn't even do that much shit. How did that much money fly out the window? It's remarkable. Diesel Cat with $9.99 says $9.99 for DeBear's piss shirt. This is a Twins shirt, and there's no piss on it. God damn you. $90 away. Thank you guys very, very much for your support. Getting close. I think we're going to do this one. We'll see what MSO has to say about things. All right, let's do this story of this kid in Alabama. You would think Alabama would be totally fine with finger guns in school. I mean, shit.
Were they loaded, though?
That's true. Did he load his finger guns before he pointed them? Because then it's not a toy.
They could have been assault finger guns.
Yeah. Not only would Alabama, I would think, be okay with finger guns, usually wouldn't they be okay with elementary school students having real ones?
I would hope not, but again, I wouldn't be surprised.
Yeah.
I mean,
I would think they would be fine with it. Travs with $5 says, are you really wearing a Bears t-shirt? Yeesh. R.I.P. RedBeard. How is anyone getting Bears?
It's Twin Cities, TC, which is, again, the Twins.
If this is a bit they're doing, it might actually work to drive me nuts if they keep calling my shirt a Bears shirt, because I'm pretty sure I'll keep biting on that bit. Thank you also to Fauci's Pangolin, who says, I won't eat this week, and gives us $5. Well, now I feel like a pile of dog shit. Thank you, buddy. $80 away from knocking it out today. Thank you. Please stop donating money and telling me this is a Bears shirt. That would be a horrible way to knock out today's goal. It really would.
Chicago Bears. It could work.
It's not a Bears shirt. Shouldn't even be that difficult, boys and girls.
The Bears.
All right, on to the finger gun story. Let's do that. And then we got just a tiny bit of money to beg for afterwards.
And the parent of a Jefferson County 6-year-old is trying to get justice.
Be careful, it's a trap. Sorry, I was just looking at her eyes. Just thought of Admiral.
I mean, actually, like if we took the hair off the bottom of her head, remarkably face shape.
Admiral Akbar.
Yeah, I know. I just could have saved a fortune on makeup for the movie.
It's just really, I'm sorry, but I saw the eyes and it was uncanny. I hate it when people have those eyes that look like they're trying to run away from their head.
Those are always the people where I'm like, are you from here? And by here, I mean this planet. Like, I get it. Like, I wouldn't be surprised if like you showed up and this is your best that you can, because it's like part of your face is like, I expect the eyes to be googly eyes. Like if we shake you, they're going to roll.
For his child after he says he was suspended from school for playing with another student and pointing their fingers like a gun.
Or Taylor Pollock.
All right, now wait a minute. What if he would have pointed his finger at him like a wizard? Would that have been better, or would you have worried he's going to turn him into a frog?
But I'm more concerned with, did he have the gun in proper posture? Was he going for it, or did he have it right?
And what do you do? What's your finger gun? Do you do 2 fingers on the bottom or 1?
I do 1 because I figure if I do 2 fingers, it looks a little more like, I don't know, threatening.
Okay.
I guess.
Now, how about this? How about the gun where you got the trigger finger like that?
Well, now that just looks like you have an early bout of like arthritis.
Okay, that's kind of
Now I'm just like, all right, sit down, Grandpa, before you hurt yourself.
Now, which arthritis is the worst one? Osteo or rheumatoid? Because all my uncles have rheumatoid arthritis, but my mother has osteoarthritis.
Which is the one that ends up making your hand do like the curly?
I think they both do, but I think the difference is there's more treatment for one versus the other.
I have no idea. I don't have arthritis. And my grandma's dead.
Someone can help me out with that.
On your side, talking with the parent and the school system to get answers. So, Taylor, what's the deal here?
Yeah, that's right, Steve. Brittany, according to the...
It'd be funny if she went, "You'll be surprised, guys. It was a white kid."
Parent, it was a simple game of cops and robbers, and it's a situation that parent believes could have been handled differently. That father telling me that now his child, a first grader, has a permanent mark on his record.
I will say this. I don't think that really matters. They always used to threaten you with your permanent record when you were a kid. I don't really...
It doesn't follow you after high school, so I mean...
Yeah, it doesn't really matter at all, the permanent record. And not only that, but everyone knows nowadays to play cops and robbers, you got to kneel on the robber's neck. You don't hold a gun to him. Christ almighty.
Welcome to this, Wendy's. We really wanted to offer you a supervisor position, but we see here you have a permanent mark on your record for a finger gun incident.
You finger gunned another student. You finger banged another student in school? What the fuck? No, finger gun. Oh, okay. All right. Well,
maybe that's why they took it personal, is because he did the finger thing and then he went bang, bang. And they're like, oh, what are you trying to do?
Jared Belcher says he nor his 6-year-old...
He just pointed and he went, vagina. Whoa, what the fuck, kid? Come on. You're not even supposed to know that yet.
...have had any issues with Jefferson County school system until last...
Hey, you, make this one stinky. What the hell is going... What, these first graders are out of control. Oh, what happened?
It's Friday when he got a call from his son's school asking for him to be picked up because he had been suspended.
I sat down and I asked her, I said, "Can you tell me what happened?" And she proceeds to tell me that my son and another boy, they were playing with each other, playing cops and robbers, and using their index finger as a gun.
Belcher's son was given a Class 3 violation, which is...
That is a shitty finger gun, sir. You get that thumb up there like a man. The fuck are you doing?
Also given to students who bring weapons to school. Belcher was told his son would be barred from school grounds until a hearing could be held.
So it's not like a 2 or 3 day suspension. It's nothing like that. It's until we say you can come back, you're suspended for pointing the finger guns. And they gave him a weapons violation. They said you violated the weapons policy. Motherfucker, it's a finger. If he would have went like this, it would have been like a weird turtle fucking shadow puppet. But when he magically goes from this to this, like if he would have went like that, it would have indicated that he needs a little more of something. But if he goes like this, then all of a sudden he's suspended forever.
So if it was like a space age laser blaster that doesn't technically exist at this point in time, would that matter? If he was going pew pew pew, like I mean, what?
You know what? You should get
playing cops and robbers.
You should get suspended for this, Johnny. Look. See you know what I'm doing here? I should get suspended from school for this. I'm actually igniting an IED. We're playing imaginary IEDs in school, and this is now illegal because it's a weapon. Fucking retard. And
why is there all this gravel in your pocket? I was the robber. That's my fentanyl.
None of your students can learn. They don't know how to read. All right? Let them point finger guns at each other and teach them vowels. There, we'll make that trade-off.
Okay. Did he threaten anyone?
Big time.
No. Was there any violence? No.
Big time.
Was there any indication of a current or future threat? No. So I said, well, this kind of seems pretty benign to me. It sounds like two first graders playing. And she said it was, but in this climate, this day and age, we have to take all incidents very seriously.
You know, in this climate of people's fingers dispensing bullets at random, we have to be very careful so that one of your son's fingers don't sprout a hole and then shoot a projectile through it. You know, in these times. That's what I love about this. They're like, in these times. Oh, you mean the times you've created with your own brains and your minds just out of thin air? That's society you've created? Crazy.
Thanks, Alec Baldwin. You murder one lady on set, and now we're all worried that every gun is dangerous, even if it's made out of a child's hand.
Thanks a lot, you rust-shooting dickhead.
The assistant principal told Belcher that what his son did was outlined in the Jefferson County Student Handbook as a...
Oh, there you go, guys. It was in the handbook, so we don't have to use our brains and think and use our own discernible reason and knowledge. It's just we open a blue book and we let it tell us what to do, even if the thing it tells us to do is the dumbest fucking thing you've ever heard. Congratulations, guys. We're covered.
A violation, but after looking through it himself, Belcher says he couldn't find anything that was similar to what his son did and asked for more clarification.
Somehow, maybe another student could not have realized they were playing and gotten scared. She calls me back and says, after consideration, we have decided to drop it to a level 2.
Belcher says,
no, that's still the wrong call. You just drop it all together.
Because it's kind of bullshit here.
That's like the Norm Macdonald, like Bill Clinton murdered a guy thing, and then at the end he goes, all right, manslaughter then.
Manslaughter.
As he believes the situation should have been handled differently.
What they should have done was pulled him to the...
No, it's nothing. They should have done nothing. You can do finger guns. You can play cops and robbers. What they should have done is 0. Finn. Done. Over with.
Hey, guys, how about hands off with the kids at playtime? They do their thing.
Just let them play.
They're not hurting each other.
If this is not appropriate at school, and that should have solved it. Or they could have called me, and I would have handled it. What I would like is for this incident to be removed from his record. You know, he doesn't deserve to be branded as potentially violent.
Well, they're not going to brand him. I mean, relax. I mean, I know this is the South, but they're not going to take a hot brand and just put it on him and like on his chin.
You know what I'm going to say, Aaron? I feel like maybe if we involved a few more brandings, we'd have a lot more obedient children.
A lot more compliance if we would just start branding these little fuckers every time they go pew, 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 pew.
For playing
more school shootings because you'd be creating sociopaths, but you'd have less finger gun shootings. And
just
what are we trying to do here?
Like freaking Django.
Cops and robbers.
And we did receive a statement from the Jefferson County school system.
I bet you it doesn't say anything that sounds like a lawyer wrote it.
Saying in part, quote, after further review of the circumstances, it was determined that no further action other than a discussion with the student was needed, end quote. And the statement did go on to say that the school system stands ready to meet with the parent to discuss any further concerns.
So it sounds like they're going to let the kid off the hook from his egregious finger gunning, and he'll get to go home.
And then what happens, absurd. Aaron? Next week we read a story of, 6-year-old aggressively fingers entire class.
It's all fun and games till someone gets a finger gun in the eye. Then all of a sudden we're not the pussies you thought we were. No, you still are. Thank you to Gary Crouch for $19.99. Says Aaron is wearing the shirt because the T accentuates his ample bosom. But that's not why I'm wearing the shirt either. Thank you guys very much.
I'm supporting the Bears.
It's not a Bears shirt, I promise. $65 away from today's goal. You guys can do this. We're right there knocking on the door. And we got about a minute or two here before we fire up the music. Never mind. Coach Eberflus. God damn it, no. Coach Eberflus Says, love the shirt. Thanks for the support. Number 313. That's, yes, rest in peace to RedBeard. No, I am not Matt Eberfluss. I am not the coach of the Chicago. Thank you, Coach Eberfluss, but this is not a Chicago Bears shirt. He gives us $50. Thank you, Coach, but that was not, it's not what I'm doing with the whole thing here. All right, guys, we're only $15 away from today's goal, so we are not doing music. You guys are just knocking out the rest of that 15, and we're calling it a success. Thank you to Coach Matt Eberfluss for his support. Geese Artel says TC equals the Chicago Bears. No, that's not what the TC does not. It's a Minnesota Twins shirt. It has nothing to do with the Chicago. Who started that, and were they serious?
I have no idea, but it's brilliant. Dub Bears.
Who started this? I want names. I want consequences is what I want. Shut the F up. Karen, becoming a member for their 15th month, says, we got this. Your show is the best. I think about that sometimes. I think, anybody better? And I go, no, not particularly.
I just want them to start sending you Bears merch now.
There's no need for Bears stuff. It's just Minnesota Twins. They're 7.5 games up in first place in the American League Central. We're going to the playoffs. This is exciting. No Q's man on Rumble. This is not a Bucks shirt either. I would not be caught dead in a Bucks shirt after that travesty that happened yesterday. That awful game where the Vikings essentially outplayed Tampa in absolutely every aspect of football except the whole hanging on to the fucking thing part. Cousins fumbled twice. He threw an interception, and we threw the ball all over the field. We really kicked ass.
Did you have fun in the second quarter where it looked like you might come back?
Yeah, until that pick, it was looking awesome. It wasn't even a comeback. It was, we're going to take a touchdown lead into halftime. This is great, and then intercepted. It sucks, but we got Philadelphia on Thursday. If we're going to rally and make the playoffs this year, we're probably going to have to do it from 0-2. But here's the problem. If you can lose to the Bucks, you can lose to anybody. Like, you're capable of losing to any team in the league if you can lose to the Tampa Bay Buccaneers.
That just speaks more to Kirk Cousins' amazing greatness.
Look, he's fantastic. And yeah, I may have tweeted in the middle of the game when we took the lead that we need to extend Kirk Cousins now.
How do you feel about that?
Those two fumbles were bad. You can't fumble, but he was getting murdered. The offensive line was not protecting him. However, you can't fumble like that. The interception, I know I'm going to sound like a Kirk apologist here. The interception, our receiver had the ball and the fucking defender ripped it away from him. You got to squeeze your catches. You got to make that grab. That was a great throw by Kirk. But look, at the end of the day, it goes down on the stat sheet as 2 fumbles and an interception. He's got to take responsibility for that. So nobody's talking about the fucking dimes he was dropping all day to Addison and Jefferson and shit.
I mean, I'm just saying, like, all the receivers had wooden gloves. I have questions.
Oh, it sucked an ass, but what are you supposed to do? Let's go to you know what? Hey, let me get this real quick, and then what do you think I'm about to tell this hotline caller?
That the phone's not paired. You have to call back.
Hey, Ryan the Garbage Man, call back in 2 minutes, and we'll put you on. I'm not connected. All right. And now, every fucking time somebody calls. Oh, yeah, I forgot. I have given out the what do you call it? The hotline number.
Hotline before.
Yeah, let's see. Let's go to Bluetooth and connect. Maybe we don't deserve to hit our goals if we're this unprofessional. Another $50 coming in from Smokey Da Bear. That's my favorite team, too. No, Smokey, I appreciate everything you've done for the forest fire community and whatnot, but it's not a Bears shirt. It's not a Bears shirt, Smokey, and thank you for all your support. Let's go to the phone here.
Ryan the Garbage Man.
Ryan the Garbage Man, what's up, buddy?
Okay, you're partially right about the Vikings. If we can lose to the Bucks, we can lose to anyone except the Giants.
Okay, fair. You know what? Fair enough.
Holy fuck.
They were really bad.
And by the way, You seemed overly excited when I sent you that picture of the Nazi memorabilia I saw at the Wilmer Gun Show.
Oh, thank you
What's up
for
with that?
Yeah, thank you for bringing that up. Thank you. Yeah, Ryan the Garbage Man was at a gun show over the weekend, and I was at a wedding, and I may or may not. I don't even know if I want to show my responses because I don't remember what they are.
Are you going to show the picture, or
I'm gonna grab it first here. Hold on one moment, and I'll grab. Okay, here we go. Ryan the Garbage Man sent me this. Oh, I gotta flip. I'm gonna have to download it though and flip it horizontally because it's a sideways picture. Let's open this bad boy up, and then rotate, and rotate, and rotate. There we go. Let's put this up on the screen. So he was at a gun show over the weekend, and he found the pistol collection of Adolf Hitler. Okay, now wait a minute. Now hear me out. By the way, ahead by 30 for tonight, so that's 15 is going to RedBeard.
Thank you.
So when we go over this week, half of it will go to the goal because I don't want you guys throwing all this money at us and you get no credit for it the next day. But we're going to make a $250 contribution on our end to RedBeard and his family. Half of everything you go over every day on Friday, we're going to throw that RedBeard's way. So he found this at a gun show, and it was the pistol collection of Adolf Hitler. And dude, tell me that wouldn't be kind of, like, as a history buff, tell me that wouldn't be kind of cool to see.
As a history buff or a gun buff, I mean, like no offense, yeah, it's the pistol collection of Adolf Hitler, but those are all, by definition, old school pistols. If you're a pistol enthusiast, that's a collection of some very nice old guns.
And not only that, now I'm going to take this off the screen because I don't remember what I wrote back to him, but I'm going to read you what I wrote back to Ryan the Garbage Man when he told me about the Hitler gun collection. I mean, again, that is, like, there's nothing wrong with saying that's cool, is there?
I would say no.
Yeah.
I mean, you're not condoning the person, his beliefs, ideals, or stuff
Right.
he did. But I mean, at the same rate, it'd be like saying, hey, man, here, look at, here's Joe Biden's personal car collection. Look, I might think the guy's a piece of shit, but he's got some nice cars.
Right. And you know, with this one also, the first question I asked, not Ryan the Garbage Man, but I asked, God, I can't remember. No, you know what? I think I asked myself, was, hey, I wonder, I never actually asked Ryan this. I should have. There's no way that one of those is the one he shot himself with. Like, there's no way that gun's chilling at a gun show in Minnesota somewhere.
Yeah, because if it was, I would be getting a second mortgage.
Yeah, right. To get the gun that shot Hitler. So here's what I wrote to him. I went, shit. And he said, for sale at the Wilmer Gun Show. And I wrote, how much? And he says, if you gotta ask, you can't afford it. And I said, oh, that much. Yeah, he goes, oh, that much, huh? And he said, some of the pieces were in the $1,000 to $2,000 range. And I'm like, you know what? There are some guns that cost, handguns that cost that much. Just
brand new.
Yeah, brand new every day. So like one of Hitler's guns for like $1,000 to $2,000. It doesn't seem that bad.
Still works, right? Like that's the
yeah.
Only if you're shooting.
No, it's the last thing you can. Only
Well, now I don't
commies.
want it.
Only commies. Hobo chili recipe with $1.99 says, I thought TC stood for Titanic chest, Tubby. That's remarkably hurtful. Remarkably hurtful.
Care Bear.
Yeah. Guy Sartell says, oh, Anthony Cumia is selling his gun collection. No, I don't think he would be selling it in Wilmer, but it's a possibility. It's a possibility. By the way, half of everything you got, we knocked out today's goal. Thank you guys very much for that. Anything we go over from now on, the rest of the show today, half of it goes towards RedBeard and his family. Ro Jogan says, I have an original Nazi sword. Well, I think I'd like to see that. Oh, if you want 100% of your contribution to go to RedBeard's family, you can also just go right to the GoFundMe there that Balls Deep put in the chat. And you just give it all.
Straight there.
Yeah, if you can give it all to RedBeard. If you want it to be a half and half thing, you want to support the show, cool. Otherwise, go right to RedBeard's GoFundMe. and throw him some money there. All right, people wanted us to play some 9/11 stuff. I think what we'll do is do the Dancing Israelis song to end the show today. We'll just play it out as we go to black.
Okay.
And we'll just put, we'll put this up. Let me see. Maybe we'll just put the steel toe thing up and then play the Dancing Israelis song.
There you go.
Do that. That sounds like a good idea. Okay. So that's going to be to play us out. And then there was the Norm Macdonald blood and bone bit that people wanted us to play. Let's here, Norm Macdonald, blood and bone. I walked through blood and bones. Yeah, here we go.
I tried to tell him not to laugh. Adam. I know. I walked through blood and bones in the streets of Manhattan trying to find my brother.
Jesus.
Yeah, he was in northern Canada.
Well, you know.
Explain why you didn't find him there, then.
We've got some more Norm Macdonald blood and bones.
This week I learned, just because I masturbated to that picture of a guy falling to his death on 9/11 doesn't mean I have to share it.
David Koechner.
Well, you know,
now this is fine. This is fine for a fella that during 9/11, was in Costa Rica partying with his friends. I was walking through the blood and the bones
so you were put off by that,
in Manhattan a little bit.
I can't believe you're right.
I had to get new pants because of the blood and the bones.
Just now or back then?
Back then, I was ankle deep in blood and bones.
You went through the war, Norm.
Well, it was an attack on our country.
This week I learned.
I get here's a collection of blood and bones bits from
what? Don't laugh at 9/11 again. I tried to tell him not to laugh. Adam. I know. I walked through blood and bones in the streets of Manhattan trying to find my brother.
Jesus.
Yeah, he was in northern Canada.
When it came tumbling down. We want to bring in Mark Walsh, who's a freelancer for Fox.
Oh, wait a minute. What the hell is this now?
Away and witnessed.
Dude, I live on the 43rd
Is the rest of it just 9/11 shit?
The World Trade Center itself. I witnessed the entire.
What the fuck? Now it's all just. What a downer.
This was blood and bone. What?
Yeah, what a downer of a video. It's like, hey, here's an animation of Norm Macdonald's blood and bones 9/11 joke. Like, oh, yeah, that sounds terrible. And, they show the joke, and it's very funny. And then immediately after, hey, here's 4 minutes of fucking 9/11 coverage. Well, that's an even bigger bummer. So we're going to do, by the way, if you want us to play something 9/11 related today, let us know. But they want the 5 dancing Israelis. We'll do that to play us out today. And they wanted the Norm Macdonald bit. So I wanted to make sure you got that. Before we continue with the stories, let's catch up with the chat. Ivan Joiterbum says, I'm not sure who else sent the first Bears comment, but I was one of them and had no idea he was about to do that. It worked perfectly. Yes, my Bears shirt that I'm apparently wearing. I don't know how that got rolling today, but thank you. Because between Smokey the Bear and Coach Eberflus, we ended up with $100 extra today. So thank you to whoever started that. Rusty,
I'm sure nobody will Photoshop that shirt.
Derek Fitzpatrick says David Koechner is fucking awesome. He is, and he's like a massive drunk. David Koechner.
Yeah, that tracks.
Yeah, he loves to drink. He's really a lot more of the Champ Kind character than he lets on. Have you ever seen David Koechner's drunk driving arrest?
No, I've not seen his drunk driving arrest. I think I've heard of it, but I didn't realize. Like I said, it's one of those where I didn't hear about it, but yeah, you look at David Koechner, you're like, yeah, I could see that guy liking some booze.
Yeah, I'll find the video here. It won't take me more than a minute. Body cam video shows DUI arrest of Anchorman star David Koechner. Yeah. You want the 3-minute and 23-second version or the 12-minute and 16-second version?
Ooh, well, how much time we got?
I
think we could maybe do the 12 if we want to cut through it, but then you know where to jump if we have to move through.
What you got?
Yeah, here you go. No, the 12-minute one shows like them pulling up and sitting in the car.
Yeah, we'll just do probably cut to the meat.
Yeah, let's do this one.
Okay. Just alcohol.
Gotcha.
Glossy eyes. I can smell that car when I walked up to the car.
Where's he from?
California.
What's he doing right here?
He says he's going to Comic-Con in West Virginia.
Have you
That's such a West Virginia cop thing to do. Like, where's he from? California. I didn't even know they come out here. What's he doing
I
here?
know they make it.
Yeah.
The plate?
Yeah, I haven't got to return back on.
All right, his face is great. Like, you know how a lot of people, like when they get pulled over and you're trying to ascertain whether or not they're drunk, you have to do a little bit of investigating. You don't have to do any investigating as soon as you see David Keckner's eyes in this one.
Yeah, I haven't got to return back on again.
Oh, God, I can smell it from here. Hey, Trooper Bean, State Highway Patrol. So it's my understanding you're going to West Virginia?
Yes, sir.
Okay, gotcha. Where are you coming from tonight?
Cincinnati.
Cincinnati?
Cincinnati. Where are you coming from? Cincinnati.
Cincinnati.
Cincinnati? Okay. What part of Cincinnati?
The airport.
What's your last name?
Like those eyes are just staring. They look like fish eyes. Just
yeah.
That kind of when you're drunk and you're trying to focus as hard as you can on one thing so you don't fall over or pass out.
Yeah, because if you pay attention to the world spinning and vibrating, you're going to make a scene.
Yes.
I know who you are. I was going to say, I thought that looked like you. Okay. How much have you had to drink tonight? One beer or one shot of liquor or what?
1 gallon of liquor. How many have you had? One what?
I've had one big gulp of vodka, okay? Just one.
How much have you had? One what? One of these and holds up a 175.
No. One beer.
One beer? Okay. I'm just going to ask you to step out and run you through a couple things and make sure you're safe to drive, okay? Same thing. Tip of my pen, thank you.
All right, he's doing all right here.
Yeah, looks good.
All right, you may begin if you understand the instructions.
All right, this is the one that fucks people up. You know, following the pen, you can still do that at like 0.12, 0.14, but the walking thing gets a little tricky because it does this thing where when you get to like 0.12, 0.14, it's this unfair trick. The world tilts to the right a little. And so you're kind of walking half downhill, which is hard for anybody. And I don't think that's
I gotta wonder if they pulled me over on a sobriety check. Do they ask me to do the walking test?
No, you just have to like touch your nose in a bunch of diffent ways.
Do I get to use a wheelchair? I feel like that's cheating.
Yeah, but then
roll
you'll
straight.
Yeah.
Instructions.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
Where are you going, Dave?
You know, turn yourself around like I showed you.
He was kind of veering off to the left, then he veered off to the right. Like, Dave, where you go? Over here, Dave.
The other 9 back.
1, 2, 3.
Oh, Dave. No, back over that way. No. Oh, Dave, you're going to the left.
Just like that. Does it all make sense?
Yes, sir. Oh.
You okay?
Yes, sir.
All right, I didn't know what you were thinking. It was funny.
No.
You're fine. I was just curious. You started laughing, so that's okay. If you understand the instructions, you may begin.
This doesn't look good.
So,
go ahead. Yeah, ask whatever you want to.
Put up.
What up?
Yeah, just like I showed you. So you hold it approximately 6 inches above the ground, parallel with the ground. Both legs nice and straight, no bend in your knee. Look down at your foot and count in a series of 1000s like so. 1001, 1002, 1003, 1004.
Oh, no. Anytime you stand up on that one foot and you immediately put the hands out like this,
you're not doing well.
That's a dirty trick.
This one sounds like they're
Don't
just
start
trying
just
to
yet. Don't start just yet.
hang him.
Do you understand the instructions
Yes,
now? It all makes sense now?
Yes, sir.
Okay, you may begin when you're ready.
1001.
Sorry. Look, you can pick it up, resume where you left off.
Yes, sir. 1001. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
He stopped doing the thousands and he started going 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. He's just trying
9.
to fucking scoot out. I got to get this thing going.
5, 6, 7, 8, 9.
He looks over at him like, did I nail it? Pretty good, right? Pretty fucking, like, I think I can go on my way now.
You guys loved Anchorman, right?
Whammy! I can sign whammy on some of your shit. He does the one-legged thing. He's like 7, 8, 9, and walks up to the cop, takes his driver's license, goes, I think I'll be having that back. Thank you very much.
Pick it up, resume where you left off.
Yes, sir.
You remember where you left off?
He's dancing.
Well, 5.
Okay.
4, actually.
Oh, you were at 9, you fucking retard. David, you were done.
All right, so you can go ahead and stop. The last thing I'll ask you to do is...
Come on, baby, and do the twist.
I just wish police could, like, I know you can't, but in certain situations like this, just be allowed to fuck with them.
Yeah.
Just be like, all right, now I'm going to need you to now rub your belly and pat your head and say the ABCs backwards. Just start making really stupid, weird
Mr. Keckner, would you please put your left foot in? Good, good. Now take your left foot out. Put your left foot back in, Mr. Keckner. Now, if you do me a favor, could you shake it all about? Good. Now do the hokey pokey.
No, I think the hokey pokey is where he's going.
Yeah.
Walk to the front of my car for me. Yeah, you can walk just anyway.
Yeah, because I'm just trying to handcuff you right now. I don't really give a shit.
Put your hands behind your back.
141 on Aqua Henry, Zebra Henry, 8678.
You're under arrest for ODI, operating a vehicle while impaired. Do you have a watch or anything you'd like me to take off of you before I handcuff you, sir? No. Okay. What I'm going to do is
You know what? He was a real pro about it, at least.
Yep.
He was like, all right, here's the hand. Because by the time the hands are behind your back, you got to know.
You know what's coming.
Yeah. So he was at least a pro about it, and he was just going, all right, here you go, you dirty motherfucker. You got me. Yeah, Alex Nerio, do the hokey pokey. Turn yourself around and put your hands behind your back.
Your back.
And there we go, and we've got you arrested, you little dipshit. Friendo says, hokey pokey, more like hacky jokey.
Oh.
See, he's got, because he's saying hokey pokey, hacky. You see, they rhyme.
You're right.
And it was a joke. The hokey pokey is where he's going, was the joke, and that it rhymed with the other thing that you said. I don't know. There was a long time ago he told me not to say his name, so I'm going to say Coach Eberfluss again with another $50. Thank you very much. So that's a total of 80. That means 40 and 40. 40 into tonight's goal and 40 to RedBeard and his family at the end of the week. So thank you very much, sir. Coach Eberfluss of the Bears. He says, that was from Dick Butkus. Thank you for wearing the Bears shirt. No, it was not. Dick, this isn't a Bears shirt. First of all, thanks a lot for not helping us out with the Packers at all yesterday, Chicago. But also, this is a Twins shirt. I'm very happy that my Twins are now...
Not Bears.
No, they're not the Bears. The Twins are going to win their division. They'll be in the playoffs, and maybe we'll be able to make a run. Who knows? By the way, that's every Minnesota team in the world. Is you're like, hey, if this happens and that happens, hey, maybe we sneak in this way, and then...
They give you hope just to take it away from you.
We go on a little bit of a run. Johnny, you're a relatively big, I won't say big, but you're a relatively big comic book movie guy.
Yeah?
It looks like they're bailing on Aqua Man 2.
Makes sense.
I mean, that thing is filmed, like it's shot, it's in the can, right? That's done.
Yeah, but they've tanked the universe. Jason Momoa isn't coming back, I don't think, to do any more. Amber Heard's name has been relatively sullied, and The Flash was a giant steaming failure. So, I don't know. That was a weird one where they're like, hey, we're going to bail on Henry Cavill. We're going to bail on Ben Affleck and all of these great actors that we have.
In fairness, to stop you there, I think Affleck bailed on them.
Well, Affleck bailed on them because they bailed on him. They didn't give him any sort of control to do what he wanted to do.
He wanted to write and direct all the Batman stuff.
And they didn't want to give him any of that. And he's just like, well, I'm not doing this to just be a fucking Tony Stark bit player. I
want to be the guy.
Yeah.
He wanted to run point for the whole DC universe, which, what a terrible idea for DC or Warner Brothers to do that. An Oscar-winning director and total comic book nerd, Ben Affleck, and giant Batman fan. I mean, yeah, why would you give him total control of the project? I mean, what's he ever done?
I mean, with the way you guys handled it, so star-spangledly awesome.
Now think about it. He has a writing Oscar for Good Will Hunting, right?
Yeah. Then there was Argo and other things. He's done so much.
And I think an Oscar for Gone Girl or what was the directorial one?
I thought that was Argo. I thought that was the one where they snuck people out of the Middle East.
Directorial Oscar, Ben Affleck. 25. Yeah, the kid only won a screenwriting Oscar at 25 years old. Why would you want that guy writing, like comic book movies? He is the recipient of 2 Academy Awards, 3 Golden Globes, 2 BAFTAs, 2 Screen Actors Guild Awards. Then I want to see what else he got. Venice Film Festival. Who gives a shit? The film Argo, he directed, produced, and starred in, earned considerable acclaim. Golden Globe for Best Director, BAFTA for Best Direction. BAFTA is the UK Movie Awards, right?
Yep. British Actor Television Film Awards.
Directors Guild of America for Outstanding Directing, Academy Award for Best Picture, and Golden Globe for Best Picture Drama. Okay, so he doesn't have necessarily a directing Oscar, but he has a Best Picture Oscar.
Still,
same fucking thing, right?
How did we do it? How did it go when we did it their way? Just curious. How did that work out?
Yeah, when we did it Warner Brothers and DC's way, how did that work? We have, right now, the best thing you have in the DC universe is an emo Batman. I mean, that's really the best thing you've got going. The most money-making thing you've got going right now is emo Batman.
And then the Joker thing, but didn't the second one...
They're going to make it a musical. They said
never mind. So I guess we're just emo Batman's all.
They said they want to make it a musical with Joaquin Phoenix and Lady Gaga.
Yep. I'm gonna go ahead and tap out now. I'm sorry. No offense. No.
I mean, what's really sucks is they could have made that universe could have worked if they didn't want it so bad, but they tried to force
it so fast.
Yeah. And, forget people like, oh, what if they would have kept Nolan Batman? Nolan Batman wouldn't have worked well in a universe because there was no magic to the Nolan Batman. You kind of have to have some magic in these movies.
Mm-hmm.
He was like super gritty and real, which is what made the movies awesome, but it also would not have...
It wouldn't have transferred well to a team ensemble, I feel like. No, we had a really good thing going. If we could have spent a little bit time building those characters up, maybe get rid of... personally, again... Ezra Miller was always the wrong choice for the Flash. Even before that crap came out about him, I didn't like him.
Yeah.
I mean, you call it stupid or whatever, but I feel like the actual DC show existing, having a huge fan base, being a huge part of it, if you would have just brought that Flash into everything, it would have made it a little bit easier. Yeah. The characters established, stories established, and you literally don't have to do anything. You just, there's the Flash.
Now, why couldn't they do Green Arrow and Flash from the movies? Is it because there was a WB? Because what was the network that those shows
were on? It was on the
on?
WB.
Yeah, so you can just bring that right over. It's Warner Brothers, just do the fucking thing.
Yeah, I don't understand why they didn't.
You could bring you could bring all the Gotham characters in.
You had a variety of characters that you had already exposed. You had, like I said, they were established. So it was less work to get to where you want to be. You already had the movies for, Wonder Woman and Aqua Man come about. So why do we have a problem?
All right. Well, now it looks like there's conflicting reports that Warner Brothers is scrapping the marketing for Aquaman 2. And now last night they dropped a teaser trailer. So who the fuck knows what's going on?
Hey, they canceled, Batgirl as well.
Yeah, they canceled Batgirl. I would imagine they have a shitload of money riding on this movie. If this teaser trailer is right and they are coming out with this movie December 20th, I think that's the better move. I mean, even if Momoa's done with this universe, you don't pay a Jason Momoa and, spend a shitload of money on this. Because didn't the first Aquaman movie do really well?
The first one did, yeah.
Yeah.
But that's, again, because we had a lot of love for Momoa. It was a continuation of, the Snyder Justice League cut thing was freaking awesome.
I thought it was good, yeah.
The original one sucked balls, but the other one, I'm like, no, this is a great like setup thing. I could see where this goes, but
Right.
yeah. So I mean, people kind of followed it for that.
So now Warner Brothers, amid hearing the rumors that they were scrapping marketing for Aqua Man 2, they released a teaser trailer last night and said there's going to be a full trailer on Thursday. So, not much footage of Amber Heard was seen in the trailer either. DC fans think that Jason Momoa and Heard are getting sidelined in the lead up to Aquaman 2, and the rumored reason is that the studio is preparing for a bomb. Well, it goes back to what you said. Why would fans go and watch these movies if they know it's not going to lead to anything?
Right.
All the actors are done. It's, the ship has sunk. They pretty much announced that it's been sunk, and they're gonna go full steam ahead with this thing anyway.
Their last-ditch effort to save it, like I said, was the Flash movie, which relied way too heavily on Michael Keaton's Batman. So it was a member-berry film.
That sucked, too. Like, imagine bringing Michael Keaton back for that and kind of dirtying up that character a little with that horse shit.
Right. And so we're doing all of that. And like you said, and we said earlier, nobody in this movie is going to be back for the third one, so who gives a shit?
Everyone's going to be gone. John Jamingo with $5 says, serious question. What would you do if this show doesn't make goals? Also, your Vikings will be 0-2 on Friday. I would say it depends on how much you miss by. I think we would probably, if you're saying like miss by 100, which is usually what we miss by when we miss, I would say if you missed like, I don't know. I'd say if we missed by 100 for a whole week, that would be a very serious problem. I would think anything a week or more. We didn't freak out too bad about last week or the week before. Shit happens. What are you going to do? Once in a while here and there is not the end of the world. But if you don't hit them consistently with a relative consistency, yeah, you're going to have issues. I would say probably can't miss more than 4 or 5 in a month. Otherwise, you're like, all right, now we're digging into the pocket to try and keep this thing alive. Yeah, so it's, look, when we say hitting the goals, it's just good to stay ahead of that. It's just good to knock it out, do the show, and the shows are better when the goals are lower. So thank you guys very much for your support, like we always say. Those of you who can afford to support, thank you for doing it. And those of you who can't, hey, enjoy the show. Make sure you're doing all the free shit that helps the show out. Hitting like, hitting subscribe, following, all promoting. Thank you very much for all that. And then if you're someone who goes, hey, I just kind of casually like this show and listen, then fuck it, do that. I mean, the thumbs up wouldn't kill you, but thank you very much for just enjoying the program.
I mean, break my heart. You could do a little to help.
I'm crying out in pain as I strike you. Irrational T. Here we go. Randy Newman Lost Song. How long is this? So I know. All right. So at 28, we'll play this. This will play us. To play us out? What does that mean, to play us out? To end the show? Yeah. Fucking thing sucks. All right, guys. I got a lot of people writing in about the Vikings here. I'd like to make a bet with you. Week 6, let's see how the Bucs and the Vikings look. If the Bucs do not have a better record than Minnesota, I'll super chat $50. What if they do? What do I give you? Like, you can't just make a bet where you're like, hey, if you win, you get $50. But if I win, you don't have to give me anything. No, I have to have something on the line, too, that I have to hook you up with. You want like a VIP package or like a hoodie? Or how about that, Hobo Chili? I'll get you a hoodie.
We're going to count it for a goal for the day is what it is.
Yeah, we'll throw you a steel toe hoodie if the Bucs are better than the Vikings come week 6. Let me cheat and take a look at the schedule. Vikings schedule. Let's see if I'm accepting this bet. 0-2, 1-2, 2-2, 2-3. Owen Benjamin. 3-3, 3-4, 3-5. Oh no, so 3. Okay, so I have us at 3-3 at week 6. All right, let me take a look at the Bucs schedule. 2-0, 2-1, 2-2, 2-3, 3-3. Oh wow. Okay. Yeah, I'll take the bet. And then if it's a draw, it's a draw, and we'll stretch it out to like week 10 or whatever. It's a win-win, or I send you a Buccaneers shirt and you have to wear it. Okay, that's fine too. We'll do that. All right, I'll wear Buccaneers shirt. I'll wear Buccaneers stuff for a week on the show. if the Bucks are better than the Vikings come week 6, at the end of week 6. And then at the end of week 6, if the Vikings are better, you want to super chat $50. Okay, you know what? That's fine. Really doesn't.
Then what happens to the Bears shirt?
This is a twin. There's also a Hobo Chili usually throws in like at least $50 in a week anyway, so that's kind of a win-win for him. He says, handshake, I will give you $50 if I lose, I promise. All right, and I'll buy my own Bucks shirt and I'll wear it. How's that? Every day on the program. All right, let's fire up the Randy Newman and let's get the hell out of here. What do you say?
Yeah, it'll be a good time. Thanks for having me.
This was by request from the audience. Johnny will be live today on Just Kidding LLC on YouTube, Twitch, and Rumble. We will be back tonight at 7 o'clock. It is school time, so April will have to be dropping the kids off, so she'll miss like the first half hour, 45 minutes today. But we'll be live at 7 o'clock, and you guys are about $50 into tonight's goal. So thank you very, very much for that. All right, let's fire up this. Johnny, thank you very much. We will talk to you again tomorrow morning, sir.
Thank you. Love being here.
Off we go, guys. Talk to you later. Have a great rest of your day. Here's a little Irrational Times to end the show.
A long time ago, early September, I had some friends of mine I'd like for you to remember. They get up in the morning to catch that worm at 8 a.m. so they could see those buildings burn. They're not meant to be heard or be seen. My friends, the 5 dancing Israelis, they were there to document events. Had some nice fancy cameras and they got the ladders all set. When the first plane hit, they all celebrated. They knew the job was half done, so they hung around and waited. They're not meant to be heard or be seen. My friends, the 5 dancing Israelis. After both those towers came down, they hopped in the urban moving van, tried to get out of town. They had a lot of money and plane tickets to get away, but Officer Scott DiCarlo stopped them. They were detained, but not for long. They got lit out. They were back home in Israel after just a couple months. You'd think after that they'd lay a little low, but they bragged about it on their local TV show. They weren't meant to be heard or be seen. My friends, the 5 dancing